The demand in the web design industry is climbing to an all-time high. The web design industry is estimated to be worth $40.8 billion in the United States alone in 2021. The Bureau of Labor Statistics claims the web design industry will have a 13% market growth in the next few years, which makes the growth above average compared to any other industry. US News has ranked web development and design from now 10th place to 6th place as the best career to pursue in the world. With all the demand for web design jobs, this has also led to many people to change their lifestyles. There are now more than 21 countries who have created visas specifically for digital nomads or remote workers, allowing anyone who becomes a web designer to live abroad and to travel to countries they've always wanted to. What's up, party people? My name is Darrel Wilson, and a little background story about me. I ran a web design business for a few years with a partner, and then later I decided to do my own thing and started teaching web design full-time here on YouTube. It's really funny. I actually built websites as a hobby. I would go on hiking trails and I wanted my own hiking blog. And I also built them for fun for, family and friends and charged them small fees, nothing very serious. During this time, I was interning at a courthouse. And when my internship was up, I decided not to take the job. And I have been teaching web design here on YouTube since 2017. I've also been a digital nomad for about 4 years. I've been to South America, I've been to Europe, I've been to Asia. I'm not saying this to sell you guys a dream or impress you, but what I am saying is that this kind of job gives you that flexibility of working abroad. And a lot of the people that I've met in Asia, they are full-time web designers. Now, this is a very comprehensive tutorial that goes in detail in every topic. And I've actually invited another YouTuber to help teach this tutorial, and his name is Daniel Scott. Daniel Scott is a web designer that teaches how to use Figma. He has a YouTube channel called Bring Your Own Laptop with more than 340,000 subscribers and knows the design process very well. Daniel Scott focuses on Figma, Adobe XD, and other design tools, and in this video, Daniel will break down how to use the designer tool Figma. Figma is the most popular designer tool on the market, and most UX jobs require it. So after watching this video, you'll understand how to fully design websites in Figma, and this will help give you that boost you need in the web design industry. So before we start, make sure to close everything, get your favorite drink, get a beer, whatever it is that you do, and pull up a chair. And then today I'll walk you guys through on how to start your own web design business from scratch, step by step. Now, I do realize this is a long and detailed video, so we have broken this video up into 5 different sections. In the first section, I'll walk you through the web design process in this part of the video. I'll be explaining the basics of web hosting, how to use page builders, and how to create pages for your website. I'll also be going through specific themes and explain how they work. We've also created special pre-made starter kits for all of you for free, which you can import on your website with one click, adjust the title, change the colors, change the fonts, and you'll have a brand new web design business website in a few clicks. We went ahead and hired some of the best designers in the world to make these for you all for free to give you that boost you need in the industry. In the second section, we'll be talking about the business aspects. In this section, we'll help you understand branding. Branding is the single most important aspect of your business and tells people who you are, and it also attracts specific customers. We will walk you through how to write questionnaires, how to create proposals, how to make digital contracts, and terms and conditions. We will also talk about how to price your web design business, offer recurring revenue services that get you extra revenue every month. We'll also talk about Irate Customers and how to deal with them. We will also be talking about how the web design process works from start to finish, such as getting your email, writing proposals, all the way to handing off the website to the client and getting testimonials from your clients. In section 3, we'll talk about workflow. Workflow is how to operate the day-to-day operations in your web design business. I'll be explaining things like how to manage web hosting for your clients, how to migrate websites, explain what wireframes are, mockups, prototypes, and I'll also give you my personal opinion on WordPress page builders and other UI tools like Figma and Adobe XD. I'll also be explaining how to hand off your websites and put them on a recurring revenue plan if they decide to go that route. In section 4, we'll talk about the design process. We'll be talking about the design aspects of your website. Here we'll talk about colors and fonts. It's crucial to understand colors and the psychology behind them. Have you ever noticed how all social media websites like Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn are always blue, and how expensive brands like Mercedes, Audi, and Apple are always silver? There's a reason for that. We'll also talk about landing page strategies like the importance of padding, when to use animations, and when to not use animations. By the end of this section, you'll fully understand the design aspects of how to design a website the right way. Daniel Scott will also walk you through how to use Figma. Figma is the most popular UI tool in the web design industry, and most web agencies require you have experience with this tool. Daniel Scott is a pro with Figma and will walk you through how to create an entire mockup from scratch so you'll learn how to use Figma for your web design business. And lastly, in section 5, we'll be talking about marketing. Marketing should be the second most important aspect of your business. Without marketing, you won't make money. We have created a complete guide on how to market and start your web design business from A to Z. We have created a complete marketing guide on everything you can possibly need to know on how to properly and successfully market your web design business. We will also be showing you the most effective free methods along with some paid methods as well. Now, if you guys do have questions for me or Daniel, you guys can let us know in the comments below. If you guys do want to jump around also to different parts of this tutorial, we have timestamps in the description where you guys can go to specific sections of this tutorial. Also, if you feel like I'm going too fast or too slow, there is a gear icon at the bottom right where you can speed up or you can slow down the video. So with all that said, let's go ahead and start this web design tutorial, and let's first go ahead and go to section 1 where I'll teach you everything you need to know about WordPress. All right, welcome to section 1. So in this part of the video, we'll be teaching you everything you need to know about WordPress. We'll show you guys how to get hosting. We'll talk about page builders, how to make pages, what are WordPress themes, what are plugins. We will give you the whole 101 on WordPress. So let's go ahead and get started. And the popularity of WordPress is growing. WordPress now controls up to 40% of the entire internet, making it the most popular platform for building websites in the world. It's completely drag and drop, really easy to use, and anyone can get started with it. Today, I'll walk you through how to build your website. You'll have access to various templates and pre-made starter websites to help build your new WordPress website. I'll show you how to pick a pre-made template, adjust the color, change the text, and turn this pre-made template into your new website for your business or personal use. And the best part, everything is drag and drop, so you don't need to have any experience or knowledge of coding to build your new website. You're gonna love your new website, and I'll walk you through how to build your own step-by-step in this WordPress tutorial. In this video, I'll walk you through how to get web hosting and a domain. I'll walk you through how to install WordPress and get your website online. I'll then introduce you all to the WordPress dashboard and show you how it works. I'll show you how to create pages and blog posts for your website. I'll walk you through installing a WordPress theme and explain how they work. After that, I'll be showing you what a WordPress plugin is. With plugins, you can build anything on your website. You can build anything from a basic website, an e-commerce website, a booking website, a real estate website, a multi-vendor e-commerce website like Amazon, or even a hotel booking website. And the best part is you don't need any experience, and I'll walk you through this whole tutorial step by step. So let's first go to step 1 and get web hosting. To create a website, you do need to get your domain and web hosting. This means a company will host your website 24 hours a day and make sure it's properly running. This will also make sure your website's online and people can visit your website. You guys ready? All right, cool. Let's go ahead and start this WordPress tutorial. And welcome to namehero.com. Now, I've been recommending namehero.com for years and people love it. This week alone, I've had zero downtime with NameHero, so you guys will have a reliable website. And also, my websites load at under 1 second with NameHero. So we do test these servers to make sure that you guys do get the best web hosting possible. Now, once you guys are here, you'll click on Get Started Now, and then it'll bring you to 4 different pricing options. So we have the Starter Cloud, the Plus Cloud, the Turbo Cloud, and the Business Cloud. Now, I personally recommend the Plus Cloud if you guys are just getting started out, like if you're just getting your feet wet for the very first time. But for those of you who have been using WordPress for a while and you want to upgrade and get some more performance, I would definitely go with the Turbo Cloud, because with the Turbo Cloud, you guys do get the new NVMe storage, which does just give you a little bit more performance with your website. So you'll go ahead and pick a package that works best for you and your budget. And then once you guys figure your package out, you'll go ahead and click on Order Now. All right, and here you're going to enter in your domain name. So this is the name of your new website. So portfoliowebsite.com or mynewswebsite.com or whatever niche that you're building, you'll go ahead and put it here. So I'll just put it in tutorialdomain1.com and see if that's available. All right, cool, it's available. Now I know it takes time to figure out the domain of your website, so give it some time. It does take some thought for your new websites. Once you guys figure it out, you guys will click on Continue. All right, cool. So next we have the billing cycle, and we have 3 years, 2 years, and 1 year. Now, personally, I'd recommend 1 year. You guys do get a large discount, and this does give you enough time to decide if this is for you or not. However, if you guys are feeling very confident, I would recommend going with the 2 or 3 year plan. You guys do get the deal the longer you sign up for, so it really depends on your budget. But once you guys select a billing cycle, we'll scroll down. And I don't recommend any of these upsells personally. You can do this with free plugins. So yeah, you guys don't need those. And then we do get a free SSL with Name Hero. So that's pretty cool. Once you guys select your billing cycle, we will then click on continue. All right, next we have the domain configuration. Now I personally recommend the ID protection, guys. This will protect your personal information from spammers and people trying to sell you SEO packages and Viagra and all sorts of nonsense. Whenever you guys get those weird emails in your inbox, it's generally because they found your domain online. So this will actually protect you so you don't get spam in your inbox. So go ahead and click on ID protection and then click on continue. And look at that, for a year of hosting, you're paying less than $100. You're paying only $70. You guys can also go the cheaper routes and get the cheaper plan if you're on a really tight budget. But I think this is a great deal for web hosting for the entire year for this specific performance. So you guys are getting a reliable and a fast server for this price. So it's definitely worth it. So go ahead and scroll down, just keep scrolling. Now you're gonna go ahead and fill out your billing information here. So your first name, your last name, additional information. You'll put in your password and also a support pin. So this would be the pin that they would use to verify that it's you. And then also we have payment methods. So you can pay with PayPal, Coinbase, which is cryptocurrency, and credit card. Here you'll go ahead and put in your payment details. And if you guys do want to get their spam or their emails, they actually send some pretty good emails, guys. I'm not gonna lie. They have some cool promotional offers. You'll go ahead and check that box. And then you'll, of course, agree to their terms of service, right? I'm sure you guys are all going to read this here, right? You guys are all going to read this. I don't think anyone ever reads any of this stuff, but yeah, you'll go ahead and check the terms of service. And once you guys have checked out, I will meet you guys in the customer portal. All right, and welcome to your new dashboard. So this is your current dashboard. As you guys can see, I had many different packages, many domains, and I also have tickets with Name Hero, and they really help me out with all of my problems. So this is just your interface. On the left side, you can see your hosting packages. These are your current domains. You can always register a new domain. Also billing. So if you want to see your payments or you want to add funds or you want to adjust your payment methods, you can do that here. And also the support. So if you guys run into something weird, I know with websites, things just kind of get weird sometimes. You guys can always open a ticket here and they will help you out with all of your problems. And they are pretty fast. I mean, I think maybe under 1 hour, they can help you guys with all your problems. So once you guys are here, let's go ahead and install WordPress onto our new domain. You'll first click on My Cloud. Now here we have hosting packages. Now you should probably only have one here. So just go ahead and click on your hosting package. And next we're going to see this Login to cPanel. Go ahead and click on Login to cPanel. All right, cool. So now we're going to go ahead and install WordPress onto our domain. So up here, we'll type in WordPress. Here we go. We have WordPress Manager by Softaculous. We'll click on this. All right, and from here, we're going to install WordPress. You guys can see I have many installations of WordPress already, but right here, you'll click on Install. And now we're going to look for the domain that we purchased. So right here, you have the Choose Domain section. So you'll probably see your domain that you purchased. I'll just go ahead and select this one, but you're going to select the domain that you purchased. And for the protocol, make sure this is HTTPS, which is the SSL. Now for indirectory, make sure nothing is here. All right, I don't know why that's there by default, but oops, whoops. But make sure nothing is there because that will install your domain onto like yourwebsite.com/something, and you don't want that there. Yeah, just don't have that there. Make sure that's empty. Now for the admin username, go ahead and give yourself an admin username and a password. And this is what we are going to use to log into the website. So whenever you want to build your website, you're going to use these login credentials. So make sure you write these down. I'll just put admin. Never put pass, guys. Make sure this is something unique. I'll just put paddywhack. And your admin email. Make sure that this is an email that you have access to because when you forget your password, they will send this information to your email. So I'll put in my Gmail account here, my famous PC hoarder, which I do get tons of spam. And below that, you can always select your language. We can always adjust the language as well inside the WordPress dashboard, and I'll show you how to do that in just a bit. And we're going to keep scrolling down here to the bottom. They have these other themes they want us to use, but we're not going to use these. And right here, you'll click on Install. Yeah, they said 3 to 4 minutes. That was not 3 to 4 minutes, right? Now here we have Install WordPress, and this is the administrative URL. So just go ahead and click on this link, and this will log you in to your website. All right, awesome. So now we have WordPress installed and our website is now live on the internet. And if you want to see what your website looks like right now on the internet, at the top left right here, you'll just click on Visit Sites. And this is the current theme that they are giving us. And it is really bland, really boring, ugly, but not to worry, we'll make it look really good. So to go back to your dashboard, go ahead up here and click on Dashboard. Now that we have our website online, now let's go ahead and adjust some of these general settings. The first thing we want to do is go to Users and click on Profile. Now in the future, if you guys ever lose your password or if you want to change the color scheme, this is where you're going to do it. I think for this video, we're going to use Midnight. I just like Midnight. It's really easy to see. These other ones are just really, really tacky. I mean, that's way too much, you know? So yeah, I think we're going to go with Midnight. I just like that. It's a lot easier to see. And we're going to scroll down here. Now, you can always adjust your email, so you can always change your email. And remember, this is important because if you forget your password, the password will be sent to that specific email. So you can always adjust that at any time. And below that, we have a new password. This is where you're going to change your password. So for WordPress, if you ever want to change your password, this is where you're going to do it. And once you've made all the changes that you want, you'll go ahead and click on Update Profile. Now, let's say, for example, you guys speak a different language. On the left side right here, we have Settings. We'll click on General. Now here you can enter your email or you can update it at any time. So if you get a new email address and you want to update it, you would do that right there. And below that, we have the site language. Now, if you change this, this will actually apply to the backend. So you can put any language that you speak. So if you speak Spanish, Portuguese, Arabic, Hindi, whatever, you can adjust the language for your backend options. And below that, we'll go ahead and click on Save Changes. The next thing that we need to do is we need to adjust our permalinks. On the left side, you're going to see permalinks. Now here we have a few options, but you want to select this as post name. And the reason why we do this is because when you go to a website, you see like, you know, yourwebsite.com/shop, right? Not like all this, you know, numbers, and it just looks really cluttered and ugly. And the post name option is the best for SEO purposes. So once you select the post name, you'll scroll down and click on Save Changes. All right, now let's say, for example, you guys want to log in and log out of your websites. Maybe you're at a friend's house and you want to, you know, mess around with WordPress. First, what I'll do is I'll log out. So right here, I'll go ahead and click on Log Out. So right now I'm logged out of my website and there's no way for me to enter it. So whenever you want to log into your website and make changes, you'll go to your address bar and type in -wp-admin and press Enter. From here, you guys can enter in your login credentials that you guys use to install WordPress. So I believe mine was admin and it was Paddywhack, right? Paddywhack? We can always take a look here. Remember me and login. All right, cool. So the next step is let's go ahead and create some pages. So over here under Pages, go ahead and click on All Pages. Now, whenever you create pages for WordPress, they will be displayed right here. Now, these are just demo pages that WordPress created for us automatically, like privacy policy and also the sample page. But to create a new page, just click on Add New. And this will be like the home page, right? I'll click on Publish and Publish. So let's go ahead and view this page right here. So let's go ahead and view this page. So right here, I'll click on View Page. And this is our home page, right? This is the page that we created. So let's make more pages. Up here under Plus New, we'll also click on Page. This is just a shortcut way to do it. You can do this with posts and also pages. So it's just a quicker way to access pages. And then this will be the About Us. Publish and Publish. On the right side, let's create one more page. So right here, add a new page. And this will be the Contact Us page. I'll click on Publish. Now, right before I click on Publish again, you guys will see that we have these options. You guys can make these pages private if you choose to do that. Maybe you're working on it and you don't want people to see it. You can click on Privates, and this will make the page itself private so no one else can see it. Only the admins or people who are logged in on your website can see it. But yeah, I'll just leave mine public for now and then click on Publish. So let's take a look at our website. So let's go back over here and click on the W icon and go back over here and click on Visit Sites. So right away, you guys probably have noticed that we don't have any access to those pages, right? We can't really see those pages. So let's go ahead now and create a menu for our websites. So let's go ahead and go back over here to our dashboard. Now to create a menu, we're going to go down to Appearance and click on Menus. So this is the name of your menu. And don't worry about the name, guys. No one's going to see it but you. So this will be like Primary Menu. And I'll click on Create a Menu. Now here we have pages, right? I'll click on View All, which will display all of the pages. So here we have the home, the about, the contact. We also do have a second home page. And I want you guys to go ahead and add that in there and click on Add to Menu. So this is the home page right here is created automatically by WordPress. And this is just a custom link. So it's not really a page, but we can move this around, right? So let's move this to the bottom here, move the home page up here, right? So we have home, about us, contact. Now we can go ahead and change the name of this custom link. So maybe you guys have like a Facebook page, right? Or a Twitter or a TikTok or something like that. We can go ahead and click on open and we can put the URL of the Facebook page, right? So like facebook.com/DarrelWilson03, which is my fan page. And then right here for the title, we'll just put Facebook page. So now it has nothing to do with the home page, right? It's just a link to our social media pages. Now we can add in more custom links at any time right here under custom links. Maybe you guys have a Twitter, right? So this will be like the, Twitter, right? Twitter and then, dash, your profile or something like that. And then this would be like Twitter account or my Twitter, something like that. And then right here, I'll click on Add to Menu. So to close this, just click on that arrow. So now we have the home, the about, the contact, and then we also have our social media links right here. Let's click on Primary Menu and then click on Save Menu. All right, so now let's go ahead and take a look at our website and see what's changed next. Let's go ahead and click on Visit Sites. And there we go. So now we have the home page, the about, the contact, the Facebook page, and also the Twitter. And if they were to click on these, it would then take them to those social websites. But here we have our normal pages, and they're empty right now just because we haven't used the page builder yet. But I'm just introducing you guys to the actual concept of making pages. Now there's one more thing that I want to do is I want to assign this home page as the default home page. If you guys notice when they go to my domain right here, it takes them to this specific URL. And I want to change that. So I want to tell WordPress, what is the first page people visit when they visit my websites? Well, we can change that. So let's go back over here to Dashboard. And we're going to go down to Settings and click on Reading. Here you can see that it says your home page displays. Let's click on a static page. Now, what is the home page of your website, right? It's going to be the home page. So basically, when people go to my website, the first page they're going to see is this page here. And you can change that to any page that you want. Later on, when we make blog posts, we're going to assign a default blog page as our default post page. But we'll do that in just a little bit. Here, let's click on Save Changes. So now let's take a look at our website one more time. And there you go. So now you'll see that the home page is gone, right? And this home page is now the default page that users are brought to when they visit our website. So we have a pretty cool menu. We have a pretty cool menu. Everything's working out pretty well. So the next thing that we're going to do is that we are now going to change this WordPress theme, right? Because I don't like this style, and this theme doesn't really have a lot of features and it's a little dated. So let's go ahead and change the WordPress theme. So let's go back to our dashboard here. And we're going to go down to Appearance and click on Themes. And at the top, we're going to click Add New. Now, before we install a WordPress theme, I quickly want to go ahead and talk about what is a WordPress theme and how each WordPress themes differ from one another. First, let's talk about what is a WordPress theme. Every website you make with WordPress requires a specific WordPress theme. Without getting too techy, a WordPress theme is a general style and layout of your current website. Each WordPress theme has different options in the theme customizer. The options can range from a header and a footer builder, different blog post layouts, controlling the width of your website like a block or a full width, or specific e-commerce features like product layouts or different shop page layouts. A WordPress theme generally controls the layout and style of your current WordPress website. A WordPress theme does not build the website itself, but it's more of an outside shell for the page builders and a starting point to build your WordPress website. Feel free to check out many of the WordPress themes to find a style that fits for you and your WordPress website. So that is WordPress themes summed up. Each of these WordPress themes offer different features from one another. Now, all of these themes are free. However, with everything, all of these themes have a pro version. So they might have extended features and functionality in the pro version. And the free version is basically a light version, right? So it'll offer a majority of the features, but if you want access to all the features, a majority of these themes do have a pro version that you can purchase. Now, just to get started, let's go ahead and first install the Astra theme. So this is a theme that I'm going to install right here. Let's go ahead and type it in just in case they, I don't know, they move themes around sometimes and that's really out of my control. But this is the Astra theme. So go ahead and click on install. And then once you guys install it, you'll then click on activate. All right. So we changed the theme of our website. Let's go ahead and take a look at our website just to see what's happened here. So now you guys see that the entire structure has changed, right? So the menu is a little bit different. We have this kind of gray, whites, and this blue scheme. And also you can see the menu has like a different structure, right? It has this line right here with a white background, and it just has a different look and feel overall. Now let's go ahead and access the theme customizer and just take a look at some of the options this theme offers. So at the top right there, just click on customize. And here you'll see that we have a few options, right? Like for example, we have a header builder. With the Astra theme, you guys can actually build a custom header from scratch, right? So a lot of themes have preset styles. However, with the Astra theme, you guys can actually, you know, kind of build your own header. So you see we have this little guy popping up. We can move this over here. I can add in more pages, or I can add in a search or some social media icons. So I'll go ahead and just add those in. And then, you know, here I'll just drag it below. So now we have 3 different kind of, you know, rows right there. So every theme does have its own unique features, and it'll just be up to you to kind of go through each theme and figure out which works best for you and your WordPress website. However, I think Astra is probably one of the best free themes out there. It's #1 in the WordPress repository, mainly because it's drag and drop. It's really easy to use, and it offers tons and tons of templates. So yeah, that is the actual header builder for the Astra theme. But let's just quickly go ahead and switch themes really quick. So I'm going to go ahead and close this box. And you can see we've done some work right here, right? But let's go ahead and just change themes really quick just to give you an observation of what that does. So let's go over here to add new. Here I'll type in Bloxy, right? So Bloxy. Bloxy is another very popular WordPress theme. Here I'll click on install. And then I'll click on activate. Now, many of these themes will prompt you to install their plugin. A lot of these themes do require plugins to make them optimal, but let's just take a quick look at the websites. Now you guys can see that we have this different scheme style, how it looks a little different. And let's just click on customize here. So right away, you guys have noticed this theme customizer looks a lot more different. In fact, here they have this light scheme and a dark scheme, which I really do like. I do like this theme as well. They do also have a header and a footer builder where you can kind of drag in elements here. So we can drag in a button right there. We can drag in some social icons. Now here you'll see the button. I think this looks a little bit cleaner than Astra, to be honest, but we can just rearrange these to make it look a little bit nicer. Now, if you guys are interested in this WordPress theme, I do have a tutorial on the Bloxy theme. This theme is very dynamic. It has a lot of options, so I don't have time to go through all of them, obviously, but I'm just giving you guys an example that every theme has specific features. So kind of just go through each theme, see which one works best for you. And if you guys do need help, you guys can go ahead and visit my top 10 best WordPress theme video, and I will leave that in the description below of this video. All right, so the next step, let's go ahead and import a template that we can use to build and work on our website. So let's go back over here to our dashboard. And now we're gonna go to Appearance, and you're gonna see this Astra options. Now this is only available if you have the Astra theme installed. So if you don't see this, it's because your theme is not set to Astra. So make sure to reactivate Astra, and then your Astra options will be available. On the right side, you're going to see this Install Importer Plugin. Go ahead and click on Install Importer Plugin. Now it's going to prompt you right here with this little video. You guys can just go ahead and skip this. They're just introducing you to the theme. But right here, click on Build Your Website Now. Here we have 3 different page builders. Now, before we go on any further, I quickly want to talk about what the page builder does and how each page builder is very different than one another. All right, let's talk about page builders. Like we talked about earlier, WordPress themes are the shell of your website, allowing you to control the structure and page layout of your WordPress website. A page builder designs the website and creates the actual website itself. With a page builder, you can add images, text, colors, rows, and columns. For every WordPress website, you do need to have some sort of page builder in order to design the website. There are several page builders to choose from, and many of these page builders are completely free. There is Gutenberg. Gutenberg is the default builder with WordPress. Elementor, which is the current leading free page builder for WordPress. Brizy, which is great for beginners. And Divi, which is one of the most popular premium page builders for WordPress. To be honest, there is really no best page builder. I do believe whatever works best for you and your WordPress website is the page builder that you should choose. You need to spend your own time to go through each builder and see which one works best for you, as they do have all different styles and benefits. For this video, we will be using Elementor. This is the most popular free page builder for WordPress with tons of integrations, templates, and resources to use. So to summarize, that is what a page builder is. It's essentially needed to build your WordPress website and gives it the overall look and style of your website. So that's what a page builder is summed up, right? It controls all the content within your website, and the WordPress theme sort of acts like a shell outside of your website. Now we have three different page builders. We have the default editor, we have Elementor, and we also have Beaver Builder. Most users tend to use Elementor. It has the most features and it's free. I will be talking about the default editor a little bit later in this video. And there's also Beaver Builder, which I just don't use. You know, you guys can try it if you want, but I just don't use it that often. So go ahead and click on Elementor. All right, and here are all of the starter templates that come with the Astra theme. The reason why Astra is so popular is because it has a lot of free templates available for its users. Now, there are some premium templates right here. So you guys can see there's this sticker that says premium. So those you guys will need to upgrade to the actual pro version. But you guys can use a lot of these templates available in the free version of Astra. But let's go ahead and scroll up right here and we can go ahead and categorize these templates, right? So we have business, agency, hotel and travel, local business, and you guys can go ahead and pick a category that can help you with your website. So I'll just go ahead and click on agency right here, and it's going to filter all the templates by agency. So I want to install this roofing one right here. So even my dad, he's in the roofing business. So here we have the roofing agency. I'll just go ahead and select this one for now. So once you guys select the templates, don't worry, you guys can always select another template a little bit later, and I'll show you guys how to reset your sites where you can install every template from scratch. Here is a logo uploader. So if you guys do have a logo, you guys can upload it right here. If you do not have a logo yet, don't worry, you guys can do this later. And I'll also give you a really good resource on where you guys can get a premium logo for your business. But right here, let's click on skip and continue. Now, what I like about Astra is this new option of changing the colors because, you know, this is like a burgundy color, right? And, you know, burgundy with roofing doesn't really go well, right? So we can change the actual scheme of the website, right? So we can go ahead and pick these different colors. And if you guys notice right here, it'll go ahead and apply throughout your whole website. So you guys can go ahead and pick a color scheme that kind of represents your business. You guys can also do this with fonts as well. So you guys can go ahead and switch this between different fonts on your website. I'll go ahead and just select Poppins for now. And I want to select the blue color. You know, I think for construction, blue makes the most sense. If you guys are like in the eco or you are in the finance sector, I guess green would make more sense because that deals with money. But once you guys go ahead and select a color and a font, you'll click on continue. Now here they just want a little bit more information about yourself. I'll say my name is Darrel. All right, here is the email. You guys can choose to sign up for their newsletters if you guys choose to do that. It's not mandatory, but I'll just say I'm a beginner with building websites for myself. I want to make sure that all this is selected. So I want to select the customizer settings, the widgets, import the content, and this is up to you. This is sharing non-sensitive data. This just helps them if there's like crashes or glitches. It'll help Astra improve. So you guys can, you know, leave that checked or unchecked. But right here, let's click on submit and build my website. Right now, it's going to import all the demo content and it's going to install any necessary plugins to create your website. All right, so the website has been created for us. We got this congratulations little banner and this guy saying, yeah, thank you. So, but we can leave this right here by just clicking on view your websites. And here we go. So now you can see that our website looks fantastic, right? It looks great. We have this landing page. We have all the content here that is set and everything looks fantastic. So you guys can just go ahead and scroll down, take a look at your website. make sure everything looks good. But as of now, this is your new WordPress website and it looks great. Now there is one thing that I do want to talk about really quick, and that is the homepage. So many of the times when users actually create the homepage, they create it as home, and that might cause an error. So if you do get that error, all you need to do is just assign the new Astra homepage as your default homepage. If you guys don't see any errors, no problem, but I'm just gonna go ahead and walk you guys through. Maybe you got like a 404 error, or like, oh, this page does not exist. You'll go down here under homepage settings, and you just want to make sure that your homepage is selected to the Astra homepage. Because if I click on homepage, this is the page that we created, right? And there was nothing on that page. So you just want to make sure that the homepage for the new Astra template is selected, and it'll be displayed right there. So that's that. But I'll go ahead and click on publish, and I'll close the theme customizer. All right, now before I show you guys how to use the page builder, I quickly want to go ahead and talk about how to make blog posts, right? Because maybe you're a blogging roofing company and you want to create blog posts, right? Let's do that. Up here, we have plus new. Let's create a new page. And this is going to be our blog page. So this is going to be the page where our blog posts display. And this will be blog, right? Just blog. There we go. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. And then here, I'll click on publish and publish. And let's go back to our website. So let's click on the W, and let's go ahead and click on Visit Sites. Now, whenever you guys make pages for your website, you will always have to add them to your menu, because you notice how we have that blog page that we created, it's still not on the menu. So we need to go ahead and assign any page that we create to the menu. So let's do that. Let's go back over here to Dashboard, Appearance, and then we'll click on Menu again. You guys can close these notices. These are just the themes and the plugin companies. They're like begging you, like, please give us a 5-star review. You guys can do that if you choose to do that. But yeah, I'm just gonna close it. You know, I love Astra. I love the guys over there. The owner's a great guy. I've met him, but I've already given them a 5-star. You know, it's like, stop begging, jeez. So here you can see on the left side, we have pages, right? Let's click on View All. And here is our current menu. So right here, we have blog, and then add to menu. You guys might also notice how we have duplicates, right? We have the contact us, and then we have contact us Elementor. The reason why we have a copy of the about us and the contact us is because we created the about us and the contact us. However, the Astra theme already created another page called the about us and the contact us. So I'll show you how to delete that in just a bit. But I'll go ahead and just move this up here, right there, and click on Save Menu. All right, so we added those to our menu. Let's go back over here and go to Pages and click on All Pages. So here you can see we have Contact Us Elementor, because remember, Elementor is the page builder that we are using to create our sites. Here we don't have anything, right? We created the page, however, there's nothing really on it. So here I'll click on View, and you can see how nothing's on this Contact Us page, right? But also I'll click on this Contact Us with Elementor, and this is where all of the content will be on our contact page. So if you guys ever want to just delete a page, just go ahead and click on Trash. And that's how you guys can delete a page, right? So also we have the sample page. We can get rid of that one. This About Us page right here, we're not using it. So I'll click on Trash. Now, if you guys do want to actually see the pages that are in the trash can, which is your recycle bin, you'll click on Trash. You guys can always restore these pages at any time if you choose to do that, or you can just delete them permanently. So essentially, this is just a recycle bin for your pages. All right, so next, let's create a blog post. Right here, we have Posts, and let's click on Add New. So this is gonna be the name of your blog post, like 10 things men love about, I don't know, women. That's a great title, right? So that's very controversial. So people would probably click on this, right? And this is going to be the demo content. Now, what is the image that represents this article? Well, we need to assign it. So over here under Post, we'll go ahead and click on Featured Image. And Featured Image is the actual image that represents this blog post. So right here, I'll click on Set a Featured Image. And here we have Media Library. Now, Astra does also upload all the images to your server. However, with Astra, we can actually use the images from a website called Pixabay. So here we have free images, right? And we can go ahead and insert images that relate to our article. So this would be like, we put men, right? I kind of like that bird. That's a really nice image. I like that bird. But here we go. This is good. This is a good one. A nice manly image right there. So this is the image that represents the article. However, you guys might also want to create categories for your blog posts, right? So for the category, I'm going to create a new category called dating, right? This is the dating category. Maybe you're running like a dating roofing website. I don't know, or we can just put roofing, whatever. But I'm just explaining to you that you can create specific categories for your blog posts. So let's click on publish and publish. Now, before we go to this actual blog post, let's just go back to our website here and just make sure the blog page was displaying. So let's go back to visit site here. All right, so you'll see that we have this blog right here. So we'll click on blog. However, you guys might notice here that the blog is empty. And the reason why the blog page is empty is because we need to tell the theme that we want the blog posts on this page. Remember earlier how we talked about that? So let's go back to that. Let's go back to our dashboard here. We'll go down to settings and we'll click on reading. Here we have post page. So just assign the blog page as the actual page for your posts, and then click on Save Changes. We can now go back and visit the websites, and then we'll click on Blog. All right, cool. So here we go. We got 10 things men love about women, and then this is also the default post that comes with WordPress. So let's click on this article here. All right. The image is a little big. Maybe we didn't have to use such a big image, but here we have the article, we have the content, and people can say, great blog post. And then click on post comment. And then anyone that visits your website, they can then leave comments and they can register on your website. You can always adjust the actual comment settings in the back end of your website by going to the reading section in the general settings. So let's just have a quick rundown before we go on to the actual page builder. So here we have posts, right? And all the posts that you create will be displayed right here. This is the default post with WordPress, so we can just go ahead and trash this. We don't need that. Here are the categories and everything else. Next, we have the media section. Now, whenever you upload anything to WordPress, all the images will be displayed right here. It's just more of a big folder and a database to hold all of your images. You guys can delete images from your database at any time by clicking on the image and then clicking on the delete permanently button right there. And that will delete the image from your server. Next here we have the pages section. So these are a list of all of your pages, right? Now, whenever you create a page or you're using a page, you guys can go ahead and assign that page on your menu. Okay, so just remember when you add pages, you need to assign them to your menu. Next, we have comments. So you'll see here how we have a comment from a user, right? So that makes sense. I commented, and people can comment on your blog if you choose to have that option. Here we have Elementor. Now this is the actual page builder, and this is the actual templates. In this video, I'm not going to cover the theme builder or the technicals of Elementor, because I'll be making a whole nother video on the Elementor page builder for another video. This right here is a form builder. So this is a plugin that was installed automatically using the Astra settings. We'll talk more about this plugin in just a little bit. It's not, this is not a default WordPress function. This is only because we installed a plugin. Here we have appearance. Now, again, you guys can go ahead and switch between themes at any time. If you guys do want to adjust the actual starter menus or the starter templates, you'll just click on starter templates here, and this will bring you back to the screen where you guys can import another starter template on your WordPress websites. So the next thing is the actual menu right here. So menus is, again, this is the actual primary menu of your website. So this is the menu for our website. Now, remember earlier how we created our own menu, the primary menu? Here I'll click on primary menu and I'll click on select. Now, this is the old menu that we created when we first used WordPress, but we don't really have to use this menu anymore because obviously we don't use the About Us page, the Contact Us page, and we've already had this other menu that the Astra theme created for us. So to delete a menu, just click on Delete Menu and then click on OK. Now here we have the primary menu, right? So if you guys do want to add custom links to this menu, all you have to do right here is click on Custom Links. This can be your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook or whatever. And then Twitter. Or I don't know, sorry. Here we go, hold on. I'm tripping out, guys. Here we go. Facebook, whatever, Facebook. So this can be like your social profile to Facebook, whatever. And you can always add your pages to your menu. You guys can also add posts to the menu as well. So remember earlier how we created that post for our blog? You guys can go ahead and add that to your actual menu. You guys can also add in the categories for your blog, which I think makes more sense. So if you want to turn your website into like a blog, you can just click on the dating category, and this will take the visitors of your website to every blog post that you create within the dating category. Makes sense? Pretty cool, right? So I want to capitalize this really quick. There we go. That looks better, right? So that looks a lot nicer, right? So let's go ahead and click on Save Menu. Now we'll be talking about widgets in just a bit, but first let's click on Plugins right here. And then we're going to click on Add New. Now before we start adding plugins, let me first explain what a plugin is and how it can help increase the functionality of your WordPress website. What is a WordPress plugin? A WordPress plugin is an add-on for your WordPress website. Think of a plugin like applications for your smartphone. With plugins, you can extend the functionality of your existing WordPress website. For example, you can turn your website into a booking website, an e-commerce website, a hotel booking website, or a car dealership website. There is virtually no limit on how flexible you can make your WordPress website, and this is why WordPress has become so popular over the years. Just a tip, don't install too many plugins, like more than 15, because this can have an impact on the speed of your website, lowering the performance. If you have too many plugins on your website, you might find yourself getting errors and glitches on your site. So to summarize, a plugin can give your website additional features and extend the power and the functionality of your WordPress website. And this is why they are essential to WordPress. So that's pretty much what plugins are. Plugins are applications for your website. So for example, right, we have Popular. This is a contact form. This right here helps you with SEO. The WooCommerce plugin, this will actually turn your website into an e-commerce website. The really simple SSL plugin, this actually gives you the green padlock on your website if you're having issues. This is a security plugin. This is a migration plugin. I mean, there are over 50,000 WordPress plugins out there. However, the one plugin that you guys should always have on your website is the Lightspeed Cache plugin. Go ahead and install this plugin. Caching is great. It helps speed up your website, and it actually cleans up the cache from your site. So I'll go ahead and activate this plugin. And whenever you guys install a plugin, you guys might notice that you might see it on your dashboard, or you might get another option for it on the left side. So whenever you install any plugin, you'll see that an option for it should display somewhere within your WordPress dashboard. Now, one quick tip, guys, is do not have too many plugins. If you have like 20 plugins on your website will start getting random errors, and it'll also get very slow. So just be mindful about installing too many plugins on your WordPress website. So as you guys are using WordPress, feel free to explore all these plugins on your own free time. I do have a video on some of the best WordPress plugins as well. Like for example, Smush. This is actually a pretty cool plugin. This will actually reduce the image sizes of all the images on your website so it loads faster. This one right here is an optimization plugin. This will delete the comment section from your website if you want to do that. This is a cookie notice. Some countries do require a cookie notice and a GDPR. I believe Europe does require the GDPR notice. And there's just a lot of other plugins to go through, guys. I mean, a social feed. And to be honest, I have not used all of these plugins. I really can't speak for all of them, but there's just so many of them. And I love plugins. I mean, they're great. I mean, this is a great plugin, Rank Math. I have a video on that one as well. And there's just some other really cool plugins to choose from. So feel free to explore plugins on your own time. However, the contact form that we are using here is called WP Forms. And this will allow contact forms on your WordPress website. So right here, you'll see we have WP Forms, right? And here we have all forms. And you might notice that there's two forms. Now, WP Forms will create default forms for you automatically. So right here, I'll click on Simple Contact Form. And this is the actual contact form on our site. Now, you guys can actually drag and drop more elements onto your contact form. So for example, if you want to add in like a paragraph text, we can drag that there, and then you can change this to like, tell me about yourself, something like that. I don't know, maybe you're a boss and you have an interview box or something, and you can make this box required, right? So they must fill something out in order to continue. But I'll just go ahead and save this box or save this contact form. Now, since we created this form, the Elementor page builder actually integrates very well with this contact form. So I'll just go ahead and close this. And let's go back and visit sites. And then we'll go back to the contact us. So let's go ahead and scroll down here. Now this is the contact form that will be displayed on your website. So enter your full name, tell me about yourself, your phone number, your email, and anything that you adjusted on that contact form will automatically be applied right here. Now we will be talking about how to create your own contact form and how to design the website in the last section of this video, but I just want to demonstrate this is where your contact form will be displayed. All right, so lastly, we're going to be talking about page builders and how to design the website using the Elementor page builder. Now, I quickly want to go ahead and just give you a small overview about page builders before we jump into the actual page builder itself. Now, there are various page builders in the industry. For example, there is the Brizy page builder. This is another free WordPress plugin that you guys can use, and you guys can see here they do give you a preview of the actual page builder. Brizy is a very popular page builder. It's free, and you guys can access it in the WordPress repository, which I'll show you in just a bit. There's also obviously Elementor. Elementor is another free builder, and with all these builders, they do have a pro version. So they give you like a small little preview of the page builder, but if you want like the advanced features and the good features, there is a pro plan for all these free page builders. There's also Beaver Builder as well. This is another free page builder, and you can always purchase the Pro on their websites. And lastly, there is the Divi theme, which is only a premium page builder. So this is not available in the WordPress repository. However, it's a very popular page builder. I think, in fact, right now it's the most used WordPress theme in the world. I think so. I think Astra and Divi are definitely top two, but it does have its own builder, and you guys can see it's really easy to use. But I have a video on this, and we'll talk about this another time. But I'm just introducing you all to the different page builders with WordPress. Now, if you guys do want to access these page builders, you guys can go ahead and install these on your website. So right here under Plugins, I'll just give you an example here under Add New. We can type in Brizy, right? B-R-I-Z-Y. And this is the actual page builder. So you can always start out with the free version, and then later on, you can always purchase the pro version. There's also Elementor, right? So you can just type in Elementor right here. And here is the Elementor website builder. You can see the active installs and the review for each page builder. So that might help you make a decision. And then there's also Beaver Builder, right? There's Beaver Builder as well, which is another very popular page builder. It's right here. It has 200,000 active installs. And there is one more that's kind of new that some people use. I don't use it too much. And that is WP Page Builder, which is, I think it's down here somewhere, right? WP Page Builder with 10,000 active installs. There was also the Site Origin Page Builder. This page builder was very popular back in the day. However, they've been depreciated since then. A lot of people have stopped using it because this was like the original OG of page builders. But later on, more competition came out and they were sort of left behind. So that's a quick little rundown of WordPress page builders. You guys can switch between page builders, but if you do, your website might break and the contents, you'll have to basically remake your website. So just be mindful that if you do switch between page builders, generally the website will break and you'll have to kind of reconstruct it with the different page builder. All right, so now that you guys understand the page builders, let's quickly go ahead and talk about how to use the Elementor page builder. So at the top right here, I'll click on Edit with Elementor. All right, so the Elementor page builder works like this, right? Where you can go ahead and drag in columns and elements onto your website. So for example, right here, we have the content that was created for us automatically with Astra. We can go ahead and change this, right? So I'll put, we are, the best roofing experts on the internet, something like that. And if I want a little space here, I can just put in a little space, and then it'll go ahead and apply right there. And with the Elementor page builder, you can go ahead and change the alignments, right? We can kind of move it around like the middle. Also right here, I can click on this element, put it in the middle, and then click on this button here and also align that in the center. So if you do want to have like that sort of approach, you guys can go ahead and do that. But let's say, for example, you want to add in more elements, right? So here we have the text editor. I'll just drag in this text editor, and when you see that blue line, you can just drop it, right? And for every element on the left side, you'll see you have content, right? Now the content tab, this controls the actual content of the actual elements. The style tab, this controls the alignment and also the color and the typography. For example, if I want to change the color, you'll see all I need to do here is just change it to white, and then I can center that. And then also here we can adjust the typography, right? So we can change that to something else. Now the advanced tab, this is where you would adjust the padding and a lot of these other motion effects. For example, I will click on this little link values together, and I want to add padding. Now padding is space, right? So the more space or the more padding that you have, the more space it creates. You see how it's creating a lot of space? So if I want to add space on the top and the bottom, all I have to do is just increase the padding, and then the page builder will create space above that just to make sure it's not so cluttered and next to each other, right? So let's go ahead and scroll down here, and we can keep adjusting this, right? So for example, here we have these images, right? But let's say, for example, I want to put in my own image, right? I'll just click on the image, click on choose the image, and then here I can upload my own image right here by clicking on select files and uploading my own image, or I can use the Pixabay, right? The free images. Here I'll just type in roofing. Maybe that'll give us something good here. They also do have a safe search, guys, because this site does use like nude models sometimes. So if you're at work, you know, and you're looking at like, you know, that image pops up behind your coworker, they're gonna be like, dude, what the hell are you looking at? You know, and that could be bad, you know. But here we go. So let's type in roof here. Maybe that'll give us a better. All right, here we go. So we got this guy, he's roofing, right? We got this guy right here. So I'll go ahead and click on insert media. And now you'll see how that image displays on our website. Now I can also click on this image here, and I can adjust it as well. So I'll say, you know what, instead of uploading a new one, I'll just use this one here. You know, there we go. Or actually, that one doesn't fit too well. We'll go ahead and, so let's say, for example, we want to add more stuff onto the site, right? So we can just take this heading and I can drag and drop. I can also put it below the image here and just put like, you know, your new home or something like that. Now, let's say, for example, you know, we have a lot of this stuff right here, but let's say, for example, you want to add in your own section, right? Here, I'll click on this plus section. And first, let's click on this little folder. So Elementor does offer free templates as well. They do also have some templates in the pro version, but you guys can use some of the free templates that Elementor offers. They do also have blocks as well. Now, blocks are free blocks that you guys can add on your sites. However, you guys will need to sign up and connect with Elementor, but it's all for free. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and insert one of these blocks. So I'll go ahead and put in this one right here. I'll click on insert. And now it's going to prompt me to sign up with Elementor. So I'll go ahead and quickly click on get started, and I will log in, and then I'll click on connect. All right, so now you guys can see that we have the content, but they made the video private, but not to worry, we can just always put in our own URL from YouTube. So over here, I'll click on YouTube. Now this video right here, I'll put this in the description. This video actually shows you how to use Elementor step by step. It's about an hour and a half long, and it covers all of the basics from Elementor from the beginning all the way to the end. So I'll go ahead and copy this video, and I'll go back to the main website here, and I'll go ahead and paste in that URL. So I'll just paste it in there. So now we'll go back to the website, and I'll click on this little pencil icon, and here I will paste in my YouTube video, and there you go. So now we added in the YouTube video right there on the website. So you guys can go ahead and go through each of these elements and then just keep dragging and dropping these elements. These are the pro elements, but you guys do not have to purchase the pro version. I would recommend just use the free version, you know, just explore some of these options. Like for example, this little icon box where, you know, you can adjust things as you're liking. But yeah, if you guys do want to delete elements, remember, just right click and delete. You guys can also clone elements and clone rows. For example, I will right click on this whole row and click on the duplicate section. And this will just duplicate the entire row. And I can always just go ahead and delete that as well. Now you can always duplicate just columns as well. So you don't have to duplicate the entire row, but maybe you just want to duplicate one section, right? You can always do that as well. And then also delete it. So you'll just go to the website and change things to your liking. So for example, if you want to change the color right here, I'll just go to style. And then for the color, I'll change this to like red, you know, or something like that. So everything's really done for you. It's just up to you to just kind of go through each of these little sections and adjust it to your liking. Now I do want to talk about the contact form. So on the home page here, you can see that we have this contact form. And we even have this element right here called WP Forms. Remember earlier how we created that contact form? Go ahead and type in WP Forms, and I want to delete this one here. I'm just going to delete it. And here we have WP Forms, right? And I will just drag this in here. Now here we have select a form. Remember earlier how we created that simple contact form? I'll just go ahead and select that form, and then it'll display right here. So when you do create contact forms, you guys can use the WP Forms element and drag them onto your website to adjust the contact form and put it anywhere that you want on your site. Now, once you guys are done building your website, you guys will just click on this Update tab. And then on the burger menu up here, we'll click on View Page. All right, and there we go. So now you'll see that we have this beautiful website. Everything looks great. And all you need to do here is just add in your images, change the colors and the fonts to your style, and you are all ready to go. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. There we go. So we got the YouTube video there looking good. And then we have our contact form. Everything looks great. So let's go ahead and scroll back to the top of the website. Now, before I let you guys go, I want to talk about the theme customizer one more time, and also how to reset your WordPress websites to factory settings, just in case you want to install a new template. So at the top right here, let's click on Customize. And here we have the global setting. Now you guys can go through these options on your own time, but if you ever want to change like the color palette of your website, you guys can do that through the theme customizer. Remember earlier how we had those options? You guys can go ahead and adjust them right here to fit your liking. So you guys can change the color palette or change it back to whatever color that you want on your sites. Also, if you want to build your header up here, we'll click on Header Builder. And here you can always adjust the header. Now, I will be having a full another video on Astra because as you guys see, this is very dynamic and we can easily talk about, every part of this website for at least another hour. But some of you might not need it, so I'm not gonna really cover it. But I'm just showing you where you can go ahead and just, drag and drop elements here. Like for example, we can add in a widget or something like that, or another menu or something. And we can always rearrange this. So if you wanna move the site title, we can just move the title there, right? And so on and so forth. Now we also have the same option for the footer builder. So I want to scroll down to the bottom of the page here. And here we have the actual footer builder. So the footer builder works the same way, right? So here we have widget 1. Now what widgets are, guys, widgets are essentially just little features that you can add on specific parts of your website. So for example, here we have a widget 4, right? Here I'll click on Got It. And here we have this plus icon. So these are widgets, right? So we can add in a paragraph, we can add in a gallery, an image, or any of these things to our specific footer. However, the Astra theme does do a really good job at creating a preset footer for us. But let's just say, for example, you want to add in like an image on your footer, right? So here we have our media library. I'll just put in this, I'll put in this little, this text right here, right? And there you go. Now you'll see that we have this little logo right there, right? But let's say you want to add in something else, right? Let's add in a video or something, right? Or I don't know. Here I'll click on Browse All. And then here we can go ahead and just click on Video and insert that to URL. I'll paste in my YouTube video. And there's the YouTube video. So you guys can do this for every column, right? So we have 4 different columns. We have column 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you guys can go ahead and add in more features and move stuff around to your liking. And if you do want to add in more widgets, just click on the plus block where you can add in more blocks to your footer. And we can go back over here. Now, whenever you guys want to change anything on your site, like the blog itself, this can all be done through the theme customizer. So let's go ahead and scroll up here and go to the blog. Now here we have the blog, right? But you guys might notice maybe you want like a different style, right? So right here under blog, we'll click on single post. And here we can go ahead and change the design. So here we have our blog, right? But let's click on blog archive. Now we can go ahead and design this stuff, right? So maybe you don't want to have the featured image, right? I click on this little eye icon and this will hide the actual, the blog featured image, right? We can also choose to hide or add stuff right here. So this section right here just kind of controls the actual archive page, which is the blog. Over here under custom, we can change the custom width of this. So if you want it a little bit smaller, you guys can do that. And then also we have this design tab. The design tab here will adjust the fonts and the post title font size as well. Now let's say, for example, someone actually clicks on your blog post, right? So they click on it. How would we design this? Well, we'll go back right here to single post. And this is, again, the same option. So you guys can make the font bigger. And we can always go ahead and adjust the actual, we can even get rid of the featured image, or you can adjust the size of it or get rid of any of this other stuff if you choose to do that. So the single post just controls a part of your blog post where you would make your blog posts. All right, so feel free to explore the theme customizer, guys, on your own time. Again, I'll be having a full another video dedicated to every setting, but as you guys can tell, it can get quite long. So I don't want to make this video too long, but just make sure to check the description where I may have another tutorial on the Astra theme. So once you guys make the changes, you guys will then click on Publish. Now let me quickly go ahead and show you guys how to reset your WordPress website, just in case you want to start over, right? Because sometimes you're working on stuff, things get really weird, maybe you might get errors and you're like, oh my gosh, Darrel, I just want to start over. No problem. Over here under Plugins, we'll click on Add New. And all you need to search for is the Reset plugin. Now I do want to warn everybody, once you do this, your website will be gone forever. So just be mindful about that. So you can't get anything back. All right. I just want to make that very clear. But this is the plugin that I use right here. It's called WP Reset. So you'll just go ahead and click on Install, and then you'll click on Activate. Once you install this plugin, we can then use it by going over here and clicking on Plugins. And then you'll see WP Reset. And then I'll click on Open Reset Tools. And then we'll scroll down here, and then we're just going to type in Reset. So under Site Reset, just type in Reset here. Reset. I'll click on Reset WordPress. And right here it's saying, are you sure you want to reset the website? So all the content will be lost. Just be mindful about that. But I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, I'm done. I'm tired of it. We're checking out. We're gone. So there you go. And if we go back to our sites, you'll then see that the WordPress website has been reset. And it actually installed a theme called 2022, which is the new WordPress theme that will be coming out very soon. But if you guys do want to go ahead and activate themes again, just go over here and click on Themes. And then you can go ahead and find the theme that you're using and start all over again from scratch. All right, and the last thing I want to show you guys is just give you a quick overview about the default WordPress editor. So right here, I'll go ahead and activate Astra again. And I'll go ahead and import a starter template. So right here, I'll click on Get Started. Now I'll go through the process one more time and I will import another starter template. However, this time I'm gonna go ahead and use the block editor. So block editor, and let's just install something very simple, right? Let's just install this outdoor adventure. I'll click on this one. We will skip and continue, and then I'll just click on continue. I'll fill this information out, and then I'll click on submit and build my website. Now, while that's installing, I do want to introduce you guys to Fiverr. If you guys do need a logo for your website, this website can make logos for very cheap. You'll just type in logo right here, and these guys can make you a logo for little as like $5. It's really cheap. But for example, we'll scroll down here, and we have logos under 20. Premium logos, and then top rated sellers, and they can make some really nice logos for your website, because I know it can get really hard at times getting inspiration and ideas for your logo. You guys can also use placeit.net. This is also a really cool logo maker where they'll just get some information about your logo, and then they'll go ahead and propagate several different styles of logos for your site. These look a little gamey, but don't worry, they can make some for tech websites. They have tons and tons of logos for you guys to choose from. So I would highly check out placeit.net and also Fiverr. These are like paid websites, but you guys do not want to use free logo makers because you guys can never copyright those logos. So they're virtually useless. So get your own logo, copy it or copyright it, patent it, make sure it's yours, but never use free logo makers because those logos can never be copyrighted and they're not yours. Because remember, thousands and millions of other people are using those same logos. But anyways, let's go ahead and go back to our website right here. And let's click on Exit to Dashboard. And here I will click on Visit Sites. All right, so now we have the website up and running. But this time, let's use the default editor with WordPress. So right here, I'll click on Edit Page. And I'll go ahead and close this. Now the default editor is a little clunky, it's developing, and over time I think it'll be a great option for a page builder, but at the current time of making this video, I don't think it's that great, and you'll see why. All right, so let's go ahead and introduce you guys to the default builder with WordPress. Now here we have this website, right? And let's say you want to change the text. So you can put like my amazing websites. And like Elementor has that right column section, Gutenberg does as well, which is the default editor. Here I'll click on the, I guess you want to call it the toggle blocks. And here you guys can add in more blocks, right? So let's say, for example, you want to add in like a text below this text. I'll click on the plus and I will take the paragraph and drop it below that. And then this is where you would enter in your text. So this would be text. Now we can't see this text because it's black over this kind of like this blackish, darkish background. So over here under the actual block section, we have color and we can adjust the color. So we have this white color now, and then we can also align it, right? So we can align that to the center and we can always bold it, right? We can bold this, we can italicize it. And let's say, for example, you guys want to move it around. Here we have these arrows and you can put this above it or below it, and the text will kind of move around there. So instead of dragging and dropping, you guys can use these arrows as well. All right, so let's go ahead and add in another element here. So here we have like an image, right? We can go ahead and take this image and drop it right there. And here we have the same option, right? We can upload our own image, a media library, or we can insert from URL. But I'll just, grab the image library here and I'll just put in something small, right? Like this text, right? All right, so next what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move the alignment. So I believe it's right here. We can move the alignment to center, something like that. And there's some other options on the right side. So for every element, you do get a little bit more options. Like you can make this rounded or default or something like that. And yeah, there's just some general styling options for every element. So let's click on this plus section. Now I want to introduce you guys to patterns. So patterns are just basically new features that they have added for the Gutenberg builder. So there are a lot of patterns which you guys can add if you want to build your page from scratch. Now I think a better way of showing you how this works is by creating a new page. So let's do that. So I'll go ahead and go back over here and click on leave page. And I'll just add a new page just to, just so that we can work on the patterns from scratch, because I showed you guys a little bit how to edit everything. So those will just be like a demo, right? And over here, I'll click on the plus again and we have patterns. Now here we have some patterns, right? So for example, we can go ahead and insert some of these patterns. Like for example, I will click on this event one and drag it right there. And then if I want to add in some more patterns, I can go ahead and say, all right, I want this 3 columns right there. And then below that, we can kind of add in something else, right? Like, I don't know, like these flowers. And then below that, we have these boxes right here where we can go ahead and drag and drop right there. Okay. And then we can go ahead and close it. So now we can see that we can edit this according to, how we want this to look. So this can be like, my new website. And we want to make sure that we adjust this color right here. So under the color section, we can change this to something like white, like something like that. And then you guys can also add in more elements inside of this. So here, I'll just grab an image right here and I'll put it below the RSVP. Under the media library, I will just select a quick image, just something small, right? Just so we can see what's going on here. So here we actually have the image and, I can go ahead and change the alignment to the center or to the right. As you guys can tell, it's so-so, the builder is getting better and I think over time it'll improve, but there are some limitations to it. Like I want to put it in a specific area, but to do that with Gutenberg, it is a little hard. Like you can, but it's definitely challenging. Then right here, we can go ahead and change this text to whatever we want, and we can bold it, italicize it. And then remember, you guys can always add in any images or any elements below this section right here. So next, we'll go ahead and keep scrolling down here, and you guys can obviously change these to whatever you like. Now, there is one thing that I do want to mention, and that is to add in a new row and column. So for example, right here, let's say you want to add in more stuff, but you don't want to use the patterns. Let's just click on this plus section here. And under Browse All, we will then find the columns. And columns will select, 3 by 3 by 3, right? Something like that. And here we can add in more blocks, right? So here I'll click on Add a Block, Media and Text, Library Contents, and then we can add in like an image right here. And then this is content. So as you guys can see, I'm not a big fan of this editor just because I feel like it's a little clunky and it's just not ready yet to have that full-on website experience. So personally, if you guys are gonna ask me which builder to use, I would highly go with Elementor. Even myself, I'm not an expert on this builder because they constantly change it every few months and it makes it hard to adapt to. So personally for beginners, I would definitely go with Elementor. If you guys do also wanna check out Brizy, Brizy is probably one of the fastest builders out there. I mean, you can quickly use this block section and build a website in like 5 minutes. It's a great builder. If you guys do want to spend some money, I'd recommend Divi for beginners. It is one of the best drag and drop builders out there for WordPress. And I do have a tutorial on this builder as well. All right, party people, thank you guys so much for watching. I do want to give you guys some parting videos to look out for. So if you guys are looking for like some of the best WordPress themes, I would highly watch my video where I really went in depth and I tested out like the top 10 best WordPress themes and I made a video on it. A lot of people found it very helpful, so I'll leave this in the description for you guys as well, because finding a theme can take some time. You know, it's a lot of trial and error and stuff. It can be quite annoying. Next, I have a video on the page builders and how exactly they work. So here I give you a visual example of how each page builder works. So if that's something that you want to check out, again, I will leave this video in the description. Next, I have a tutorial on the Divi theme. So if you guys do want to use Divi, which is a great page builder, I'll go ahead and leave that tutorial in the description if you guys choose to use Divi. To be honest, most beginners tend to favor Divi because the drag and drop builder makes it really simple to use and it's very visual. So a lot of beginners love it. I also have a video on Elementor. So this video shows you guys the step-by-step guide on how to use Elementor. Elementor is probably the most stable page builder out there. It also has the most integrations, yet it can have somewhat of a learning curve, but I think it's suitable once you spend about an hour using it. You'll get the hang of it real fast. And then also right here, we have a video on the Brizy page builder, which shows you how to use Brizy, which is that other one I showed you earlier. And also, if you guys do want to watch a video or you want to know about the best WordPress plugins out there, I have made a video on that, and I will leave that in the description below of this video. So I truly hope this video helped you guys out. Hopefully this WordPress tutorial really puts you in the right direction on how to use WordPress. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to let me know in the comments below. So as you guys can tell, WordPress is really simple to use, right? You have various drag and drop builders to pick from. You can reset your site, and with plugins, you can pretty much do anything. So it's really incredible what you can do with WordPress. If you guys have any questions for me about page builders or themes, let me know in the comments below. I've also put the videos like for the plugins, the page builders, and the themes in the description below of this video. Because if you're a beginner, it's kind of overwhelming on where to go, but trust me, watch those videos and that will definitely put you guys in the right direction. All right, party people, in this part of the video, I'll be showing you how to import the free Elementor toolkits onto your WordPress website. Now we have created 3 more template kits specifically for this video. However, we do have tons of template kits that you guys can use. Me and my designer, we spent a long time creating really nice design kits for you guys, and you guys can use these for free on your websites or on your clients' websites. Absolutely free with no cost whatsoever. There's also no restrictions, so you can use this on as many websites as you guys choose to do that. And we do this because we want to provide value and help out beginners who just need some small creativity when creating websites. Now, in order to access these toolkits, you guys can go to my website, darrelwilson.com right here, and click on View Layouts. Once you do that, it'll prompt you to select either the Elementor templates or the Divi theme templates. Go ahead and click on Elementor templates. I will be adding more Divi theme templates a little bit later, guys. And here are the toolkits that you guys can use. Now, for this video, I'll be first showing you guys how to use the free version of these toolkits, and then I'll be showing you how to use the pro version. So let me explain. The free version, you guys will get access to a lot of the content on the actual layout, right? So you guys will get all of the pages, all of the content. However, the pro version gives you access to like the menu, the footer, the theme builder options for Elementor. So I'll go ahead and walk you guys through on how to import the free version. And also for those of you who decided to upgrade to the pro, I'll show you guys how to use the pro version as well. Now, for every template kit that you click on, you can actually view the demo website right here. So I'll click on and check out the demo websites. And this is the actual website that we're going to show you how to import. And you guys can see it has all the all the content, has the header, the footer, and it's just a really clean and nice looking website that you guys can use for your web design business. Also, if you guys do get any errors, right here, you'll click on here has how to import the kits. So you guys might get some small errors down the road, but I'll walk you guys through on how to prevent those errors in the next section. And for those of you who want to upgrade to Elementor Pro, you guys can click on the Elementor Pro and you guys can purchase the Elementor Pro if you guys should do that. We monetize these layouts by creating free layouts, and we hope that you guys use our link so that we can continue to pay our designers and keep putting out more and more template kits for you all. Now, personally, I would just go with this $99 a year plan if you guys choose to upgrade to the Pro. You don't have to, it's not mandatory, but I find that most beginners buy the $99 plan. This one right here, it's about $200. It is a little bit more, but it does give you access to 25 websites. So let's go ahead and just show you guys quickly on how to import this toolkit. So I selected the Irate toolkit, and at the bottom right here, I'll click on Add to Cart. All right, now click on View the Cart. I'll scroll down and click on Proceed to Checkout. All right, and then right here, I'll go ahead and click on Place Order. Once you put your first name and your email address, a copy of this will be sent to your email address as well. So right here, I'll click on Place Order. All right, and now we'll go ahead and select the Irate kit. And once you click on this download right here, you will then see that it has downloaded onto your computer, and it'll be in a zip folder. So don't open it, just leave it as is. Now that we've actually downloaded the kit, now let's go ahead and go back to our WordPress website. So here's my WordPress website, and it's a blank website, right? There's nothing on this. You can see it's using just like a default theme. I'll go ahead and go to Dashboard right here. And the first thing that we want to do is make sure Elementor is installed, obviously. So for the installed plugins, you just want to make sure Elementor is active. I'm not going to activate the Pro just yet. This section right here, I'll just close this. This is like their new setup wizard they have. But all I have right here is the Elementor installed. Now, before we actually upload the kits, I just want to adjust two settings that might cause errors for this thing to upload. So right here under the settings, you'll see that it brings you to this page. You'll then click on Advanced, and you just want to make sure that this section right here is enabled. All right, so make sure this is enabled, and then click on Save Changes. Now, there could be one small other issue that may cause the toolkit not to import, and that is memory limits. So I'm going to go to my hosting right here. Now, whatever hosting that you guys are using, you guys can ask your host to adjust the memory limits, but I'll just go ahead and show you guys how to do it in cPanel. Because Name Hero and a lot of these companies like Hostinger and Bluehost, a lot of them use the same cPanel. Right here, I'm going to type in PHP, all right? Select PHP version, okay? All right, go to Options, scroll down, and I just want to make sure the memory limit is set to 256 or better. Sometimes when it's set to like 128 or lower, sometimes it doesn't import, and you also do get white screens. That does happen sometimes, and I find that 256 memory limit does help prevent these issues. So once you have done that, we will then go back to our little section. Make sure you save this right here, and now we're going to import it. Now, before we import it, I just quickly want to talk about themes to use, right? So over here, we're going to go to Themes. Now, if you guys are using the free version of this toolkit, I recommend using Astra. Astra is a great theme that works with the actual free version of these toolkits. However, if you're using the pro version of these kits, I recommend using Hello Elementor. The reason why is because Hello Elementor is more of a blank sheet, and it allows you to add the header and the footer very easily. However, the free version of the toolkits don't have the actual header and the footer options. So I think Astra is a better fit for that, because then you can create your own header and footer with the actual Astra theme builder. So right here, I'll just click on Activate for Astra. All right, I'll go ahead and close this. Now let's go ahead and import the toolkit. So over here under Elementor, we'll go down to Tools. All right, Import Kits. Here we have Import a Template Kits. I will start the import, and I'm just going to select that file, and I'm going to now just drag and drop that, what is it, the Orion, or the Orias, right? Orias kit. All right, so I think the one I downloaded was here. I downloaded quite a few. You guys can see that, right? So here I'll just click on Open. Now here they're saying you have to go pro for this, but we're going to use the free version in this example, so I'm going to close that, and then click on Import. So now it's going to go ahead and import the toolkit for us. All right, and once that's done, you will see that your kit is now live. Here, I'll click on close. Okay. Now let's just go ahead and take a quick look at our sites. And you'll see that we have the menu up here, we have this logo, and then we also do have the actual toolkit. And it's a little compact, right? Now we just need to change a few settings for this just to make it work. So I'll just go ahead and walk you through on how to do this. The first thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and adjust this menu. So over here under Appearance, we'll go down to Menus. And then we'll go ahead and create a new menu. So this will be like the main menu, right? I'll create a menu. And I want to go ahead and click on View All, and I'll just select the pages that I want right here. So we have our team, blah, 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 and there's a lot more that you guys can add. But I'll just click on Add to Menu. And this will be the primary menu, and I'll click on Save Menu. All right. And we'll go back to Visit Sites. Now I'll see that the menu looks a lot better, right? It's more compact and everything looks great. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to adjust the actual page width. So this is actually contained. That's why it looks like that. So right here, just click on Customize. All right, and for global, I just want to make sure the container is set to something like full width stretched. And then I'll publish. We can also get rid of this menu, or sorry, this logo. It's really big, right? So I think under the actual header builder, we have the site title and logo. Now, I'm not going to go through Astra verbatim. I'm actually going to save this for another tutorial because Astra is a very popular theme, and a lot of users are asking me how to use it more and often. But I'm just going to go ahead and quickly set a logo here. All right. And I'll crop that image, and voila. Go ahead and reduce the size of this. A little bit too big, right? Make it a little bit smaller. And we'll also get rid of that tagline, right? So there you go. Now we have a beautiful header right there. It makes sense, and the website looks great. And we can go ahead and check out all the pages right here. So here's the home page, the About Us page. We can scroll down, and we can see everything is propagated, and everything looks great. So here's the career page. And yeah, everything looks great. So that's how you guys can import it. Again, for the free version, I do highly recommend to use the Astra theme because then you have more control over the header and the footer option. But now that I've showed you guys how to use the actual free version, let me now talk about how to use the pro version of this toolkit. All right, so let's go back to our dashboard here. So I'm first going to go ahead and activate the Elementor Pro. So now I'll activate Elementor Pro. I will then connect and activate this. All right, cool. So now the Pro is activated. Now for the appearance, I'm actually going to switch over here to the actual Hello Elementor kit. Now remember guys, if you guys are switching between themes, don't worry, the content will not get lost. It's just switching like the shell, you know, the outer part of the website. So if I go to visit sites, the website will still be here. It's just obviously the header and the footer are going to be a little bit different. All right, so now that I've actually done that, what I first want to do is I'm now going to upload the template kit again with those actual settings that we missed earlier. So over here, let's go to the Elementor, and I'll go to Tools, Import a Kit. I will start the import. I will select the same file, which was the Arias, right? Arias. Here we go. Now, I'm just going to do the templates part because we've already actually imported the other parts as well. However, I'll just select the site settings because that will apply to the theme settings, but I don't need the contents because we've already done that. So I'm just going to do templates and site settings and click on import. Now, if you have like a fresh install on the Elementor Pro, you can obviously just install everything. But since I've already established the content and imported it, I don't need to do it again. But if you guys do try it for the first time with Elementor Pro, you will need to select all three options. All right, so now I'll click on close. And I'll go ahead and view the site. And there you go. So now you'll see that the header has been created for me. And also we have this beautiful footer. Also, if you actually go to this website and we type in the wrong address, you will then see that we have this custom 404 and other various parts of the theme that were created for us. So this is the difference between the free and the pro version. The main difference here as well is that, remember, you are making the header and the footer with the Elementor builder. I will be having a full another video on Elementor again that goes in depth and talks about the Elementor theme builder, that talks about the toolkits and everything. But here I selected the actual theme builder, and here you can see that we have the header and the footer right here. So let's say, for example, if I want to just, edit it or something like that, I can just click on edit right here, and then I can actually design the actual header of the actual toolkits. So you can see here, I can start editing it and design it and customizing it however I want. So that is how you guys can use the free version, yet also use the pro version of the toolkits for your web design business. Hopefully this section helped you guys out. If you guys have any problems or any questions, or if you guys got any errors, please let me know in the comments below. But again, we create these all for you for free to help you guys, give you that boost in the web design industry. Hey guys, welcome to section 2 of this video. So in this part of the video, we'll be talking all about the business aspect of owning a web design business. So we'll first talk about stuff like branding, like who are you and what kind of customers are you trying to attract. We'll then talk about proposals, digital contracts, terms and conditions, and also questionnaires. Also, we'll be talking about additional services. So let's say, for example, you guys wanted to, offer like a third-party service like SEO packages or content writing. We'll be talking about additional services where you can make recurring revenue for your business. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. All right, party people. In this part of the video, we'll be talking all about the business aspects of running a web design business. Now, we're going to start from the basics here. So we'll talk about branding, and we'll go all the way to the end of things like building clients and contracts and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and first talk about branding. Now, when starting your web design business, you have to ask yourself, who are my clients? Like, who do I want to serve, right? So branding is a marketing practice in which a company creates a name, symbol, tagline, or design that is easily identifiable to the average consumer. For example, you guys all know the McDonald's logo, right? I mean, it's so easy because we've seen it, they've branded it, and it's in our brain that that is the McDonald's logo. So next we have branding helps identify a service or product and distinguishes it from other products and services. So just like we talked about McDonald's, we also have Taco Bell, right? Now, they're not direct competitors, but the thing is that you can understand the difference between Taco Bell and McDonald's. So you don't want to make your website or your logo looking like everyone else's, because then it's very hard to distinguish you from your competitors, right? Makes sense. Branding lets users know what to expect from your service. For example, Honda versus Mercedes, right? Also for web design, we have something like Clay Global versus Wix. Let me give you guys an example. Here is Wix, right? We all know Wix, and the thing is, if you have a budget of $100,000, and if you go to Wix.com and you give them $100,000, they're going to say no. We only have plans for $4 a month, $8 a month, $12 a month, and $25 a month. They're looking for like beginner / small size businesses. These people are not looking for something on a very large scale because that's just not who they operate, right? That's not what they want. That is not their clientele. Their brand is geared specifically more for smaller people. So you can see on the websites that's what they're going for. It doesn't really matter if it's a very high ticket client or a cheap client. It's just picking a audience that you want to work with. Now, if we go to something like Clay Global, which is another web design company, these guys are big. They do a lot of the websites and web design work for Facebook, for Google, for Slack, just a lot of very big, large corporate companies. So that this company is going to have massive budgets and they're going to be wanting a lot of money. But I just wanted to demonstrate that you do need to pick an audience depending on how you present your brand. Branding is important because it creates a memorable impression for your visitors. You want to create that experience where people remember your logo and they remember your website. Like, oh yeah, I remember that color. It's that orange website. Or, oh yeah, that was the purple one. You want them to remember it so they can remember it. Maybe down the road, they say, oh yeah, I remember that one website. It has that orange color. And then bam, they find your website because of your brand. So it's very important to distinguish your brand. Next, now let's talk about questionnaires. So let's say, for example, you do get an email from your clients, right? Maybe they saw your website, they saw your brand, right? And they want to send, they're like, hey, what do I do? I want to get a website. What do I do? You as a web design company need to first send out a questionnaire. A questionnaire helps you understand where you and your customer are at. It also helps weed out serious or non-serious clients. Keep questionnaires brief yet effective, right? Let's talk about questionnaires now. So let's say, for example, I'll give you guys an example questionnaire in just a bit, but let me give you guys an example of good questions to ask on your questionnaire, and then I'll give you a real presentation of a real life questionnaire. Do you have examples of websites you like? That helps kind of understand what they're looking for. We can't read their minds. So number 2, do you have a website already? Did you want to carry anything over to your new website? So let's say, for example, they have some sort of website, but you can tell like it's not really there. Like you kind of understand what they're trying to do, but they didn't get it. Like we can say, all right, let's take some of the design aspects here and I'll make it my style. And then you can let me know what you think about it. Something like that. Number 3, do you have a logo or colors or a style that you want? Are you open to revamping your website? The reason why I asked that is because let's say, for example, they are a vet or like a dog cleaning business. Yet they want to kind of upgrade to like a luxury dog grooming business, right? So if they tell us that, saying, hey, I want to kind of improve the overall service of my website and offer more money, I'm a little bit more higher now. I've had a few years of experience and I think we're ready to take large ticket clients. It's important to get that information because then you can base your design on how they want their website to look. Here we go. Number 4, do you want any special functions? Be as specific as you can. Guys, I can't stress this enough. Be as specific as you can. I first started building an e-commerce website for a client a few years back, and then later down the road, they said, oh, I want this feature. Oh, I want this feature. Oh, I want this feature. Turned out later they wanted like a multi-vendor e-commerce website with multiple booking integrations and all this stuff. And I says, this was kind of not what we talked about, and I put myself in a really bad spot. So when you are, sending out the questionnaire, just try to be as specific as you can or as they can, because if they want a booking website, that's fine. We can use Booknetic, we can use Amelia, but if they want like a multi-vendor booking integration, then we'll have to find a booking plugin that integrates with a multi-vendor capability or functionality. So it's important you ask that question. Number 5, what would be the main purpose of your website? Signups, leads, general online presence. So why are they making this website? If it's just a general website, sure. If it's a lead generation website, well, we might have to adjust some colors or we might have to change the structure of it because they're looking for fast leads. So just make sure you ask them that. Next, we have, how many pages would you like to see? Now, I'm kind of against the page structure of per page. We'll talk more about that in this section a little bit later, but just ask them, like, how many pages were you looking for? Like the home, the about, services, contact, because maybe they're like, well, I want like a documentation page and I want a sub page about the documentation. Just get a feel for what they're asking for. They don't have to give you 100% an exact answer, but if it's like a 10-page website, that's cool. If it's a 55-page website, all right, then we'll take it from there. We got to see what you want. Number 7, are you in the USA? Well, personally, a lot of my audience who watches this are in the United States, and the reason why I asked this is because of payment issues. I did have clients in the Middle East, and a lot of the times when we were trying to make payments, the payment processors were a pain in the butt. They didn't work, or they said, oh, we restrict this part of the world, or something like that. So just ask your clients where they're from, just to make sure that your payment merchant does do business in that specific region. All right, and we'll talk more about billing payments or billing customers a little bit later in this video. Okay, do you have hosting and a domain already? Just ask them that. Just ask them that. If yes, cool. If no, then you'll have to get your own hosting. All right. Number 9, do you or an employee want to edit the website? If so, what is your technical experience? So basically saying, do you guys want to have your hand in the website? Are you going to be operating it? For example, if it's a booking website, they're going to have to be able to understand how to use the booking software, right? So you need to like maybe make an explainer video for them and explain to them, okay, this is how you use Amelia booking plugin. But if it's like just a regular website, just like an online presence website, I would limit their reach on the website just so they don't mess it up. Number 10, anything else you wanted to let me know or see about your new website? If there are any questions at all, let me know, just ask them that. All right. And these are great upsell questions to ask. These questions right here will make you more money. I promise, because I've actually made money on these questions. Number 1, and look at this. Look, I'm such a salesman. I'm such a sleazeball, but listen to this. So, would you like to be found easily on Google with a boosted SEO plan for your business? Like, how do you say no to that? If someone says no, it's like, oh, okay. So you don't want to be boosted on this. Okay, well then we'll just give you the default plan, So, and this is a great way to make recurring revenue. Okay. And again, we'll talk more about recurring plans a little bit later. But number 2, would you like someone to write content for your website on a regular basis to make it more lively, right? So when you go to a website and you see active content writing, you assume the business is in business and that they're operating and they have maybe a large clientele. We don't know, but it just looks like that. If you go to a website with no blog posts or they're very old from like 2 years ago, I'm just gonna assume the website's outdated and they're not business no more, because that's all I really have to go off, right? Is the content on their website. Number 3, would you like help with social media or be interested in a dedicated virtual agent? Will save you money. For example, if they need some sort of help with their business, saying, hey, I got a friend who can help you guys out. Now, this is optional. You don't have to do this, but this is just additional ways if they do need help, because a lot of these people, they're operating businesses and they don't have time to sit there and, fiddle with social media and campaigns and email marketing campaigns, all that stuff. It's a job itself. So maybe you can pick up someone, or you can do it yourself as like a side hustle and just try to make some more extra cash for getting recurring revenue. All right, never ask these questions. Ooh, I love this. What kind of fonts do you want to see? Now, why do I say this? Because if they're gonna tell you about the website and what they want and their business, why are you going to convolute everything and start asking questions that will confuse the customer? Like, oh, what kind of fonts do you want? Like they know, like they know anything about fonts, okay? Just, you're the designer, you know what's good, you know how to make it look nice. Don't ask them, okay? Don't put too much, don't let them take over the website. You do it, this is your job, all right? That's why I say avoid that. How many pages? Now, earlier we talked about like how many pages were you looking for? Like, 10 pages, 15 pages, but kind of give them like something to work off, like the home, the about, the services, contact, and something like that. Help them out make a decision, right? But when you just say like how many pages do you want and just give no reference to any pages at all, they're gonna say, I don't know, man, can you help me out? Help out your client, don't just leave them in the dark. Give them like, oh, all of our clients usually get the home, the services, the about, the contact, and like the fax page, help them out. Give them some sort of platform, to work with, right? Number 3, what's your budget? I hate this question, and don't ask your clients this ever again. It's very annoying. It's very dishonest, right? So for example, if I say that my budget's $1,000, will you build my website for $1,000? If I say $50,000, in my brain as a client, I'm gonna say, are you gonna rip me off? Are you gonna charge me $50,000 for a website that could be potentially worth $500? Don't ask them what's your budget. It's a very outdated term in the web design industry. I've seen people ask this all the time, and me personally, if someone asks me this, I just say, man, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know what my budget is, and just tell them your prices, okay? You're the boss, you present it. Don't leave this in their circle, right? You make the decision, you're the boss, right? And also it's just rude. I feel like it's just rude. It's just like someone asking, how much money do you have in your bank account, man? How much money you got? It's like, don't worry about it. It's none of your damn business, So number 4, when are you looking to have your website finished? If your client is in a hurry and they want it now, do not take them. Never, ever, ever, I repeat this, never, ever, ever take clients who are in a hurry, because that is their problem, not your problem. Because what happens is they're on like a 3-day deadline, you rush it, and they're like, oh, this isn't what I wanted, this is terrible, I want my money back. This has happened to me before. You want to make sure that you give yourself enough time to build the website at a relaxed pace, and you're not under, I guess the word is duress or under stress, where you have to do something by a certain time frame, and if it's not done, then everyone, then no one's happy. Also, what I've noticed is that people who usually ask for this, who want a fast website, are usually high-risk clients. High-risk clients means they tend to charge it back, they tend to not pay you, they tend to be a little rude. So just avoid people who want rushed websites. Just avoid them. All right. Number 5, what builder feature or slider would you like to see? They don't need to know about Elementor. They don't need to know about Divi, Brizy. They don't need to know about Site Revolution or anything like that. Don't ask them anything technical about the website. This is your job as a web designer and no one else's. All right, makes sense? All right, cool. All right, now let's talk about proposals, digital contracts, and terms and conditions. Ooh, I love this section. This is so we don't get screwed, all right? Because I have been screwed by chargebacks before, and I'm sure people watching this video have heard the term chargeback. That's basically where they call the bank and they say, hey, I don't know who used my credit card. It's fraud. I want my money back. And a lot of the times, if you don't have a contract, you're screwed. You're screwed, plain and simple, and it really sucks. Like, it's happened to me, and it's very frustrating. Let's go ahead and talk about this. Do all of this in one document, all right? Sending frequent documents will get the customer tired and annoyed and may cause bounce rates. So what do I mean by this? Now, I like using the all-in-one solution. If you want to send them a questionnaire and then questions and then a terms and conditions and a proposal and a digital contract, all one by one, that's just annoying. I don't want to deal with that. It's like, you know what, dude, just forget about it. Just give me the signature and I'm done. You know, that's all I want as a business owner, right? And a lot of designers and people in web design businesses, they tend to do this. They want to give their clients various documents and it just becomes annoying and tedious, and I don't want to work with that. So make sure you don't do that. Number 2, use Proposable, PandaDoc, or DocuSign for great templates. I'll give you guys an example in just a bit. It's a very great service. Number 3 is more important, and I really wish this was around when I was doing web design, but it kind of wasn't, all right? Get signatures on proposals, as this helps reduce bounce rates with payment merchants. Versus with payment merchants. All right, so what does that mean? Let's say, for example, you are working with Stripe and someone calls their bank and they say, hey man, this credit card, someone stole my credit card. You know, you have a digital contract, right, already. And these digital contracts, they integrate with Stripe and they integrate with PayPal. So with that said, Stripe's gonna know, no, this guy signed a contract and we can verify on our API. So these guys did make a deal, and this helps reduce bounce rates. Now, I can't guarantee that the bank will say, no, sorry, but it does help reduce bounce rates. It might convince the bank to say, hey, customer, you did have a contract here. You're working with, or they have a verify with Stripe and Proposable. So maybe you need to just honor your contract or work it out with them. But from the bank's point of view, they believe that this was not fraud. So it does help reduce bounce rates. Okay, next. Create a reasonable time frame after you have received the questionnaire. All right, so give yourself enough time to build a website. That's basically it. Now, this is a very important one. You must inform them that you are using WordPress and that updates will be required. The reason why I say this is because let's say you build a website for a client and then you bounce, right? If you never said that you're not using WordPress and a PHP version updates or a plugin updates and the website breaks, guess what? It looks like you sort of scam them, because they're going to say, hey, this guy built me a website and something updated, it broke, and now I'm screwed. And he just left and he's gone. And that was actually a lot of my clients. My clients were actually other WordPress designers who abandoned the websites, didn't update it, and as a result, their website broke. So for your own protection, you need to tell them that you are using WordPress, and if the website is not updated over time, the website will break. This is very important that you say this, because this protects you and it also protects your client. You have to tell your client that, but at the same time, you should offer plans that accommodate this, saying, well, we'll offer a maintenance plan so this doesn't break, and we'll go ahead and give you like a 5-year guarantee. Something like that. Just make sure that you do give them some sort of heads up and that you give them, some sort of protection that their website won't break or something like that. Put the name of domain and be as specific as you can. Names, dates, business names, and work that was agreed on. When writing the contract, guys, many of you guys know, before YouTube, I was into law. And I worked in the child's court. I handled divorce. I handled a lot of just a bunch of legal stuff. And if you're not as 100% specific as possible, people can use that against you. If one little name or one little letter is not on the document, they're going to say, "Oh, my company name is DarrelWilson.com, not DarrelWilsons.com." The entire contract is voided and everything is screwed. So just be as specific as you can, all right? Make sure you get the exact dates, the business name, and everything. Because if things ever go south, you just want to make sure everything is correct on the paperwork. And the next one, do not put anything in the contract that you think you will not be able to fulfill. You as a web designer, you do want to also carry a good reputation. You want to help your clients. I know I've been kind of saying that clients are nightmares, and they kind of are, but your job is to provide them with a great service and a good website. And you don't want to sell them empty promises. You don't want to be the bad guy, but you just want to make sure that if you are building a website for them and you do, tell them that you can do this, that you actually can do it, okay? Don't be the bad guy. And remember, referrals are the #1 way to get more traffic. So if they trust you, then they will trust telling their brother, they will trust telling their sister about your web design services. So let me give you guys an example of some real life digital contracts. Before we go on to that, let me first show you this questionnaire. Now, I'm not really gonna go into detail on this questionnaire, but here is a questionnaire list and you guys can use this. I also have made a video that goes in depth and talks about like how to actually present everything in the questionnaire. You guys can watch this video on your own time. It's about 15 minutes, but it just kind of goes over the questionnaire in detail. Now let's talk about the digital contracts. Now, I personally recommend websites like proposable.com and also pandadoc.com. The reason why is because these websites here, they're the all-in-one solution. So for example, this is proposable.com, and this is something that you can actually send to your clients, right? So for example, we have a web design proposal, right? I'll go ahead and just go to page 2. Now this is like an introduction, right? You can introduce your company. You can say darrelwilson.com is a top provider of professional web design services, whatever. You can talk about your skills, your services. You can introduce your staff. And this creates like a more personal connection, right? It's like, oh yeah, these are, my staff, these are real people, and these guys work for me, and they have families, and their sons plays with my sons at baseball, whatever, we all play sports together, we have barbecues. It just creates that sort of like personal connection with the actual, with the client, right? All right, so number 3 or page 3. Now, what do you guys do? You guys can, give a brief description about your business. You can talk about yourself. You guys can also talk about what you guys use, like WordPress, HTML, CSS, whatever, all right? And here we have project details. This is where you guys can actually plan everything out, show them like the actual process of how you guys work, right? So, just to give them a heads up, saying we're not over here just sitting around on Facebook. We actually have a detailed guide, and we're really gonna help you with your websites. And over here we have deliverables. So this is kind of putting the time frame with the actual with what you're doing. This kind of keeps the customer in the loop with everything, right? So we have planning, wireframing, development, review and testing, and then final acceptance. And this will actually help your customer get an idea of like what's going on and when they can expect to have their website completed, right? And here we go. We have number 6, which is money. Woo! So here we have the prices, right? So this is an estimate. We have to always say estimates because if the client wants to change something later, in the contract, you should write, if you do want to add on other services, we have like a $25 an hour service that we can keep working on your website outside of the scope of this project, something like that. So here we go. We have web design, we have the coding, which would be like programming. Usually like old school, like back in the day, we would just have Photoshop, and then we'd have to send that Photoshop template to a programmer, and they would have to program the functionality of whatever we wanted. That was like before WordPress. That was a long time ago. But now we have WordPress, so it's like, we can just do everything here. It's a lot simpler. And here we go. We have the payments, right? And we also have an optional little checkbox, and this would be like a recurring fee, right? So it would be almost $12,000, right? And we would charge them $100 a month, right? So that's pretty cool. And number 7, they would have to sign this. Yes, you want to make sure that you guys have them sign this because this will drastically help reduce bounce rates, all right? I can't stress that enough. I mean, if you have a contract and nothing was signed, and they want to charge you back, you have no legal protection whatsoever. So just make sure that you guys do have some sort of signed document for your from your clients. And then over here, you guys can just deliver this to their email. It's really cool. You can deliver this to their email. Once they sign it, it will then just pop back into your email, signed, and you're all done and ready to work. It's really an amazing service. I really do like it. So this is proposable.com. There's also Pandadoc and also DocuSign as well. So this is pandadoc.com. Now, I'll be very honest, guys. A lot of these websites, they are paid, right? There is some sort of like monthly fee, like, $19 a month. But this gives you access to all the templates. So it creates like very professional and well-designed contracts for you so you don't get screwed over. And also it has the signature, which you can see here how they're very stressing. They're saying, you got to have that signature because if you don't, it's going to be hard to prove to anyone that the contract was even there, right? And also we have DocuSign as well. DocuSign is another very popular website where you can make e-signatures, e-contracts. In fact, I recently bought a house, and my house, they use DocuSign for everything, so it is a service that even I use. Now, also, I realize that a lot of people might not have the money to sign up with a service, so don't worry. We have provided free templates for contracts, for proposals and also questionnaires. Now, I'll be very honest, these actually are created by Elementor. So Elementor, I'll leave a link to their blog post. They have actually created these for you. So the page builder Elementor, these are created by the company. These are not created by me. I want to give them credit for making this. You know, it's really helpful that Elementor actually made these templates for beginner web designers, and you guys can download these for free, right? So this is like a web design contract, and this is just something that if you just want to get started out really quickly, not sign up for services, you guys can go ahead and use this this contract right here. We also have proposals. So if you guys do need help with proposals, Elementor has provided free proposals for you guys, and this is actually pretty helpful right here. It kind of goes through like the ins and outs of what to put and what not to put on your proposal. And then also they have a questionnaire, or it's just saying like different questions about how you can, you know, just asking them questions about their website and stuff like that. So I'll go ahead and leave a link to these downloadable files in the description below this video. But again, I just do want to credit Elementor for making these. These are not mine. It's very frustrating because as a YouTuber, I get a lot of other YouTubers who copy my thumbnails, who copy my scripts, who copy stuff. And it's like, you know, it's like I made that, you know? So I want to make sure that these guys get the full credit for it. So again, thanks to Elementor for providing these free templates. I will leave a link to all these templates in the description of this video. All right, so now we talked about contracts and all that stuff. Now let's talk about pricing. How should you charge your customer? This is fun. You know, I'll give you guys a few methods, and I'll give you my personal opinion on what is the best method to charge your clients. So let's go ahead and talk about the different pricing models. These should differ depending on your brand. So like we talked about earlier, I don't know if you're trying to attract very large ticket clients or just, you know, mom and pop shops. Depending on your brand, you should charge a different price. Okay, and that'll kind of be up to your discretion to charge prices, kind of depending on your brand and how you want to present yourself. All right, these prices will also vary depending on your experience, niche, type of website, and features. Now, guys, I'll go ahead and give you the same advice I gave other people when they are building their other services. If you're an amateur, if you're a beginner, don't pretend that you're a professional. Just be honest. Just saying, you know, we're a new web design company. We're getting started out. You know, we did a lot of work for these clients. They're really happy, and you know, this is our work. And you know, what do you think about it? Now, if you go into someone and you say, well, you know, I'm a big hot shot. I built $50,000 websites and stuff like that. And later down the road, they ask for something that's big hot shot feature or functionality, and you have no idea what they're talking about. You're gonna look very stupid. You're gonna look like an amateur, and they're gonna know it. It's gonna come out, and you're gonna look really bad. And you could get a bad review, and people will start talking negatively about your business. So just be honest, okay? Just tell them, if you're getting started out, I'm a beginner, and I'll work very hard for you. If you are experienced, just tell them we're experienced. You know, like, yeah, you know, we've made some websites, and you know, we think we can really help you guys out. You know, see how I talk? I should just be a salesman full time. You know, like I love this stuff. But yeah, so don't act like a big hotshot if you're not a big hotshot. All right, I'll leave it at there. Here we go. First, we have flat fixed rates. This is one method. All right, so method one is flat fixed rates. So we have like the basic website, right? $500, right? 3 to 5 page, right? Premium, $1,500 for like a 5 to 10 page website. Premium plus, maybe like 15 pages with functionality, or custom, something that's just a little bit more custom and unique. You know, like I had to build like a tarot card website once for some lady, and that was scope creep. It was terrible. The project kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we went on. And I was like, lady, I only charged you like $3,000. And this is like turning on to be like a 3-month project, you know? But yeah, so you can go with the flat fixed rate. This is actually a pretty standard rate. A lot of companies do this. My personal opinion on it, I don't think it's a bad option. I think it's a suitable option. I preferably would go with custom pricing or flat fixed rates. But yeah, that's something that's doable. It's not something crazy. But these rates will obviously fluctuate depending on your experience and also your brand. The hourly rate. Let's talk about hourly rate. You can also charge hourly rate. Let's say, for example, you're working at $20 an hour. You can estimate the hours for the project and let them know what this would be, or like an estimate. Now, what are the pros of this? Well, it's more security for you, right? So you can charge the hours, you know how much you worked, and you can say, well, I worked this hour, so this is how much you should pay me, right? Makes sense. With more experience, it would be easier to understand what the cost would be. So as you do this more and more, you develop, you learn more, and you're saying, oh, a 10-page website, oh, I know that's gonna be this many hours, so it's this price. You know what I mean? So it kind of gives you, like, you're building experience there. And number 3, we have more practical. So with this method, you can work at your pace and get paid. So it's just a little bit more, it's more practical. It just makes more sense, right? Now, there are 2 cons about this pricing model that I personally don't like either. Creates tension. The clients can't see you work and doesn't know what you're doing, right? Like me as a designer or me as a customer, I really can't see, the hours you're working, and I don't know how long it takes. So I'm really left in the dark here, and I kind of don't like that feeling. Number 2, client is left in the dark with the pricing. So again, if you're not experienced, you're just going to tell them, oh, this will probably take some time and maybe it'll be this much. It's kind of not convincing as a client. I'm going to say, yeah, I don't know about that, man. You might be trying to screw me over here. I don't really know. So that is the cons of it. I personally don't like hourly rates because it's easier to sell a customer a price than no price. Plain and simple. All right, now we have option number 3, custom pricing. I do like this a lot. So custom pricing is a popular method because it gives you more time to estimate the cost of the project. It also gives you more time, more room to price projects a little higher than expected for extra profit. All right. Now here are the pros. Depending on your client, you can charge more money, right? So that's a good one. Makes the client feel like they are getting more. So for example, you can say, well, we're going to put together this big package for you, and it's going to be a custom project, and it's going to be amazing. And when you say like custom and a custom project, a custom websites, as a client, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting my own personal custom website. I feel good, and that's really what you're selling there. And number 3, it gives you more time to sell your client by offering services and packages. So let's say, for example, you give them the custom pricing. You can also add in the recurring revenue plans saying, well, this is the big custom website you're getting, and we'll also create a custom detailed SEO package for you that will boost you to the top of the search engine and get you money, and they're just like, okay, that sounds good. I want that too. Versus hourly rate where you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be hourly rate, and then, do you want SEO? It's like, it doesn't sound good. But this is like, you get a custom plan. We'll give you the SEO package. We'll give you the custom boosted Google plan. It's a great way to sell your clients. So the cons, let's take a look at this. Now this could sort of be a pro just depending on how you look at it. And I was talking this with my other guy and we were just kind of going back and forth, but I'll explain why I put it as a con. So it helps you weed out cheap clients. Now that is a good thing. However, if you are someone that is charging a lower rate, you could lose that client because they might not want that big custom website, right? They just want something small and they want a price and that's all they want. So if you do try to sell them too hard, you could lose your client. And that's happened to me once or twice. This is debatable right here, but I just wanted to present the argument that custom pricing sometimes can deter people away from it, saying, no, I just want a $2,000 website. No, I don't want it, man. So that's just how it is. Now, the customer may feel like you are overcharging them. With custom pricing, you're presenting a price and they don't really have anything to go off. They don't know if that's expensive or not. So they can't be like, well, I want the pricing table, Like these are more geared for people who are like lower end ticket clients who want the pricing tables like Wix, So this can make people feel like, how come Wix charges a little bit and you're charging me this much? Like it can make them feel like you're overcharging them, but that is just the con of custom pricing. But I would recommend custom pricing. I think it's great. And also flat rate. Flat rate's also really good. Per page pricing is another model, but I would highly recommend not to do it. Per page is another approach, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's an outdated way of selling web design services. It might also cause conflict, and it just mainly has cons, right? That's basically saying it's going to be $500 per page. That's what you're saying. So if there's 5 pages, that's $2,500, right? So let's talk about the main cons of doing this and why I don't really recommend it. So the home page and the Contact Us page are significantly different. Let's be honest. The home page is going to be a lot more harder to make than the Contact Us page, and it wouldn't be fair to charge the client the same price as the home page and also the Contact Us page because obviously there is way less work required for the Contact Us page. It's like maybe just a plugin and some colors and you're all set. The client might think you didn't add enough content on the page. So let's say, for example, if you're paying per page or if they are paying per page and you make the About Us page, but it's not long enough. They're gonna say, hey man, like this doesn't have enough content. This sucks. Like I paid $500 for this. Like this is a joke. You're a joke, you know. There you go. You just lost your client. So that's another thing that I ran into. I did this myself one time, and I did have that same experience. And there is no personal connection. It feels like this is strictly a per page basis. There's really no clientele here. It's just like, oh, this is per page and that's it, you know. But with custom pricing, you can say, you know, we're gonna make this custom for you. This is gonna be great. We're gonna tailor it around your brand. It's gonna be beautiful. Here it's like, well, this is just per page, sir, and $500 per page. You have the $500 per page. It just doesn't have that same connection with the customer. So I don't really like it. So those are the 4 different options for pricing plans. Personally, I like custom pricing, and I also like the flat fixed rates. The reason why I like this one is because people can visually see the price, and they can just pick from a plan that works for them, and you know they're getting what they paid for, and they don't feel screwed over. Custom pricing, you can go ahead and charge them more money, and you can upsell them different services, but also, you know, provide them with a really good website. So I'm not just saying like, oh, just overcharge your clients more, but if they're happy with their website and they're happy with what they paid for, then that's all that really matters. So I do like custom pricing, and I also do like flat fixed rate. Hourly rate, I'm not really a big fan of, and per page pricing, I'm not a fan of this either, because this is a very easy way to create conflict with the customer. Now, the last pricing is going to be setup fee and monthly plan. Now, this is sort of a very risky approach, but I have seen businesses do this for clients who are really low budgets. But it really depends on, you know, how much you want to spread your risk factor. So this method is getting more and more popular. Many websites like Wix have this approach, but you are not Wix. So I just want to make that very clear, okay? So you can start this project for $2.99 and have an ongoing monthly payments. This can help evenly spread over the price of the project and might help users who can't afford one large sum. For this method, I would hold on to the domain on your name. Now, the reason why I say this is because let's say they want a website, right? Now, personally, I would go ahead and buy the domain, and I would have it under my personal name, right? And if I completed the website and they completed the payment in the contract, I would tell them, if you completed all the payments, we will give the domain over to your name, okay? So that's how you can kind of reduce your risk factor here. All right, now let's talk about the pros and the cons of this method. The pros, easier payment plan for low-income customers. Yeah, that's true. Recurring revenue is always good. It's always a good thing. Easier to sell web design services. So you can like kind of charge like a website for $8,000, but you can spread it up on payments. You can break it up, and this might actually help the client pay for the website. Cons, it's less money up front, and that's always a risk, because if you build an $8,000 website and you're charging them $500 a month, it's going to take you a while to get all your money, right? So just be mindful about that. And number 2, now this can also be a pro and con depending on how you look at it. So let me explain. This can cause more support because the client is paying monthly. Now, in the client's brain, they're saying, well, I paid $8,000 for the website, and it's going to be spread over a few months, right? Therefore, this should also include technical supports and this support and that support. No, you have to tell them saying, look, this payment plan is strictly for the website only. If you want technical support, hey, just throw on another $100 a month. Something like that. So it can help you get more recurring revenue for your clients, but at the same time, you need to be upfront with your client and tell them if they don't want technical support or they don't want a maintenance plan, then this payment plan is only for the website and not for personal support. Okay, so it could be a pro and a con just depending on how it all works out with your client and what they can afford. And number 3, there could be issues if the payment stops or the credit card gets declined. Let's say the client goes broke, or their card declines, or they just don't want to pay the website no more. That's a big risk, and that is the main risk of this strategy. So it can help you guys more because you guys can charge more for a website and spread it out. But if the client doesn't afford it, or if they don't want to pay no more, or if their card stops working, you're going to have issues there. So that's kind of the biggest con with this payment plan. Now, if you're going to ask me right now, Darrel, which plan would you make for your web design business? I'm just getting started out. Well, I would definitely go with the custom pricing, right? Because this gives you enough time to create the project, create the budgets, find out how much it's going to cost you, and then you can set your price accordingly. I do like this. It also gives you the ability to upsell your clients, and it does also give them the custom-made websites just for them. It makes them feel a little bit more special. So I do like this method. Also, flat fixed rate. This is also a very good method. I like this because people can visually see what they're getting, and I do like that. I don't like hourly rates because I'm left in the dark too much as a client. I also don't like per page. I think this is very outdated. Setup and monthly plan. I do like this a little bit, but it's very risky, like it's a very big risk to do this, but you can charge more money since you're spreading it out over a long term. So it just really depends on the integrity of your client if they're going to make the payments. So that's really up to you. I'm going to stay neutral on this one. I can't really give you an honest 100% answer, but if you want to go that route, go for it. All right, now let's talk about the initial design, right? So it's very important to showcase your work for your clients, like colors, fonts, tone, and the style of the websites. Number two, it could be a collection of fonts, colors, styles, and a general branding of the website to help you point in the right direction. Let's say, for example, the client, you charge your client and now you're ready to start building the website. You first want to give them an initial design, right? You just want to showcase the colors, the fonts, just a very quick, brief mock-up of the actual website, right? Maybe just like you spend maybe a few hours on it saying, are these colors, are these fonts, is this the right direction we're going in? Just so that when you're building the website and you're like 90% done, they're gonna say, no, I didn't want all this stuff. You just want to kind of get a ballpark of what they want. So next we have scope creep. Oof, and I have ran into this myself and it sucks, right? So a website term that refers to the project's initial requirements tending to increase as the job progresses. For example, your client wanted an e-commerce website, but now they want a multi-vendor e-commerce website, but you initially agreed on an e-commerce website. So this happens to a lot of web designers, and let's say, for example, they want a 5-page website, and now they're like, oh, but this also looks cool. Can you add this feature? And you're like, yeah, sure. And that small feature turns out to be a massive project. You have just kind of turn your $3,000 job into a $10,000 job, but you're charging them $3,000. So what you're doing here is you're adding in too much work and the project's getting larger and larger and larger, but you only charge them a set price. So now you're kind of locked in and you're just burning your own time at this point. So when you are, building websites, you do really want to take a big project overlook at everything. You want to see, okay, will I run into scope creep here? I want to see if the client's going to want this or that. Now, once you write your contract, you should tell them, if you want additional services, this must go on an hourly basis. And that's why custom pricing is great, because with custom pricing, you can charge them a custom price and then say, if you want additional work and services, this will be at a rate of $20 per hour. All right, this will help you avoid scope creep because it is very frustrating. I have run into this and many people do because one small project gets larger, and it's not the client's fault, because once they're building it, they're like, oh yeah, I also want this, I also want that, and that's the nature of this business, guys, and there's no way around it. So that's that. All right, now let's talk about SEO packages and recurring revenue. Woo! If you guys are looking for additional ways to make money from your clients, these are some great methods, and I'll go through each of these and explain to you how all they work. Web hosting. You guys can easily charge your client $25 or $50 a month. Now you might be saying, oh, that's a lot, Your clients don't care, all right? They got their own business, they're doing their own thing. This is your domicile, right? This is your little home. So you're gonna say, well, we can offer all these services at these specific rates, right? You can charge web hosting, right? $25, $50 a month. They can host on your plan, or you might have to purchase a reseller plan and host their website on those hosting plans. Website maintenance. Now, I think you guys should always make this mandatory, because everyone watching this video is using WordPress, right? WordPress does require updates and maintenance packages, right? So if they are using WordPress and a plugin updates or a PHP version updates, the website could break, right? So you need to offer this service. And if they decline it, just tell them that, that this could happen and leave it in the contract, just to protect yourself. SEO packages, $200 to $400. I'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Content writing, this is where you would hire a content writer for their website, and then they can write content for their blog, and this helps the website have that lively presence, right? And explain that to them, saying, hey, you know what, when you go to websites and you see people blogging, the website looks very active, right? We can do this for your company. We can actually hire a active writer that will continually write great blog posts that look professional. She's really trained. She went to a great university, and she's going to make your website look very professional. They're going to say, wow, okay, done. Sign me up, right? Makes sense. And then also explain to them saying if they go to a website with no blog, they're not really participating. So it looks pretty boring. Explain that to them. Social media marketing. Like we talked about earlier, social media marketing is very tedious. Maybe you can find like a virtual assistant on Upwork, and then you can outsource it for your clients and maybe make some extra recurring revenue. Secondary services, logo or designer work. So when you're working with your clients, what I've seen is they tend to say, oh, Darrel, like, how's my logo? Do you like this logo? Do they like this? Do you like this? Do you like this? They want to get your opinion. And this is your opportunity to either be honest with them and say, your logo looks like crap, dude. But if it is a good logo, tell them it's a good logo. But it just gives you that that opportunity to sell them additional services if they ask you for something. Okay, so that can be anything. Just keep your mind open. Who knows? And then also affiliate programs. With affiliate programs, if they want to purchase something like a plugin or something else, just give them your link, saying, hey, can you use my link? I get a small commission at no cost to you. It helps us both, and we'll add it to your website. There you go. Everything's done. So now that we talked about all of these plans, let's quickly go back to SEO packages. So this is one website that I've been using. It's called SEOreseller.com. I like SEO Reseller because the customer gets a lot of analytics. They can see their traffic, they can see their positions, and they have their own personal custom dashboard, which they can log in. You can also white label this service right here and put in your logo and act like this is your company, which is really, really cool. They do also have various plans. Now, so here we go. We have 3 different plans, right? And you guys can outsource this. So you can tell your clients, well, we have this plan right here for $100, and then you can charge them like $300 a month, right? Because $200 a month is your profit. And then we also have like the agency plan, which would be like $200, and you can charge them something like $500, right? And then we also do have the enterprise, which are for larger websites. This would be $300 a month, and you can charge them like, I don't know, $700, $800 a month. Now, if you guys are still interested on like, okay, what does this do, the time frame, how long is this going to take for my client, because I don't want to look stupid, what you guys can do right here is actually just go ahead and talk to the sales agents and just get some information. You don't have to just listen to me only. You can ask them saying, hey, I saw some guy on YouTube. He talked about your company. You got a lot of good reviews. What do you guys offer? How can you guys help my client? How does this all work? And they'll explain everything for you guys. I've seen nothing but great things about them, and I think I'm actually going to switch my website SEO to SEO Reseller. If you guys do want to try this company, I will leave a link below to purchase it. It is an affiliate link, but I only make like $6 or something. It's really not a lot of money. It's very minimal. But like we talked about affiliate marketing with links, remember how I'm offering a link? You guys can offer links for your clients too. See how that all works out? Everyone wins here. We only charge the client. They're the only ones that actually pay. All right, so now that we talked about the SEO packages and recurring revenue, let's keep going here. Freelancers Help. Now, when you guys are building websites, you guys might come across websites that want you to upload 50 products, or they might want to do some Photoshop work, or they might want to do something that is kind of out of the scope of what you usually do. But since you are in this industry, you have to accommodate it. Let me teach you guys how to properly hire freelancers the right way. All right, let's go. Try to find partners to work with you on your projects. If you're not a developer, try to find someone part-time that can help. Now with WordPress, a lot of these plugins, everything is open source. So you can modify it, you can adjust things to kind of fit your clients, what they want. So if a plugin needs like a small tweak, just hire a developer. Hire a developer. You guys can probably pay them like $100 or $200. Just say, hey, make these changes and we're all set. But try to build a relationship with these people, because as you get more clients, you kind of want someone on the side to always help you out, right? And I've actually met developers that I still work with right now that I've been working with for 4 years, and we've maintained a great relationship. Here we go, number 3. Try to find someone who can grow with your company, not someone who's already very well established. Upwork and Freelancer are good. Fiverr can be good, but you need to do your research. Now, what do I mean by this one right here? Try to find someone who can grow with your company. Let me give you guys an example. All right, so here I'm at Upwork.com and I'm looking for someone to help me with web design, right? And we have a few people right here, right? We have this guy right here and he's made $100,000 on Upwork, right? We also have this lady right here, Anna, and also Max. Now, look at Max. If I were to hire Max or Stefan and I wanted them to work part-time with my company, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? These guys are already making a lot of money on Upwork and they don't need us, right? So unfortunately, I would not hire these people because they already have large ticket clients, they're already making a lot of money. And it just wouldn't really make sense for me to have small time jobs for these guys because these guys right here obviously are overqualified. So what I would do over here is I would actually go down this list and look for people who are new to Upwork, but already have some experience. So I want to see people who have made just like a few $1,000s on Upwork, maybe like, maybe $2,000 to $5,000 on Upwork. They're getting started out just like I am, but at the same time, they can help me with my problems. So here on this filter right here, we have talent quality. Now I want rising talent. I don't want top rated because obviously these guys have their own business. They got their own stuff going on. So they're their own company. They're not really going to partner up with us here. So I want rising talents. And for example, we have Luna from El Cerrito. This would be someone ideal that I would want to work with because they've only made around $2,000. They're rising talents, and I want to get them before they go to the top. It's like, wait. Let's be partners here. Work with me. I can guarantee you work, but you'll have to be available for me, which is a trade-off. Also, Sandra right here, she's made around 2K. Obviously, I would see their work before I hired anybody, but I want to hire people that are on the rise, yet also have some experience, that also have some good quality. So it will take you time to kind of go through each person, find out what works best for you, but go for the rising talent. Do not go for people who are making like 400 grand on Upwork. They are definitely not going to help you out, and they probably have no interest in working with your company. All right, so that's how you guys pick freelancers. Let's go ahead and go to the next section, which is maintenance services. So let's say, for example, your client wants to actually have maintenance plans or they want reports every month or something like that. Where do you go? Well, use Manage WP. You can offer monthly SEO packages, website speed optimization, and many other various tools to show monthly progress. So this is managewp.com. Now this is a paid service, but it's really, really cheap. It's like $2 a website. So it's really cheap. And what I like about this Manage WP is that here you can see that we have all these different websites, right? So we have all these different websites and these are disconnected. So these ones are offline. If there's a problem with something, it'll tell you right away. And they'll notify you via email saying, hey, the website went down, go check it out. So I really do like that. So you have like some sort of service to help you out. But let me just give you an example right here. I'll go ahead and just give you an example of this little website. So with this website, this would obviously be your client. You can have like a security monitor, right? Security check, and you can give them reports. You can say, hey, here's the reports, right? Right now they're saying that this is problem detected. Something's vulnerable, whatever. I wouldn't tell them that, but you can give them reports. Also performance, you guys can actually print this out and show them saying, hey, look, your website is getting an A grade on page speed. It's very fast. And this actually helps you keep your client. Because if you're always showing them like good stuff that we're working really hard on your websites, as a client, I'm going to say, this is great, man. Thanks a lot. This is so perfect. You guys are sending me all this stuff. This is great, Also, we have the uptime monitor. You guys can, like we showed you earlier, this will monitor the uptime, SEO ranking. Now, this actually is a fee. I think it's like $1 or something like that per website, so it's really cheap. And then you also have the client report. So let's say, for example, you're recording all of this and you want to send it over to your clients. You guys can actually email this, and this will go directly to your client, which is really helpful. So in your email, or your client's email, they'll get something like this right here. This will be like your web design company, and this will be like, hey, this is Darrel, right? And here's the overview. This is what's going on your websites. This is the uptime. Here we go. We have the analytics. This is your traffic and the performance, and we have all this, analytics. We're constantly working on your website. I mean, this looks like a lot of work. And when your client sees this, they're gonna say, man, this is awesome, Darrel. Like, thanks so much, man. Like, I love this guy, dude. Like, I'd recommend him to anybody, and that's what we're after. We're after the referral. So I would definitely use Manage WP to manage your clients' websites. You can pretty much do everything from one location. I really do like that. And it also offers really professional reports for your clients. All right, so next let's talk about How to talk to your customer. Learn to be a salesman, guys. I know a lot of developers and designers are very awkward and they're just like this and this is the price. Live a little bit, talk a little bit. You got to loosen up. You got to talk to your clients. To be honest, web design itself is like 80% selling and 20% actual web design. I'm telling you right now, if you don't know how to talk to clients, it's going to be hard. So just practice, right? So sell yourself, offer your services, showcase your design skills, and see how it all works out. Learn to be a friend. Agree and accommodate clients, even if the conversations are not work related. Now, guys, remember, our job is to make money. That is it. If the client likes a certain politician, if they like Joe Biden or Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. Just agree with them and say, all right, cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Just pay me. Don't take anything personal. If they want to vent out about their relationships to you, so be it. I've worked in web design for years, and I always found that I was more of a psychologist than a web designer, because they're like, oh man, my girlfriend broke up with me, man, and I think she's cheating. Like, what do you think? Like she didn't come home this night and she got drunk with their friends. And I'm like, yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, that sucks, but I'm the web designer. I'm not really, and I had to just accommodate it, So remember, don't take anything personal, and your job is to make money. All right. That's why we're doing this. Now, put yourself in your client's shoes. Accommodate them every time. If there is something that they just want you to work with, try to work with them. Try to accommodate them, and that's just part of the business, guys. It really is. All right, so SEO for you. Like we talked about SEO earlier, you can try Upwork and Freelancer. Focus on the name of your websites, right? So when you are signing up for SEO companies, tell them that you want your website named as a priority. So if your website name is joescott.com, then you want Joe Scott to rank higher than any other keyword, okay? So just keep that in mind. So ask SEO companies for a mix of non-competitive keywords and competitive keywords. What do I mean by that? Let's say, for example, you are a web design company and you have best web design company. Okay, that's very hard to rank for. But if you have something like great web design companies in Pittsburgh, that's a little bit easier to rank for. So ask your SEO company saying, hey, can you make a mix of competitive keywords and also non-competitive keywords, but also make sure to focus on our brand name, because that is the most important, all right? I included this section because a lot of people go to SEO companies and they don't know what to ask for. So this is what you ask for, and this is what you're looking for. All right, and here we go. Guest blogging and outreach is good. As a web designer, you guys might come across other like websites who are talking about other websites, right? Like, oh, this other company is talking about this web design company. That's because they're outreaching. So if you are working with other companies in the area, or you want a website to talk about you, you might need to do some guest blogging or outreaching. This is where you might pay them like a few $100, and they will say, hey, we'll go ahead and include your company in the next blog post at a fee of $500. It's up to you. And depending on the traffic, it probably could be worth it. So if you do see companies out there that are talking about web design companies, or they have some relation to web design, outreach to them, make relations, and see how it goes from there. Next, we have content marketing. So content marketing is effective. Create topic for business owners or starting business owners. This is great. So for example, if you're blogging on your web design company, you don't want to talk about this is the best web design company, web design services. You don't want to talk about that. What you do want to talk about is like how to start an LLC, top 10 best things for a logo, how to pick a price for web design. You want to go ahead and create topics that relate to business owners, because business owners will be typing this in on the search engine, and they want to find you and your website in these results. So for example, here we go. We have a web design company, and this is a web design company, and this is their blog, right? Now, what they're talking about right here are really actually vital things to improve websites and also help small businesses. But what I do like about this company is they create a lot of articles strictly for small business owners who are looking to get started out. For example, top logo design trends for 2022. As a new business owner, I am more inclined to click on this than to click on something that's going to sell me on web design services, right? So just remember, people like to buy, but they don't always like being sold to, right? So this right here, you're not selling them, but you're passively inviting them to buy your services. Top logo trends for 2022, 5 signs you need a new website, and also just some other things that small business owners might be looking for, like how to optimize your Instagram bio. I do like all of these topics. I wouldn't go just based off of like, you need a new website, best web design services, because that's just boring and it's also very competitive. So try to create topics that correlates to new business owners or something business owners have problems with. All right, and lastly, try not to get wrapped up in a competitive war with web design companies. If you see competitors and they're doing something and they're like, oh, they're higher ranked than me, this is no fair, don't worry about them. Focus on yourself. Don't look at anybody. Just do this, okay? Because if you start looking at all your competition and you start getting overwhelmed, you're gonna get burnout and you're gonna think that you suck. Don't worry about anybody, just focus on yourself. So next we have SEO for your client. Let's say your client did actually want SEO services. Earlier I did mention SEO reseller, right? So that's a great way to get SEO for your clients. But most web designers white label their SEO services. If you offer SEO, charge them around $240 a month and show them monthly reports and progress of what has happened to the website. So if you guys do decide to get SEO, you need to tell them, this is what's happening on SEO. This is the keyword changing. This is the rankings. Just keep them informed, because as a client, if I don't get anything back, I feel like I'm getting ripped off, right? So these reports help the clients understand to see how the rankings are improving. It just helps them know what's going on. So if you do get SEO services for your clients, make sure to send them some reports so you have something to show for. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about irate customers. So sometimes you get customers that say F you, F this, F that. And guys, we're gonna go ahead and talk about that because that's actually happened to me and it sucks. All right, number one, don't accept work from customers who are in a rush. Like I told you guys about earlier, when you have clients who are in a rush, in a hurry, it's a risk factor. A lot of the time they might be aggressive. They might be, oh, come on, do it, hurry up, man, hurry up. They're just a risk. There's a lot of different factors that can correlate to customers in a rush. So just don't accept those customers from day one, all right? Now, if a customer starts to badmouth you and you're in a contract, just tell them you're gonna talk to them through emails. All right, so if you and the customer just build a bad relationship, and every time you guys talk, he's saying F you, or you voted for this guy, F you, the only way to kind of get past this, guys, is just communicate them through emails, and you actually have that proof that you're communicating with your client, so they can't say that you're not going through with the contract. You're saying, yeah, I am, but unfortunately, me and you just disagree on many things, so we have to talk through emails now. If the customer gets upset and yells at you over and over, and you made a mistake, just agree with them. Tell them that they are right and that you'll fix it, okay? And be patient, guys. It's very easy for a web designer to say, you know what, man, F this. But just remember, you're in a contract. If you need a break, step back, relax, and just take a break. You don't want to ruin everything over one heat of the moment, which has happened to me before. It sucks. Just do your best, and just remember that once this is done, it's done, right? After the clients, the job is completed, you don't have to talk to them no more. So just keep that in mind. Although at times the customer might seem like your enemy, remember that you can influence them positively. On a positive note, they will refer work for you from other people. What do I mean by this? Well, even on YouTube, I get comments who are saying, F Darrel, this guy's an idiot, When I respond to them and saying, hey, sorry you guys had this experience. What did you need help with? Like, how can I help you out? They respond to me in a very dazed manner. They're just like, oh, sorry, man. I was just having trouble with something. Sorry, I was overreacting. They do act like that. And, a lot of the times when I tell them this, they say, yeah, I was just acting like an idiot, People make mistakes, okay? Your client might not be the best person, but if you can work with them with some sort of positivity, it might influence them to say, you know what, man, Darrel, sorry, dude, I was just acting like an a-hole. I'm really sorry. Let's do this. Let's work on it. And that's how it all works, right? And then maybe down the road they'll tell other people saying, I was acting like a dick to this guy, but he was just really positive and he helped me out. So I recommend to all my friends, this guy is a really good web designer. He's really patient. He knows how to work with me, because I remember I was a jerk and he accommodated everything and he was just on par, man. Great guy. Darrel Wilson, great guy. That's how you can get more work from even your worst enemies, okay? So just keep that in mind. All right, try not to take anything personal. Your main goal is to make money. This mainly involves like politics. It involves current events. So right now there's like the whole Ukraine-Russia thing. Just don't say nothing, all right? You just want to make money. Don't get opinions. Don't get involved. This is their thing. leave it out of your business, all right? You don't want to lose a customer saying, well, you know, I think this country should do that. They're going to say, what? You know, and you don't want that to happen. So just stay neutral. Stay as neutral as you can and just make your money, right? Because if you have a family, you got to feed them, and you don't want to put your emotions into something where it's going to destroy everything, all right? So even if you're 100% correct, okay, just ignore it. Just stay neutral as much as you can. All right, now let's talk about how to bill your clients. So we talked about proposable and all those other factors, but if you guys are using free methods, or if you guys do want to bill them, I'll show you guys how to do that. Now, I recommend PayPal and Stripe, right? And there's also Proposable, and there's also Pandadoc. I highly recommend those services. They're really, really good. If you guys cannot use these two services, then we're gonna have to go with Stripe and also PayPal. All right, so this is stripe.com, and this is also paypal.com. Now, Stripe is a free service. It does not cost you anything at all. There's no credit check, and all they do is charge you like 2 or 3%. Now, this is available in most regions, available in Europe, South America, United States, parts of Asia. And also, they recently put their service in United Arab Emirates, I think, or in Qatar. It's one of those places. Also, you guys can use PayPal as well to invoice your clients. And I'll go ahead and walk you guys through on how to do this. It's really, really simple. Now, the first thing that you guys will need to do is sign up with PayPal and Stripe, okay? Now, let's say, for example, you guys sign up with PayPal and Stripe, right? And this is your dashboard, right? And you need to bill your clients, okay? I'll show you guys how to do that. Really simple. Over here at the top right, we have Create. You're gonna see Invoice. Now, if you are creating a subscription for your clients, you would click on a subscription, right? This is a recurring charge. So let's say, for example, they paid for a recurring service, like a content writer or SEO package or whatever. You can charge them right here with a subscription. However, for the initial web design invoice, I'll click on Invoice right here, and we're gonna go ahead and create an invoice, right? I'll just go ahead and put myself. And this is the memo, right? You're gonna put what the invoice is for, right? So this is for web design services, right? And here we go. We're going to email the invoice to the customer with a link to the payment page. And this is due in 30 days or whatever. Now, how do you want them to pay you? I do like this because you can make payment with card, with bank transfer, and there are other settings you guys can do. Maybe they have like cryptocurrency. You know, if you guys do get an offer for cryptocurrency, I would take it. You know, because cryptocurrency, it's very liquid. Once you get it, they can never charge it back. It's yours and it's yours to keep. Maybe this website will introduce cryptocurrency in the near future, right? So here we go. We have the email, right? So this is a general link that they're going to see in their email, right? So this will go to their email. This is what they're going to see. Now, once they click on this, they will then be brought to their invoice PDF, right? So they'll see what they're gonna pay for, and then they'll see the payment page right here, which is actually on Stripe. So it'll say, this is for design services. You'll enter your credit card information right here and then pay that. Once this is done, you will get an email notifying you that they have paid this, okay? So this is how you can bill your clients. And then you'll go ahead and click on Review Invoice, and then you'll go ahead and send this invoice to the client, right? Right here, you can send it, or you can continue editing. So that's how you guys can create an invoice for your client. And also for the items, just make sure that you guys create like web design services, right? Web design services, and the price is like, I don't know, $3,000, something like that. You know, there we go. We'll save that. And then there we go, that's good. And then the invoice will change to $3,000. Okay, so this is how you can invoice clients. Very easy, very simple to do. Also right here, we do have the actual, we have the subscription. So if you do want to charge people on a subscription basis, you guys will go right here and do the same thing, create a new product where you can charge them a subscription for your web design services. Now let's go ahead and go over here to PayPal. So I showed you guys a little bit about how all that works. I'll go ahead and log into my PayPal. All right, so this is my PayPal account right here. You guys can see I got around $8,000 in there, so I'm balling. All right, now we're gonna go over here to pay and get paid, and this is invoicing. So this is where you're going to create and manage invoices. Now, when you create invoices, again, this will be sent over to your client's email, and then they will pay you, and then the money will go into your PayPal accounts, and then you'll get an email notifying you that they have paid the invoice. So it's really simple. Create an invoice, right? Create an invoice, and this would go to your customer's email, right? So just put their information, right? And then over here, you'll put the item name. So this will be like obviously web design services, right? So under this, you'll put web design services at a price of $2,000. I don't know if there's tax fee or not for digital services. I don't think there's any tax, at least not in specific states like Las Vegas and California. I'm not sure. If you guys do need help with actual rates on taxes for digital services, go to taxjar.com and they can help you guys out there. There's a lot of good resources on if you should charge tax for digital services. And once you guys go ahead and you put in the actual price here, there we go. There, what happened to there? Where did my item go? Oh, there it is, web design services. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, you guys will go ahead and fill all this out. This is where you'll create it. And then right here, you'll just click on send. And you can click on this little preview little icon right here. And this will give you an example of what the invoice will look like. So that's it. That's all you guys have to do to send invoices to your clients. So it's pretty simple, but that's the process you guys will go through once you get a paying customer. So the web design process, get the email, right? Respond to the user, send the questionnaire. Review and send proposal and contract. Once you get the money, you start the work. Once you start the work, you establish hosting. Design website, initial design, color palettes, fonts, tone, the goal of the websites. What I mean by here is you're going to first give them initial design or design the website, like the colors, the fonts. The initial design is like 30% of the progress, something very small. We're gonna talk about all of this in the very next section. So it's gonna lead up to the workflow section. And then, you know, color palettes and all this stuff. So this is the actual process of the whole web design overview. This is how you should be working in things in order, right? All right, so you started your web design business, but now you need to pick a legal structure. Now, when you're first getting started out with web design, I would recommend just staying with a sole proprietorship. This is basically saying like, you know, I'm just doing business as myself. Later down the road, once you get more bigger clients and you're dealing with a lot more money, then maybe it's time to consider something like an LLC, an S Corp, or a C Corp. Starting a web design business, you can pick from a few different structures. You have a sole proprietorship, an LLC, an S Corp, and a C Corp. There is also something called an LLP, and that is a limited liability partnership, but that's when you're starting a business with someone else. But I'm not gonna include that because I don't know if you're gonna have a partner or not, so we'll just focus on these ones here. So now let's talk about how to avoid scams, right? There's gonna be a lot of people trying to scam you, and you would be surprised about how many people are out there trying to steal money from web designers. In fact, there are a lot of people in my Facebook group who have been subject to this. I'll give you some examples of scam emails and also scam messages where people are trying to scam web designers. All right, so let's talk about that. There are many tactics and many new ways to get scammed all the time. Always be mindful when accepting work and be skeptical. If you can, try and take payments with bank transfers or ways where users cannot dispute the charge later. What that means is credit cards and checks. In fact, checks are the #1 biggest liability. I would not take checks. We are in 2022. There's really no reason to take checks anymore because they can always bounce. And for those, for the new generation who doesn't know what that means is when checks bounce, that means the checks are no good. All right, so yeah, I mean, like even my parents, we had to balance our checkbook and stuff like that. So I understand the old school versus the new school. So just remember that try to take payments where they cannot dispute it later. All right, credit cards they can, but with digital contracts, you can add some sort of protection when accepting credit card payments. All right. So #1, the customer overpays the original invoice. This is a #1, very easy to spot scam. Essentially, let's say the job costs $3,000 and they give you a check for $4,000. They're then going to say, oh, sorry, I gave you a payment for $4,000. Give me back $1,000. You give them $1,000 back and then they charge back the initial $3,000 and they get your $1,000. Therefore, they just got a free website and they also got $1,000 and their money back. You lost all the money that you had and you gave them $1,000. So just be careful about that. There are a lot of, that is a very common way to get scammed. #2, the customer pays in bogus checks or random names. If they want to pay with checks, just don't accept it. That's my rule. Don't accept checks. There's no reason to accept checks. There's way better secure ways to accept payments. Any name that does not match with theirs, I would not go with it. If they also do say, I have a private associate or someone else you have to pay, don't trust them, all right? It has to be their name on their ID, no one else's information, because that person can claim fraud. Therefore, they will get the money back from your account. So just be mindful about that. All right, number 3, the customer has very strange requirements. If you don't trust it, then don't trust it. If they start asking for really weird stuff like, send the money there or this or that, or if they ask for certain credit cards, just don't trust it, And number 4, this might actually kind of help scammers, but I don't know. You guys let me know. I think this will help you guys. When people use the word kindly and dear, those are foreign words, all right? In America, we don't say kindly and dear, right? I never say, oh, hi, dear. In fact, when you say dear to a woman, it's very disrespectful. It's like, oh, hey, dear. It's very disrespectful to not just women, but also men. And a lot of people claim they are from America, which they are not. In fact, a lot of companies who approach me with different business offers, they always claim that they're American. It drives me nuts. It's like, look, man, if you're not American, don't say you're American, all right? If you're German, say you're German. If you're English, say you're English, But when I get people that come to me and say, oh, I'm American, and I hear them talk, I'm saying, you're not American. I don't know what's going on here. I don't want to get involved, So that is that. But yeah, so if you see these words, don't accept it, all right? Kindly and dear are very common scam words that people use from various countries from wherever they're from. All right, number 5, if they ask for personal information, don't trust it, run. There is no reason for them to ask you for any personal information. In fact, you can work under an alias, with web design. All you need to do is when you write the contract, you then need to put all of your legal information and stuff like that, but you can just put your business name. They don't have to get all of your personal info, like your home address, your phone number, none of that stuff, right? So yeah, never give them personal information. Number 6, high pressure demands are a red flag. If they are very pushy and they really want it fast and they want it now, this is a common scam pressure tactic. Stay away from it. Don't trust it. And number 7, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, avoid checks. This is an easy way to get scammed. If they pay with credit cards, get a contract. All right, guys, please get a contract. Make sure you protect yourself as much as possible. So now let's talk about some real life scams. Now these are actually emails and messages from people in my Facebook group that have been a victim of scammers. And I'll go ahead and walk you guys through this and show you what to look out for. So here is an initial response. So someone emailed this guy and says, hey, we want a website. Can you make it for us? He says, yeah, sure. He then says, oh, this is my budget. This is what I want. And then he proceeds to talk about cashing and cashier's checks and bank transfers and stuff like that. So he's just basically talking about his form of payments, right? Now the conversation keeps going. So he says, all right, cool, we can make that payment. We can make this website for you. This is the price. Do you have a logo? Let's make it happen. All right, the scammer responds by saying, all right, cool, I'm located in the United States. Now one thing also to look out for, guys, is these generic names. Jackson Paul, John Doe. I mean, these are like very traditional American names, and the way they speak doesn't really make sense with a lot of their generic names because they don't have that correct American pronunciation. So just do like your due diligence. Just read the actual paragraph and you'll be like, yeah, Americans don't really talk like this, but if they have these very generic names, it just doesn't really go hand in hand. There's definitely something off there. He says, hello, am located in the United States. I always prefer to deal with check and money order. Contact your relative or business representatives in the United States that can help you receive this payment. Now, right away, to me, this is a red flag. I don't know what's going on. Why do you want me to contact other people to accept a payment on my behalf? Now, the whole thing just seems a little flawed right here, and I don't like where things are going. So if I did see this right away, I would say I'm not really sure what's going on. Later, he says, please get back to me as soon as possible. I prefer to pay you by PayPal or credit card machine, but I was warned by my bank to not to use my card or PayPal against any merchants. He's all over the place here. So obviously this guy's a beginner scammer. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But the scam is right here. He says he has a private project consultant. Essentially what these guys do is they have some other person pay you, they overpay you, and once they overpay you, they then ask for that extra money and then they charge everything back. So that is an example of a scammer, right? So this right here is a scam email. If you are skeptical on it and they do talk weird or they ask for some weird stuff or like personal information, just walk away from it. So this right here is an example of a scam email, all right? Number 2, we have our boy Amir. All right, so here's an example of a second scam email. So my boy Amir, he actually sent a quote to the scammer, and the scammer responded back with this message. After reviewing the price quote, I think we should continue with the next step since we have already a deadline to meet. So they're presenting the tone that they're in a hurry, right? You gotta hurry, you gotta hurry. Remember earlier how I talked about if people are in a hurry, just walk away, they're probably scammers. And in this case, they are. Please, I need your payment information so that I can issue your deposit payment in form of check payment. That is my only available payment method right now. Never accept checks, just walk away. So right now I just said, boop, gone. No thank you, no problem, right? If so, I am willing to pay 50% upfront and pay the rest when the project has been done. Do you have someone in the United States that can receive a check payment on your behalf? See, why, this is weird. You know, why are they asking for other people? Like, I'm doing business with you, right? So there's something off right here already, right? Kindly get back to me with the person's information. So kindly, like we talked about, right? Weird scam word. Now they want all your personal information, like your name, your address, your cell phone, and all this other stuff. And of course, they always have this random consultant, all right? So whenever they say they have a random consultant, it's majority a scam. Don't take it. And even if it's not a scam, just tell them that you don't do business this way and they're gonna have to find another way of payment, right? There's also a really cool blog made by Alex Wright, and this guy actually has a lot of example scam emails, and they're very similar to the emails that my Facebook community have also received. So for example, another good scam too is whenever people give you these massive budgets where they're saying, oh, my budget's $5,000 to $25,000. It's usually a scam, right? No one just says, I have $25,000 to give you. You know, there's something off about that, right? Like, I'm going to be like, why do you want to give me 25 grand? Like, this is kind of weird. You know, I don't understand this. You don't even know me, you know? So this person is saying, my budget is this much money. He's trying to seem genuine right here. You know, he's trying to sound like he's dedicated and he really wants a nice website. And would like to know if you are the owner. That's none of his business. All right, it's none of his business if you're the owner or not. Either way, you're a representative of the company and he should not be asking this information. So right away, I would see this as a scammer. However, in the email, the person did also say, I have a private project consultant. Again, don't do it. And the guy actually played along. The guy played along, and like I told you guys earlier, he charged them a large amount, yet he wants like a tip or something. He wants $3,000 back. They're basically paying too much money, and then you have to give them money out of your pocket, and that's the money that they keep and scam from you. So just be mindful when you are dealing with web design emails and you just get random quotes from your website. Just be mindful of this scam. As time goes on, guys, a lot of these scammers, they think of new ways to scam people. I would never, or you know what's a good way? Have them pay you with cryptocurrency, right? If they pay you with cryptocurrency with a coin that you trust, like Bitcoin or Ethereum, not some weird scam coin, that's a good way, because once they pay you, there's no way to get that money back, and that leaves more protection for you. But again, you know, as time goes on, guys, just be mindful of scams. There's various ways on how people think of new ideas to scam web designers. And this is an ongoing problem, you know, and if you don't trust the email, don't trust it, walk away from it. You can always get a new client, and you're not committed to these emails, obviously. So always be mindful of web design scams. All right, guys, well, congratulations on finishing the business section. Hopefully this section covered everything business related. If there was something that I missed, feel free to let me know in the comments below. But now that I talked about like initial designs and design the websites and how you're supposed to work on things, now let's go ahead and go to the next section and talk about the actual workflow of the web design business. Hey guys, welcome to section 3. So in this part of the video, we'll be talking all about workflow. There's a lot of tricky things in web design, like for example, if they have hosting and they want to migrate it to another host, what do you do? We'll talk all about that in this part of the video. We'll also be talking about terms that you need to know, like what is a mockup, what's a prototype, what is UI, what is UX. We'll be talking all about that in this section of the video. It's important to know these terms because in the web design industry, these terms will get thrown around a lot and a lot of users don't know what they mean. So it is important to know what this all means. Also in this part, we'll be talking about how to hand the website over to the client. So once you finish the website and you give it to the client, I'll show you guys how to white label the services and also how to restrict parts of the website from the client. You'll find out later that a lot of the times when you give the website to the clients, they might mess it up, and then you have to fix everything they messed up. So I'll show you guys how to prevent that in this part of the video. So with that said, let's go ahead and start with section 3 and talk about workflow. All right, guys, welcome to the workflow section of this tutorial. So in this part of the video, we'll be explaining how the actual workflow goes. Like, for example, when you get the client, what do? How do you migrate websites? All the things that you'll need to know when you first get a client and how to operate a web design business. Now, a very popular question that comes up all the time is hosting. And this is long debated between many web designers and everyone has their own way of doing things. But let's just go ahead and dive into this right here. So managing hosting is a crucial part of the web design process. You have a few options to manage hosting along with their pros and cons. I'll go ahead and dive into each of them and then I'll explain what I think is the best. So the first one is you host a website on your server. So you would purchase a hosting package and then you would host the client's websites on your server. And that's also an easier way on how to charge them like on a monthly basis. So this is a good approach because you have more control over the client and the web design process. Now, the big pro is you don't need to ask the clients for their login credentials. You have everything right there, so you can manage everything from one location. It can be very frustrating when you're trying to ask them for stuff, they don't get back to you, and it's like they're wasting your time. The second pro is you can charge a monthly fee to host their website and also gain that recurring revenue. So that's also a really big plus. Now, with everything, there is always cons. You'll be on the hook for support. If you host a website, you're kind of liable in a way. So if anything happens to the websites, with the hosting or something, it's really on you. And this kind of interferes with like the recurring revenue plan because you are hosting the website. So as a client, I'm going to assume that you're also maintaining the website and that's also being taken care of. However, if they didn't purchase like a maintenance package, it kind of, gets convoluted there. But so the second con, it's hard to walk away from the client. Many of the clients want to work with you, but you probably don't want to work with them. And this is very, very common. So once the job's done, you're going to get phone calls from them saying, hey, Darrel, what's this, what's that? And over time, it can just become a nuisance. And it's like, you know what, maybe we were better off just parting ways. And this happens all the time. So I've worked with many clients, some that I maintained really good relationships with, and we were like really good friends, and others where they would call me all the time and just, they're like, oh, so what are you doing? How's your business? And they're just kind of absorbing all my time. And, it's really hard to say, hey, I'm busy, but, it's just part of the business. So just keep in mind, it is hard to walk away from the client. And that is probably one of the biggest cons when you host the websites. Now, another one, they host a website. It's important to note that you should recommend the hosting provider of your choice. You don't want the client to get free hosting and have their website fail. So if they watch a bunch of commercials and they say, oh, this website said they're super fast, or this hosting, they said they're super fast. No, you pick the hosting, you're the designer saying, you know what, if you guys pick cheap hosting, it can drastically interfere with the web design process. I highly recommend to go with cloud hosting, like NameHero or Hostinger or something like that, and then give them a link and then have them purchase it and make an account. I don't like when clients pick hosting because you're kind of working like on their terms, and I like working on my terms. That's kind of how I see it. So the pros, it's easy to walk away from the clients. That's the first one. And the second part, well, it's kind of a pro, is any hosting problems will be on their end. So if there is problems with the hosting, you're really not on the hook as much as if you hosted it yourself. But, if it is hosted with the company they chose and there is a hosting problem, you're kind of obligated to help them regardless. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Oh, sorry, just looking at my phone really quick. Now the cons. It's easy to get scammed. It's funny, people in my Facebook group, what they do is they would work on the client's websites that gets 50-70% done, and after the website was up to the client's liking, they would just change their credentials, lock the web designer out, and get the websites. And this has happened a lot, and this is probably one of the biggest drawbacks when they host a website. Now, in order to protect yourself from this, you need to charge them a bigger fee. So you'd want to charge them at least 50% to get started with. This will kind of give you some protection if they host the the website, because I've personally experienced it when they hijack the website and then they take all your work and they leave, and it's like, hey, like, we were working on this. They're like, no, it's okay, we got it, and at least you got your 50%, right? So at least you got some money back. The second part, it's hard to get clients info from them sometimes. So sometimes they're just busy, they don't return your phone calls, and you're chasing them around saying, what are your credentials? Or, maybe they changed something on accident, and that's just one of the problems when they have their own hosting. Let's say they already have hosting, which is another very common thing. If they already have hosting, get all their credentials. If you can, ask the client to add you as an authorized user on the account. So a lot of these web hosting companies, they have the option to add authorized users where anyone can call and get all the information on the website as long as the owner add them as an authorized user. I would go that route ASAP, just because it does help you get more control over the situation. With the pros, again, easy to walk away from the client, right? Kind of like the first one. And the second, any hosting problem will be on their end. Obviously, it's pretty much the same thing as they host a website, but with this one, just make sure that you get added as an authorized user. And again, the cons, easy to get scammed. It's very easy for them to walk away from the entire project. And the second, it's hard to get clients info from them sometimes. Now, if you guys are gonna ask me which one do I like, I'll be very honest. I personally like number 2. I like this one where they host a website. The main reason why, I know recurring revenue can be very good. I'm not denying that. But when you are working with clients sometimes the recurring revenue for maintaining a website might not be enough. If it's not enough, then it's not worth it. Like, they gotta be paying at least maybe like $100 a month, because then it's kind of worth it for me. But if it's something like 25, 50 bucks a month and something goes wrong, you could be spending a lot of your time, on something that really isn't even, related to the website. It could be a hosting issue, it could be something else, So I personally like this one here because it gives you the ability to walk away. A lot of the clients, you're gonna find out, they expect the moon and the stars. They want everything because they're thinking, well, I'm paying you monthly, therefore you have to provide unlimited support for everything, which is really not the case, So I like this one because it just gives me the ability to walk away. Plus, I can give them an affiliate link where I'd make like a $100 commission off them signing up with the hosting plan. The first one is also very popular, where you host the website. And I have done this before, but the biggest problem I had was when the relationship was over, migrating the websites. A lot of the times they didn't know how to do it. They wanted me to do it, and that is fine, but you just need all of the credentials for everything. And you can charge a monthly fee for that, which does help. You could make recurring revenue of $50 to $100. But just keep in mind, sometimes when you do this, customers will expect technical support and they'll call you a lot, and that can be just one big drawback. So that's what I've experienced with it, with this approach, but I have done it. And if you guys want, sign up with the hosting package. You guys can host a few websites on a few accounts. However, keep in mind, some web hosting companies have terms and conditions where they want you to purchase reseller hosting, meaning they want you to purchase a reseller account and host all of the client websites on a reseller account versus like a cloud or a shared account. So if you guys do decide to go with a hosting company where you can host multiple websites on one account, just make sure it's allowed under their terms of service. And if they say no, then go ahead and purchase reseller hosting, which is like the same thing. You just host a bunch of websites on one server. It's just a different plan. But that's what I personally recommend for hosting. I just like this one because I just find clients over time, the relationship just doesn't go well, and it's just easier just to walk away and get your big payment and be done with it. But if they are on a lot of recurring revenue plans, then I would probably go with this one here. All right, so that's my opinion. All right, next, migrating the website. Use a migration plugin. With WordPress, you can install various migration plugins like WP Migration, and this will allow you to migrate your website. I recommend WP All-in-One Migration. If you have errors, always feel free to ask your web hosting to migrate the website for you. Let me give you guys an example. We got this website right here, right? And let's say, for example, you want to migrate the websites. There are various plugins and very easy ways on how to migrate websites. So the first thing that you guys will have to do is log into their websites if they are using WordPress. If they are not using WordPress, tell them that you have to make the website from scratch, okay? You cannot import like Wix websites to WordPress. It doesn't work like that. If they're using Ruby on Rails, or if they're using some other building platform, you cannot migrate. What is that, bug on me? weird. You cannot migrate the website from those other platforms. However, if they're using a WordPress website, or if you want to build this website and then migrate it to their server or something like that, all you need to do here is just type in migrate. And there are tons of plugins you guys can use. There is WP All-in-One Migration, a very popular one. Also Duplicator. I haven't used it really, but they have really good reviews. And also, I think Vivid, WP Vivid, that's also a really popular one. Yeah, SiteGround, they have their own little migration plugin. That's new to me, but they do have a lot of migration plugins. I do have a video on how to actually migrate the websites. You can see a lot of people liked it, you know, and what I do here is I work on one website from local host, and then I actually migrate it to the actual live websites. But I will be making another video on how to migrate your websites. But you guys can watch this video. I just didn't really want to go show you because I already have a video explaining how to do that. So just make sure to check out this video, and also make sure to check out my channel because I will be making new videos on how to migrate your WordPress website. All right, so that's the migration process, right? So you can easily migrate websites from one location to another with a plugin. It's really simple. It's like copy and paste. It takes like 10 minutes. It's really not that hard. Now let's talk about terms to remember. So now that you're in the workflow, there's gonna be a lot of different terms thrown around from various companies and other designers, and it's gonna be very confusing on what they're talking about. So let me go ahead and talk about each one, and I'll give you a visual example of what all of these, what they are. So the first is wireframing. You probably all heard of wireframing. A wireframe is an initial sketch of the structure of the website. It's a set of the boxes, content, and placeholders to show how the website will be structured. Let me give you an example. So this is an example of a wireframe. A wireframe is like the first initial design of the actual website. It's just the structure. So it's just showing what it could look like. And it's gonna look terrible, so don't worry. But it's just giving you that foundation. So it's like, okay, we have the landing page here, maybe a call to action here, and then some buttons. And you guys can do this with, you know, paper. I do it with paper. It's old school. You know, I like doing that. You know, you guys can also use Photoshop. In the next section where we talk about design, I will be showing you guys how to use designer tools like Figma. But we'll talk about that in the next section. But I first just want to explain what these terms mean before we go into the design tools. So this right here is an example of a wireframe. Next we have mockup. So a mockup is a sketch or design of the initial website. It shows the design choices like the colors, the fonts, the styles of the website. So here we go. This is an example of a mockup. So it's like almost completed, right? We have some placeholder images here, and I just got these from the internet, guys. I'm just I'm just using this as an example. So here I would say, all right, we got the color scheme down because at first the wireframe was just the actual structure. Now we're going to add in colors. We're going to add in different designer tools and make it look a little bit more like a website. So it's just the second phase of building a website. So this is the example of what we call a mockup. All right, so we went over mockups. Next we have prototype. Now, this is what the website may look like once it goes live. So it's very near the end of the web design process. Here is when you would make like the final touches and the last revisions to the actual website. So let me give you an example. This right here would be an example of a prototype. So you would just show this to your client saying, how does this look? Does this look good? What do you think about it? Because if you like it, we're gonna make it go live right now. And this would be like the final stage of it. So they're saying, yeah, I think everything's good. Maybe we can change this to green or something like that. And that would be like the final touches. And that would pretty much go live after this step right here. So this is an example of what the prototype would be. All right, so now that we talked about like the actual stages, now let's talk about UX and UI. And these terms get thrown a lot. Sometimes I feel like a lot of these terms are just terms to make web design sound a lot more complicated than it really is. But unfortunately, in the web design industry, a lot of these terms are used all the time. In fact, if you're looking for work, they're gonna be asking people for a UX or a UI designer. So I'll explain the difference between both of these right now. The UX is the user experience. So it's my actual experience on the website, like the process, the workflow, the signing up, the call to actions, like how does the user interact on the website? The entire experience from the moment a user visits a website till they leave. It's the overall user experience and how the structure of the website operates. In simple terms, think of a UX designer as a project manager. So as a UX designer, my first goal is to understand how the user operates, right? So the user goes here, and then what? What do I want him to do next? Well, I want him to click on this call to action. Once he clicks on this call to action, I then want him to go to this website. Let me give you guys an example. Okay, so this is namehero.com. Now, as a UX designer, my job is to understand how we get conversions and how do we make the user purchase products. products, or how do we make the user sign up with something? So it's the entire process of understanding the behavior of your visitors. So right here we have get started now. Right away, I'm brought to this page. As a designer, I didn't really tell the website to do this, but the UX designer is saying, I want the user to do this, right? Here, I'm like, all right, we have a few different options. I'll go ahead and click on order now. And now we're brought to this page. This is kind of the UX designer's job. It's how the website operates and, going from start to finish. All right, so next we have UI, and this is the user interface. So it's basically the designer. It's the person making all the colors and making it look, really nice. So the UI is the overall design of the website. It's the colors, the layout, the structure, and how the website is branded. A UI designer is more visual and focuses on the design of the website and how it looks and feels. So whenever you guys go to a website and you kind of see like the colors and the design and how it looks, this is all from the UI designer. Let's go ahead and take a look at my website. All right, so this is my website, darrelwilson.com, and you guys can see, I'm a designer as well, and I chose a color scheme, right? And all of the colors, everything that you guys see right here, this is all from the UI designer. So this is the person who decides to make all of the colors, not necessarily the experience of the website, just how it looks and the tone of the website. But here you guys can see that I kind of chose this kind of like a techie color, but also like a red color because I want to keep it a little friendly. I don't want to be very professional. So you guys can tell the fonts I use were kind of bolded, right? We use Poppins Bold. I like that. Also, the images, they're very bright and colorful. So I want to have that like user-friendly atmosphere. And then here we have like the subscribe button. We have this this black bar right here. We've also have this little like circle and the little dots and the X's. This is just the brand. So this will actually showcase throughout the entire website. So here we have the WordPress blog. We have a little bit more information down here, like a call to action, and then the actual footer here at the bottom. So yeah, this is just an example of UI, right? It's the design, it's how it looks. And, we carry this color scheme throughout the website. So everywhere you go, it looks the same. We use the same colors, the same fonts. Pretty much everything is the same here. That's what they mean by a UI designer. So it's the person who actually creates all the design and the style of the actual website. All right, so now let's talk about UI design software. There are various UI tools you guys can use. Now, I'm gonna give you guys my opinion on WordPress tools versus tools like Figma and Adobe XD, and then you guys can tell me what you guys think about that in my opinion a little bit later. But Figma or Adobe XD can be very helpful for large-scale projects. These tools can be helpful with the revision process with clients and can help you keep projects organized. Now, in the very next section, we're gonna show you how to use Figma, and it actually really helps because if you have pages or a project that are like 20, 30 pages, it's very hard not to keep that organized. So you have to use some sort of designer tool. Back in my day, I used Photoshop. So I would put a screenshot of everything and I would put it in Photoshop and I would show the clients. That's how I did it. But today, with today's tools, it's kind of debatable, and I'll explain what I mean in just a bit. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next section. So this is where we're gonna talk about like the workflow and the handoff. So once you guys are working on it till you guys give it to the actual client. And then I'll walk you guys through the actual handoff process. So number one, create an initial design and show it to the clients, like colors, fonts, styles. You do this to see if you're on the right track. So before you guys even start working on the website, create like a very small visual, just show them some colors, like a color scheme, a color palette, show them the fonts, the tone of the website and the style, and see if they like it, just to see that if you're in the right direction before you start, completing 50% of the website and they're saying, hey, this all looks terrible. It'll really save you guys from like a terrible revision process, right? So yeah, just create initial design, let them know if you're on the right track. Number two, show 30 to 50% of the website completed and offer a revision tool. I will give you guys a tool in just a bit. This helps them adjust the design to the rest of the website. So once you guys show them initial design, you work on the website and then you would show the clients maybe 30 to 50% of the website actually completed. Now, personally, don't show them the wireframe, show them the mock-up. If you show them the wireframe, they're gonna get confused. They're gonna say, why does this look terrible? Why is there no color? There's nothing, and they're gonna think you're a bad designer. So if you do show them work, show the actual mock-up or prototype and not the wireframe, all right? And here we go, number three. Then after, you get the revisions done and everything, and they tell you this looks good, you then show them 100% of the website and offer the revision tool again. So once they say, okay, this is the final website, what do you guys think? You give it to your clients. This is the prototype at this point. So this is like the final touches, and then you're done, right? And then offer the revision tool for the final changes. This helps the client add the finishing touches. And then send it back for the final draft and await further changes. Number 5, once finalized, you give them the website and the work is completed. Now, before we go on to the next section, let me first explain what I mean by the revision tool, and then I'll also explain my opinion on page builders versus UI tools. All right, so this is Project Huddle, and this is a plugin that I do recommend that you guys get for your clients. This will make the process a lot easier. Guys, the revision process can be very, very difficult. It's very hard for you to send something to the clients. Maybe they don't respond, maybe they're doing something. And it's also hard for them to explain what they like, and it's really hard to do this without a meeting face-to-face. But with recent technology, there is so much available tools to make things a lot easier. So this is a plugin that will streamline the revision process. So let's say you give the link to your clients and you're saying, what do you like about this website? What do you want us to change? All they need to do right here is click on this comments, and they can skim on the website and just say, you know what, can you change this? Change this font. And then they can add the comment, right? Once they add the comment, they can close it. Now on your records, you'll get this little note from the client saying, we want you to change this, right? And the client can just keep going through this website and say, you know what, this is incorrect. So incorrect, please change, all right? And they can add the comment and close it. And they can go ahead and add any revisions and add any suggestions to the website using a link. Once you give them this link, they'll be brought to this screen right here where they can make all the changes automatically. It's so simple. It's really easy. I really do love this process. And the customer can always see what they wrote. If they click on this comments, they can say, okay, yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want. And also, let's go ahead and change this right here. I like this much easier than a face-to-face meeting. This is actually very easy to understand, right? Change this, right? And they can add the comments. Now, again, once this is all done, you'll be notified in your backend. Now, this does not reflect the actual website, okay? So they're not gonna see this on the website. This is all gonna be in the backend, and it's gonna be in the actual section in the Project Huddle area. So right here, we have an overview section. And here you can see that we can see the adjustments, right? And under the website section, we can actually see the website, and then we can view it in the back end and make all the changes for them, and then we can apply it on the actual website. So it makes the process a lot simpler for the revision process. Now, one thing I do want to say, I do have another video that goes in detail. It's about 20 minutes long, and I explain how to use this tool step by step. It's a great tool. I highly recommend it. I mean, if you want, you can just go ahead and screenshot the website to your clients and show them and go that route. Or you can have this more visual approach where the user can actually interact on the website and change everything like that. I think this is a lot much better than the old school like I used to do with Photoshop and stuff. But I have this video right here. I will go ahead and leave this video in the description as well. And this will show you how to use the tool step by step. Now, another very big common question that I get, and this will actually cause a lot of controversy because people can agree with this or they can disagree with this, was actually using a UI tool. So do you really even need to use a UI tool like Figma or Adobe XD? Now, I recently asked my YouTube community, do you guys use a UI tool like Adobe XD or Figma? And around 88% of people mainly use WordPress as their UI tool. So this is like the UI tool, the UX tool, everything inside of WordPress. 12% of people said they do use UI tools like Figma and Adobe XD. Now, these 12% right here are probably using these designer tools on large scale projects because the actual process of managing a very large project with WordPress, it's going to be very complicated and you might run into a lot of errors. So just note that a lot of people do use WordPress for small scale projects, but in my opinion, I think that these designer tools are very necessary for large scale projects. So I'll go ahead and give you guys my personal opinion on UI tools versus WordPress. Now, when I was using WordPress, like back in 2014, there was no UI tools. Figma and Adobe XD did not come out till 2016 till middle of 2016, late 2016. And even then, they were just beta tools. They weren't really that high in demand. A lot of people weren't rushing to use Figma back in 2016. However, they have definitely improved since then. However, so has WordPress page builders. So just to be clear, if you guys do want to use UI tools, go for it. I think it's a great way to keep the project very organized. However, if you don't want to use it, that's also fine. Now, these new page builders like WordPress, Brizy, and Divi, these are UI tools. You guys can build wireframes from inside the builder. You guys can build mockups. You guys can screenshot it and send it to your clients. And there's a lot of features these page builders have, like global fonts, so you guys can do search and replace. There's so many features these page builders offer where you can immediately change the website to like one color scheme to another, or just the font. So it is somewhat debated in the WordPress community, I will give you that. But personally, I think that these page builders, they are great UI tools, and you don't necessarily have to use designer tools like Adobe XD and stuff like that, because WordPress itself is a UI tool. It's also hard to say these UI page builders like WordPress are not as efficient or better than standalone tools like Adobe XD or Figma. Plus today we have access to theme templates and template services like Template or Theme Forest or Elementor template kits. I do believe that making a website from scratch can be somewhat of a waste of time. It really depends on the client. Like if you have a 5-page website, I really wouldn't build a mock-up, a wireframe, and a prototype when I can simply just go ahead and get a template from one of these third-party providers and just adjust the colors, change the font, switch the images, and bam, the website's done. I do believe that it's all about working smarter and not working harder. However, I know designers, I know how they are, and a lot of designers, they get very emotionally attached to the website because they created it, so they want to build it from scratch. And there's nothing wrong with building a website from scratch. All I'm arguing is that the amount of templates and the amount of tools that we have today was not available 5 years ago. So if I were into the web design business 5 years ago, I was forced to use like Photoshop and just, whatever I could. But today we have companies that provide thousands and thousands and thousands of templates that look amazing. In fact, on my website, you guys can go to my websites where I have tons of toolkits for you guys, and you guys can use those absolutely free. So I do believe using template services is a better way to manage your time versus than building it from scratch. Now, I recommend using WordPress UI tools when the project is smaller. So if you have anything less than like a 10-page website, I don't think it's necessary to use like Adobe XD and stuff like that, because you can just go ahead and screenshot the images and send them to them and build everything inside of WordPress. However, once the project gets larger, I do believe that you do need to have a UI tool like something like Figma or Adobe XD or even Photoshop, because this will really help you manage the project. For example, if the client gives you a 30-page website, how are you going to show them all of this on WordPress? It's going to be very hard, it's going to be very messy, and it won't look professional. So you do want to make sure that if you do get large-scale websites, that you have it organized on UI tools like Figma or Adobe XD. So I'll go ahead and read this for you guys. So in conclusion, I do believe that UI tools are very helpful. This is where you can display the wireframes, the mockups, and the prototypes. I believe this process is only necessary for large-scale projects. However, if you're working on like a 5 to 7-page websites, I don't think UI tools are needed like Adobe XD or Figma. I also don't think mockups, wireframes, or prototypes are needed on smaller websites, because this can actually slow the web design process down. And in a sense, you are working backwards. With all the web design tools at your disposals, like template kits, UI page builders, revision plugins, it's hard to say not to use any of them, because it can make the web design process much easier. Just remember, this is a business and time is money. So it'll be up to you guys. I personally think if you're building like a small website, you don't need to use mockups and wireframes and prototypes. That's way too much and it could be overkill. But if you are working with a large ticket client with a lot of pages, then yeah, I would definitely go with mockups, prototypes, and also have those on a UI tool. All right, but let me know in the comments what you guys think about what I said. There is a lot of commotion in the WordPress community about UI tools versus WordPress UI tools, because the page builders are getting a lot more easier to use. They have sections and blocks, and it's really easy to make everything from inside WordPress. All right, so now let's talk about the website handoff. So this is the process of actually giving the website over to the client. And I'll walk you guys through a visual process of all of this. But first, let me explain. If the client has signed up with a maintenance plan or package, and you offered a service, If you're on some sort of plan, you're going to follow these steps, okay? Create a role and give the user limited access options. The reason why you do this, guys, is because a lot of these clients are gonna find out, they're gonna log into the website, they're gonna start updating stuff, they're gonna move stuff around, turning stuff off and on. They're nightmares. And this is just the nature of the actual web design business. I personally don't like them having access to the page builder. They just mess stuff up. So if you can, restrict the access. Don't let them know what kind of builder you're using. Don't let them know anything, all right? The less they know, the better. And I know that sounds a little mean and effed up, but it's really true. They tend to get their nose in stuff and they mess stuff up and just try to white label everything. White labeling means you guys hide the name of everything. So for example, instead of Brizzy page builder, it'll just say Darrel's page builder. And a lot of these page builders and plugins and hosting companies, they all have white labeling options. So whatever tool that you're using, just contact them and ask them for the white labeling option. And every page builder has a white labeling option. However, at the current time, Elementor does not have a white labeling option, but you can have a plugin that can white label it for you. Okay, I don't know the name of the plugin. Just do a Google search. All right, that's something else. You know, I can't really go into that. But yeah. Now, if the client chooses no package, no maintenance, and there is no future involvement, then you're going to follow these steps. All right. You give them all the credentials. You give them access to everything. Okay. Do not white label anything, or do not white label anything at all, because remember, you know, this is their website, and they want to see the tools that you use. They can see it. For any page builder or plugin that was used, tell them they have support services. So whenever you buy something for your clients, all of these websites, they have support services where if something happens, you can help them out, or they can help them out. So just let them know that the support is included for those specific products. And if you hosted it, migrate the website to their new host. All right, pretty simple. All right, so now let's talk about the actual things that you have to do when the actual website handoff takes place. You add an editor role like we talked about, right? Use an editor role, and this would apply also to maintenance plans, right? So you just want to give them limited access. Now, I would recommend right here, give them a page builder role. For example, with page builders, they do have roles, right? I'll show you guys in just a bit, but you can restrict the actual page builder from giving the user like the roles to change the background images or something like that. You're just gonna give them limited options, like maybe changing the fonts, but they cannot move stuff around. Page builders like Elementor do offer this feature. Add an explainer video. So I would recommend creating like a YouTube video. Just tell them like, just record something saying, hey, this is how you do this is how you do this, and this is how you do that. When you make this explainer video, it makes it so they don't have to keep contacting you and saying, hey, Darrel, how do I do this? How do I do this? It can get very annoying. So make an explainer video, put it unlisted on YouTube. I have many unlisted videos where I would just make something and I give it to my designer and only they can see that link. Just email it to them or something like that. And also, view all websites with Manage WP. So I did show you guys Manage WP earlier. Just make sure that you can monitor their website for them. Just, you know, just so you have your hand in it a little bit, just to like see if the website's online, what they're doing and stuff like that. So I always add all websites to Manage WP. All right. Next, you're going to get a backup. You want to back up the website first, just in case things go wrong. If they do something to the website and something happens, at least you have a backup. So make sure you have a backup. And in that video where I showed you guys how to migrate a website, I also do show you guys how to use backups as well. So just follow that video and you guys should be all set. Upload a favicon, add Google Sitekits, and white label again, whatever you can. Let me go ahead and go in the backend right here and just explain to you where all these options are. All right, so this is the backend of my WordPress website, and I'll go ahead and walk you guys through on how to do all this. Ignore this damn notice. I don't know why they keep saying this. My version of PHP is updated. I don't know why they keep saying it's not updated. It's just, I look very unprofessional, but I swear I have updated it. I don't know what they're talking about. It's very annoying, right? The first thing I want you guys to do over here is go to Users and click on Add New. Now, what you guys can do is create a specific user for your actual client, right? You'd go ahead and put in the email right here, darrel99@aol.com. You put their first, last name, and then you go ahead and you would create a password for them. And here under the subscriber, you guys can put this as editor. And we'll go ahead and adjust the editor role in just a bit. But this will actually notify them that they have a new role. Once they have this role, they can then log into your website just like you would log into WordPress normally. But when they log in with this role, it does have limited features. So that's why you create this role. You don't want to give them admin access because they might mess something up. Once this is done, you guys will just click on add new user and voila. And then the user will be created. Now I have around 29,000 people on my websites, and that's just because a lot of people sign up on my websites, and you won't have this, so don't worry. You'll just have like one person, right? So once you guys created the role, you would then go ahead and go over here to Elementor or whatever page builder that you're using and assign the capabilities for that specific role. The person that I created was an editor, right? What I'm gonna do right here is go to Elementor and go to Role Manager. Now, every page builder does have this, okay? So it's not just Elementor. Divi has this as well. Divi is a great page builder, and also Brizy. Brizy is another really good page builder as well. But right here, it's saying, okay, so what can the editor do? I'm gonna say no access to the editor, or I can say access to the edit content only. So I only want them to change like the letters and the fonts and stuff like that. Or I can just say, you know what, nothing. I don't want them to do nothing. They can log in on the back end, see what's going on, but I don't want them to change anything, right? And then once that's done, I'll click on Save Changes. All right, and there you go. So now we have restricted access for that specific user. Now we also talked about favicon, and that's important. You see these little things here at the top right here? These are fav icons. I'm sorry, I call them favicons. But what you guys can do right here is just make sure that their logo and brand is there, because sometimes it's not, and the customer will call you and saying, hey, so you see this right here? This is an example of something that's unbranded, right? It's just a little gray thing. And that sucks. No one likes gray things, right? So what you'll do right here is go over here to site identity. You'll add in the logo and the site icon right here. So every theme has this. So just make sure that you guys do add this to your client's websites, because if you don't, they might call you. And the more times they call you, the worse it gets. I'm just joking. They're not that bad, guys, I swear. I'm just a little cynical sometimes because I've worked with them so long, and at times they can be very big nightmares, but at the same time, I love them. You know, they pay us, so we have to be very respectful. Now let's talk about Google Site Kits, right? So I'm gonna go over here to Dashboard. And right here we have Google Site Kits. Now I love this because when users log in on the websites, they will see this, right? So we have the actual traffic. They can go ahead and see the contents of what people are doing on our websites, like how are they finding our websites. We also have the speed, which hopefully doesn't cause that much conflict with customers, because if they don't get the green light for everything, they might start panicking, but it does show you your speed. All right, good. So here we go. So you can see that we have the green light, which is good, but we might need to work on the mobile device a little bit more. Not a big issue. Right here, you can see that we have our impressions, our clicks, you know, how many people are visiting the website. So we had around almost 300,000 impressions, and these are the actual visitors. And it also explains where they are coming from. So you'll have all this in the back end. Now, if you guys do want to install this plugin, you guys, all you need to do is integrate it with Google Analytics, right? Now, I will be making another video on Google Site Kit and Analytics, because that can easily take another 30 minutes, and I don't want this video to drag out, but it's very, very simple. I'll show you the plugin. It's actually created by Google. So Google actually got involved with WordPress and created their own plugin. And before, you had to get Google Analytics plugins and AdSense plugins, and you had to get all these plugins from various locations, and it was very time consuming. So now there is the Google Site Kit. So this is the plugin that you need right here. It is called Site Kit by Google. The great thing is, guys, it's completely free. There is no pro version. You don't got to upgrade to anything like that. It's completely free. And it's great because it grabs everything. So it integrates Google Search Console, it integrates Analytics, and it also integrates AdSense, all from one location. And this is a Google plugin, so they constantly update it. You're gonna find that a lot of the plugins that are used by Google Analytics from other developers, they abandon the project and they no longer develop the plugin. So at least we know that Google is making this, and it's very simple. Just go ahead and activate it, go through the process. I will be making probably another video on how to set all of this up step by step. But that could take maybe like 20-30 minutes. And if I do create it, I will put it in the description of this video. All right, so that's how you guys would hand the website over to the client. So that's when the payment goes through, and then you have to do these last things just to make sure that your client's happy and they can log in and check everything out. All right, so that is the handoff process. Now let's talk about the last thing, just a parting gift for you guys. You guys can get some free resources like Pingdom, GTmetrix, Managed WP, and Tiny JPEG. So I recently made this video. It's called the 25 most useful websites for web designers you wish you found earlier. Guys, I highly recommend to watch this. The websites and the free resources will make your life so much easier. You won't have to use Photoshop to shrink your images. There's a lot of optimization tips and tools in this video, so I highly recommend to watch this video. All right, party people, that is the workflow section of this tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know in the comments if you guys have any questions about what I talked about. So let's go to the next section. Hey guys, welcome to section 4 of this video. So in this part of the video, we'll be talking all about design, right? So how to get that good eye for design. I'll be very honest, guys. When people first start web design, they think their website looks great. And then you ask someone, saying, how does this look? And they're like, it looks terrible. And you're like, you don't know anything, man. You know, that's what happened to me. You know, I thought my websites all looked great and everyone was just out to get me. It turns out, you know, my websites look bad and I just thought it looked good because I created it and I had that personal connection to my websites. So I'll make sure that you guys don't run into the same mistakes that I did. Design is crucial. 80% of people decide to purchase your product based off how the website looks, and 60% of people will leave your website immediately just depending on the colors and how it looks to them. You guys should let us know who's a better designer, me or Daniel. Let us know in the comments below if you guys think Daniel has some good designs. Let me know in the comments below and we can have some sort of dialogue here about design. We went ahead and we hired some of the best designers in the world to show you guys what a good looking website looks like versus like an amateur website. So I'll go ahead and give you guys examples of great looking websites and also mediocre websites, and how one small change on a website could make it go from an ugly website to a great looking website. So this is my favorite topic. Let's go ahead and talk about the design of websites. Hey guys, welcome to the design section of this tutorial. I love design. I love talking about this stuff. So in this part of the video, we'll be talking all about the design of your website. So we'll first be talking about fonts, colors, the structure, showing you all good practices versus bad web design practices. So there is a difference on how to properly structure your website. We'll be talking about padding and animations and all of that stuff in this part of the video. Get your thinking caps on and let's go. First, let's talk about fonts. Fonts are a very under talked about topic, but they actually represent the tone of your website. So choosing a font is important. It reflects everything about your business and helps users understand who you are. The font reflects the professionalism of the business and the nature of the business. It attracts certain customers. Here's an example, right? We have 7 popular fonts right here. We have Open Sans, Montserrat, Roboto, Poppins, which is my favorite font, which is the one I use on my websites, Lado, Playfair, and Helvetica. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? This is like the Final Cut Pro starting default for those of you who use video editing. But you can see all these fonts right here represent something differently, right? So depending on what website you're going to build, you do want to pick a font that corresponds to the tone and message of your website. So for example, if you're using like a very corporate websites, you might not use Playfair. You know, I think Playfair is more for like modernized digital agencies, right? So this would be good for agencies or something more down to earth, right? But if you're creating a corporate website, I think Poppins is actually a really popular font for corporate websites, also Montserrat as well. So you guys can see just by looking at these fonts how they would play roles on different websites. I'll give you guys an example in just a bit, but let's keep going here. Now fonts, 1 to 2 max fonts on your website. Guys, do not use more than 2 fonts. Okay, you can have like a primary font and maybe a small sub font, but try to be consistent. If you add multiple fonts on your website, you're gonna lose your identity and your brand and it's gonna look terrible, all right? This is your chance to grab attention, all right? It sets the tone of your website. That's very important. Font and colors both set the tone of your websites. It helps establish the recognition for the website. Users will see the font and remember your business. All right, so the first font right here, you guys can see, it's Poppins, right? And it's a great font because it keeps the professional approach, yet it's also welcoming and inviting. And you guys can see that I keep this consistent throughout the websites. I did use Poppins on a smaller, I don't want to keep bolding it, right? You might want to bold your headlines right here. And then for your subtext, make sure it's not bolded. And don't italicize it either. Don't underline it. It just really depends on your style of the website. But for good web design practices, you want to make sure that this sub font supports the actual heading text. So this is like the main text, and this supports the actual heading text. So just make sure that you carry that throughout the websites that you create. Now let's take a look at this font. It's a very friendly font, right? And the reason why we chose this friendly font is because hospitals can be a scary place, right? For a lot of animals, it can be very frightening and scary, but we want to create a friendly font because we want to invite them in. You know, we want to invite you guys in the vet hospital. Yet we also did keep it professional right here with this actual supporting text or the supporting font, right? Is friendly approach, yet it's also professional at the same time. You can do that with two fonts. You see, we're using two fonts here, but we're using it correctly, right? We're gonna keep it consistent throughout the entire website. We have friendly fonts, but also we have a professional font that backs up the friendly font, right? And we keep this consistent throughout the website. Now, my best advice, guys, is there's there's hundreds of fonts. You know, you just got to find a font that kind of represents friendliness or something like that. And, just pick a font that works for you and your web design business or your websites that you're making. But I mean, just look at this. It looks great. You know, it's a very friendly font, yet it's also professional. So this is how you can implement two fonts on your website, but we don't use more than that. Okay, we keep it consistent with two fonts, and that's it. So you guys can actually view all these websites. They're actually on my my website under the Elementor template kits. You guys can download all these for free for your own clients. Just change the images or change the title, and bam, you got a brand new website. Ooh, colors. Guys, colors are so important. You have no idea. Well, maybe you do. Let's find out. So 85% of purchases and services are influenced by color. So 85% of people will decide to go with your service just by the color of your website. That is a true fact. Colors boost the brand recognition by up to 80%. You guys know what color McDonald's is, right? What color is McDonald's? It's red and yellow, right? What about Chase Bank? It's blue. What about Mercedes-Benz? It's silver, right? Apple, silver. Like, these colors are recognizable because we know the brand and we know the color, right? First-time color impressions is responsible for 60% of acceptance or rejection of the product or service. So what this means is right when I go to the website, and if I don't like the colors, or I do like the colors, I will make my decision based on the color of the website. So, for example, if I'm a very wealthy person and I go to Mercedes-Benz and I see silver, I'm gonna say, oh yeah, this is silver, this is for me, I got a lot of money. But if I am a poor person, I'm gonna say, no, silver, this is gonna be expensive, right? When you see like Rolex, the gold, and you're poor, you're gonna say this is not for me. However, for poor people, if you go to websites like, what's a cheap car? I don't know, Toyota, right? Toyota, I think that's the cheapest, right? Toyota. If you see Toyotas, you're gonna say, oh cool, like red, we got green colors, we have call to action colors. So that person would be influenced to buy a cheap car. But if you're a millionaire and you go to Toyota, you're gonna say, yeah, these are like the little kiddie cars, not for me. That's fine. You're just establishing a brand, right? But this is why the first-time color impressions are very important. First, we need to understand the psychology of colors and how it impacts users, right? We'll talk about that in the very next section. Pick a color that helps represent your brand. So, for example, if you guys are attracting high-ticket customers, you might want to use white, black, or silver. Those are very luxury, high-end colors. But if you're attracting very low-end clients, you might want to use like red, green, orange, friendly, inviting colors, something like that. The color is an identity about your service, and it also represents you. So just keep that in mind. All right. The colors of the website sets the tone. Oh, we spelled that wrong. Oops. So it sets the tone of your website, right? So it sets the tone. So whatever color that you introduce on the website, this kind of represents the entire tone, just like we talked about Mercedes-Benz and Toyota, right? You guys got that? The colors help attract a specific customer. So gray equals high-end and orange equals friendly, like a Nickelodeon. You guys watch Nickelodeon when you guys are growing up? It's an orange color. It's for kids. It's friendly, Rest in peace. They're gone. It's so sad kids today don't watch Nickelodeon. It is, it's this new generation. Number 6, colors set an immediate impression for first-time impressions. So right when they see it, they're being influenced. Keep that in mind. All right, now we're going to talk about color psychology and how it's used, right? Now, every corporate company picks colors specifically by their color, and this sets the tone of the actual business. For example, red, right? Ambition, confidence, bold, passion, energy, aggression. This is why companies like McDonald's use red, because it's urgency. We want you to hurry and buy our products. Coca-Cola, right? Come on and get a Coke, come on and get a Coca-Cola. Oh, come on Netflix, come watch a video. They're inviting, but they're also asserting themselves with like some sort of dominance, right? They want you to watch their stuff. They want you to buy their products. It's a call to action. It wants you to do something, right? Pink, love, respect, sensitivity, inspiration, dreams. It's more of a feminine color. Most feminine products use pink, right? Next we have purple. Deep, modesty, luxury, royalty, distinguished. And companies like Thai Airways, which is like a very high-end Thai airline company, they use purple, right? Because that's royalty. They're kind of like high-end, but it also represents many other feelings, right? Modesty and creativity. So BenQ, it's not necessarily a very expensive brand, but they're just trying to say like, we're modest, we're in the middle here, we'll help you guys out, So it's kind of like a luxury color, yet it's also somewhat like a modest color, all right? Black. Black is professional, accuracy, strength, formality, value, sophistication. Now, black can also be luxury as well. A lot of the brands like Dior, a lot of the makeup brands like Dior, what are all the makeup brands? You have Dior, right? I don't know, a lot of those makeup colors, they use the skinny black fonts, right? And that represents like a high-end tone. So when you walk into Dior, it's gonna be very expensive, right? But if you bold it, it becomes friendly. Right? So if it's thin, it's luxury. If it's bold, it turns into something like Nike or Vans where it's more just professional, right? Like Nike says, just do it, right? Orange, here we go. We have youthfulness, motivation, playfulness, right? And here we have Nickelodeon, right? Yet we've also used Hermes. And this can be something to like motivate you to buy their products, right? It's like, come on, come in, like we're, come in and buy us. We won't bite you guys, but they are a very expensive brand, Next, blue. This is a great one. Why do you guys think social media companies like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn are all blue? Because they want you to trust them so they can take your information and they can sell it. And that is the cold, hard truth. They all do sell your information, but they want you to trust them. That's why banks as well. Banks are all blue, right? Like Capital One, Chase Bank, many other banks, right? They're always blue. I'll give you guys examples of real life websites in just a bit. Yellow, we have youthfulness, optimism. Now notice McDonald's chose yellow, yet they also have a mix of red because they want you to take action. They want you to buy their products, yet they also combine it with the yellow fonts because they're saying, oh, we're fun, we're friendly, we're down to earth, but they just want your money. And that's really, that's business, right? Gray, we have solid, neutral, practical, classic, mature, right? They're mature. So usually silver products are for mature people. They can also be luxury brands. Nature, positivity, stability, growth, equality, and harmony, right? And also we have brown, which is earthliness, rustic, durability, simplicity, nature, and rugged. Have you guys noticed how UPS, the company that delivers mail, is also brown, right? Because they are earthliness, right? They're boots on the ground, they're walking to deliver mail. So that's why they chose brown for their branding color. Now let's go ahead and take a look at some real websites and give you some real life examples. Here we go. We got Chase Bank, the first one. And right away, you guys notice Chase Bank chose a blue color scheme, yet they also have this green button. The reason why they chose a green button is because they want to create wealth, right? So green also has an impact with wealth. I'm very curious as to why they didn't carry that color scheme. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's more green buttons. I was gonna say, like, what the hell happened there? So if you introduce colors on the homepage, guys, you must carry this throughout the actual website. That's how you can keep your brand consistent. The next one, Capital One. So they chose this blue color, yet they also have a red. They want to have some sort of urgency, right? So they have this blue with the green, right? Blue, green, and they want you to buy their products. And yeah. So that's pretty much it. All right, McDonald's. You guys can see I'm in Thailand right now. That's why it looks like this. But they use a red because they want you to take action. Yet they also have a yellow because they want you to know that they're friendly. All right, so that's why they chose this color scheme. Same thing with Wells Fargo. They chose the exact color scheme as McDonald's. They want to be friendly, yet they also want to carry this yellow color scheme that they're friendly and that they're inviting, right? And yeah, those are some examples of some color schemes and how they're used. I have a full another video that goes in detail and talks about colors, but that is a general rundown about how to use colors on your WordPress website. All right, so now let's talk about the purpose of the website. So you should coordinate the colors, the fonts, and the structure of the website depending on the purpose of the website. That's why I asked you, or I told you earlier, to ask your customer about what kind of website this is for. Like, what are you using this website for? So why do I say that? Why do I ask that? Well, a funnel website trying to make sales uses colors like urgency or trust. And the font would be something like, an inviting font or a friendly font and welcoming fonts. This helps with conversions and helps users understand your website more. So if you have a very luxury website, you'd want to create some sort of fonts and colors and structure depending on what you're offering or what your client wants, right? So yeah, that makes sense. You guys got that? All right, cool. So the website structure. The structure helps the user understand the website culture. Okay, I'll give you guys an example of what I'm talking about in just a bit. Portfolio websites are generally more modern and fruitful because you are trying to impress and attract new customers. Corporate websites are more structured, simple, and easy to follow. Funnel websites are more geared to pressure users to purchase with one large button clicks, right? You have those big call to action buttons and it's just like a guy doing this, right? Like they just want to pressure you into buying the product. All right, next section. So let's talk about consistent design. Keep the fonts, colors, and the structure of your website consistent throughout the whole website. I cannot stress that enough. A lot of amateurs fail at this right here. So let me repeat this one more time. Keep the colors and the fonts and the structure consistent through your whole website. All right. So you guys are beginners, you're gonna make this mistake, I promise you. Once you start developing the landing page, you're gonna go to like the middle section, you're gonna start doing something different and it's gonna look terrible. This is a very, very, very common mistake I've seen from amateurs. Now, whatever colors you introduce on your homepage, keep them consistent. This is your brand. So have you guys noticed whatever colors and fonts you introduce on the actual landing page, which is also called the hero image or the hero page section, whatever, this is your brand. Keep these colors and fonts and design consistent throughout the entire website. I'll give you guys examples in just a bit. And don't change the color scheme or fonts on different pages. Your website loses its identity. If you start changing stuff on one page, on another page, it just looks like multiple websites on one website. It looks terrible, and it's a quick way to lose your identity and your brand. So let me give you guys some examples of good web design practices. This is the New Life template. This is more geared for counseling and therapy. Right away, this image sets the tone of the website. So you see this guy, he's kind of in despair, he needs help, and that's why they're coming to our websites to get help, right? So we have these friendly fonts and colors, right? So we have this professional, yet it's also welcoming at the same time. And we've also chose a yellow color scheme because we want to be inviting. We want people to say, hey, we're here to help you guys. We'll help you out and, come on in. We'll give you guys we'll have a free consultation, right? I wouldn't want to use something like red here. I don't want to pressure these people. I just want them to be like a more of a friendly welcoming, right? You know what I'm saying? And down here, we have just a little call to action, right? And the same thing right here. So we've kept this color scheme right here, and we keep introducing this throughout the website. So we have sort of like it's like a black and also a brown font that we chose, and we combine that with a yellow button. The reason why we chose brown was because brown is down to earth. Remember how we talked about it's down to earth? It's kind of like, we're just normal people. Don't worry about it. This is the message we are trying to send to people visiting our website. So here we go. And we got the little trees, we got the cute little trees and stuff like that. Here is our psychologist. And right here, we added these guys in. They look really professional, yet they also represent like help, So we wanted to make this part of the section look a little stronger because these guys are going to help you. So we want to make sure that this section represents help, for these people, right? And then below that, we have a picture of a woman counseling this man. And here we have a be empathetic and patient. So we're basically creating this sort of environment where we understand the actual problem and we want to help you. So you can see that this website truly does represent something that would want to help people with their issues and problems. And we understand what you're going through, right? And then scrolling down here, we have leadership, business, family, and organization. Now, this is reinforcing the actual image. So here we have the image, right? And after they see this image, they kind of scroll down here and they see this like, oh, we're reinforcing the image, right? I like that. And then here we go. We have the same color scheme and the button. And here we go. We've kept everything consistent all the way to the ends. And that is the end of the website. So you can tell right here that we did a lot of work. We actually picked the color schemes according to the tone of the website, like we talked about earlier. It really depends on what you're trying to build. You need to really pick the color schemes that really represent what you're trying to do. So right now, I'm gonna talk to you guys about padding, right? I did mention something about padding earlier, and I do want to talk about that. But here we go. I'll just give you guys one more example and then we'll cover padding and the importance of it. So here we go. You know, we have this big sale today. Now we have this little line right here and with this little shop now. Now this line right here is also part of the brand. Now I know right now on the page, it doesn't look like much, yet we're gonna keep this consistent throughout the entire website. So we have this black, this red, and this little line as our brand, right? And if you scroll down, you guys can see we've kept it consistent. We keep introducing this brand because this is who we are. We want people to remember us based off this design right here. So you guys can see that everything here is consistent. And also notice the padding of this website, right? We have kept the same padding right here, right? So padding is space. Now in the next section, I'll give you guys the importance of padding, so just stick around. But yeah, so this is an example of a correct color scheme and a correct way to carry the brand throughout the website. We don't use a bunch of random colors. We're not gonna introduce like 4 or 5 colors. We wanna keep it very consistent here. That is how you guys would keep this consistent on your website. Now let's go ahead and talk about padding. This is how important padding is. This website looks nice. This website looks terrible, right? Just because we don't have the correct padding. Padding can destroy your website. So you wanna make sure that you have correct padding. Now, the reason why this looks terrible is because this text right here is way too close to the edges. Anytime that you have text close to the edges, it looks clunky and it looks lost, right? So this padding right here, it looks very well structured and people can understand the message. This one right here, no. When you guys are building your website, you guys do want to make sure that you incorporate enough padding onto your website. Obviously here, I can go ahead and change it to something like boxed, which will kind of, fix it a little bit. But yeah, on the outside of the message you're trying to send, make sure that you are consistently leaving enough padding. Notice right here, we also do have a lot of padding because we want the message right in the middle. We don't want it at the bottom. We don't want it too far to the left because then it just doesn't look correct. Now, a really popular website that uses padding all the time is Apple. Notice Apple always has this sort of approach where they have so much padding on both sides, and they do this because they want to center their image to represent something very luxury, right? Like, look at this. Like, so they clear off all the padding and just put the message right in the middle. With this kind of approach, it adds more of a high-end and more detailed approach versus something like, this, where this is just like a general website. So here, they've used padding right here to kind of represent this product and create importance for this product. If you guys do need help with padding, I would highly recommend to just take a look at a lot of these websites. It's very hard to teach people how to correctly use padding, but if you just take a look at enough websites and understand how we use padding right here, like we probably added maybe 50 pixels right here, you can kind of get the idea of when to adjust your padding and when to add more or when to put in less. But Apple also carries this consistent throughout the website, right? So even right here, they have just put this in the center. They have created a lot of padding here because they want you to focus on this product. Now, then the same thing here. And also right here. Now, right here, you guys can see they switch up the padding a little bit more, right? So, but notice here how the padding is not too close to the top, yet it's also kind of far away from the actual end of the box, and it just represents like a good structure, right? And they carry this throughout the website. So they carry this structure all the way throughout their websites, and bam, there's the footer at the bottom. So when you guys are using padding, just use it to what your website is trying to accomplish. So if you're trying to have some big message, have enough padding right here. If you're trying to create something else a little bit more creative, you can, do something else, maybe, put it to the left and try to get creative and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how padding is very important. It plays a big role on the tone of the website, the structure, and the message you are trying to send to your audience. All right, so now that we talked about the actual structure, let's now talk about landing page strategies. All right, offer a strong call to action, navigate the users, don't let them get lost, tell them what to do, all right? Limit the choice the user has. Don't give them 5 buttons. There's no reason to do that. It's gonna look tacky, they're gonna get lost, and there's no direction for the actual visitor. Buttons with start here or shop here helps navigate the users, right? Like start here, visit here, give some sort of action to your visitors. Social counters or some sort of social proof encourages the user to act. So if you have, like social pop-ups or something like that, it just creates a more social environment so the user's not so isolated, right? They're kind of like, oh, everyone's here, like, all right, cool, I'll join too. And that's really what it comes down to. All right, make the brand clear and easy to establish. Like we talked about earlier with the brand and the structure, make it easy to identify, right? Show a contact form, ways to contact. Colors can immediately impact users to make a decision. Now, this is for lead generation. So let's say, for example, you are a contractor and you want to make appointments. Have the actual contact form on the home page, right? Invite them to do something. But if you have the contact page on the very last page and not on the home page and you're trying to collect leads, that would just defeat the whole purpose. So you do want to make sure that you do have a some sort of sign up form or a contact form if your goal is to get leads. See how everything works now with structure? You guys are getting it? Cool. Now, number 7, use images that reflect your service and are relevant to your brand. Like we talked about earlier with the actual therapy websites, you can see that people are in despair, but at the same time, we reinforce those images with the lady at the bottom trying to help the man get through and overcome his problem. So we're trying to create an environment where the images do represent what we're trying to accomplish on our websites. Number 8, first and only impression. Guys, make it look good. You got to make it look good. That is your only chance to get a customer's business, to get their money, all right? That's your only chance, all right? So make sure it looks really good. And number 9, don't write too much. Keep the message fast, brief, yet effective. So let's take a look. There we go. We have Chase Bank, right? Guaranteed closing or get $2,500. Fast message, right? Capital One, unlimited rewards, no annual fee, fast, quick message. Wells Fargo, simplify your life, a quick, fast message. Let's take a look at my templates. Innovative brand, right? Bid farewell and misery to your pain. So this was a little bit longer, but I would probably keep it under like 8 words if you can, but I think this message definitely sends the message to the customer that we are trying to help them. Finley, big sale today, all right? So keep it short. Don't write, we are the best company in the world. You must buy us. We are number 1. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's terrible, right? Apple, peak performance. Just keep it brief, okay? So you guys got the message. All right, let's keep going here. Importance of padding. Like we talked about earlier, believe it or not, padding sets the importance of your website and makes it look clean. Like I showed you guys earlier, if you have padding that's too close to the end of the website, it looks broken. It's very, very important to implement correct padding on your website. Padding can help you present products and add importance to the landing page. Like we talked about Apple, right? So Apple is setting the importance of the product based off of the space. So it's like right in the middle. The padding is, they had a lot of padding on the right and the left side because they want to showcase their product. Padding also sets the style and the design of your website. Remember earlier how we had the portfolio website and then we had the other websites? They all have some sort of different structure, right? And they do that because they're trying to also represent some sort of brand, right? So padding does also go hand in hand with your brand as well, all right? Padding can dramatically make your website go from a clunky website to a clean website. Just like I showed you guys earlier with the Finley layouts, if the padding is not correct, the website looks broken. So it's very important to have good, correct padding. All right. And I didn't mention this earlier, padding is space. Okay, it's the space. All right, that's what it means. So yeah, let's keep going. Animations, guys, don't use too many damn animations. It will make your site look tacky. Don't do the woo, or the woo. Don't do it. Just keep it simple. On all these websites, I used very, very little animation, right? I'll give you an example of a website with really good animation, but you guys should keep it as brief as possible. Also remember, the animations are CSS, and this can slow down your website. So just keep that in mind. I recommend using animations to a very minimal level. I personally like animations when fading in small parts of text. I'll give you an example of that in just a bit. If you do add animations, be consistent with them on your website. So if you do add an animation on anything, you have to kind of carry that throughout the website because that is your brand, all right? Do not overdo animations. Guys, let me repeat this one more time. Do not overdo animations. It can make your website look unprofessional and may look like beginner work. And this is usually very true. If you're not sure if it looks good, don't add it. If you're not sure, get rid of it. All right, plain and simple. Now let me give you an example of websites with really good animations. All right, so here we go. We have our Credo layout, and I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this page here. And right away, you'll see how that kind of fades in right there. I like text that fade in. I think it looks professional. Let's go ahead and keep scrolling down here. Now these were images that we added for our portfolio websites. Now we've kept this consistent, right? It's like they're falling down as you scroll. I do like this, but take a look at this text right here as you scroll on the left side right here. Here we go, right there. You see how it slightly fades in. Not too much, a very subtle fade in. It's very brief and it's not like, woo, you know, it's really chill, right? So if we keep scrolling here, we'll keep seeing that, right? We'll see it fade in right there. It fades in, right? And there you go, it fades in. So I do like that. It's a very soft fade in. I feel like that adds a very professional corporate approach, but anything that starts doing this or starts doing this, I don't like it. It's a very, very brief fade in. It's just enough not to make it look too much, right? There we go, we got it again, right? All right, so let me just go ahead and show you guys one more time here, just in case you guys are complete noobs and you didn't see any of that. I'll go ahead and refresh the page. All right. Fade in, right? These fade in. The text fades in beautifully, right? Fades in beautifully, right? Fades in beautifully. Oof, fades in beautifully. I do like that. That is fine, but we've kept it consistent. So that is our brand as well. So remember, when you do animations, just keep it brief. All right, so now that we talked about the importance of animations and everything else, now let's show you guys good web design practices versus bad web design practices. You guys ready? All right, so in this section, I'll be showing you guys good wireframes versus bad wireframes and how to fix them. So when you guys are building your website, you guys might be looking at websites and you're kind of confused on how we actually picked and designed the structure of the actual website. So first, let me give you an example of a bad practice, explain why it's bad, and then we'll go on to the good section and we'll explain how we actually did all this, right? So let me go ahead and zoom in really quick right here and show you guys this specific wireframe. Here we have the title of the website, right? So we have a good message, right? And we have a call to action and we have a sign up form. Now, personally, this sign up form, it's too cluttered, right? It belongs probably a little bit lower right here, or we can even make a new section for this this book now, right? So if you guys do want to add like a book now or a lead generation, just have it, just have one. There's no reason to add a book now and then also a button here because they're confusing, right? You're telling them to go to two different random places and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now on the next section right here, we have another call to action. Now the reason why this is incorrect is because we already have one up here, but we don't have anything in the middle right here. So maybe if we had a section in the middle and then introduce this section, it would make more sense. So when you have call to actions, don't stack them on top of each other. It's incorrect and bad web design practices because we have already invited them to click right here. So why are we doing it again right here? We could have remade this, right? We could have added something else to improve it. Next, we have the section title. So this is just like a section, about your staff and everything. And also right here, we have some testimonials about that person. Now below here, this section right here, I don't think you would need this, right? So this is reinforcing the testimonials, right? Because the testimonials, this is reinforcing the actual staff, right? And this section right here, it's not really supporting anything. And at this point, it's just kind of like clutter and it doesn't really make sense to have this section, right? Next, we have the call to action. Now, this right here is not bad, right? So we don't really have any call to actions below here. I personally would mix it up though. I would probably put the call to action on the right side to kind of change up the button. It's always on the left side because right now, if you look at our website from a long point of view, all of the buttons here are on the left side and it just, I don't know. I would want to mix it up just a little bit here. So yeah, make sure to change that up. You don't want too many stacked options on top of each other. All right. And then below that, we have the blog section, which is fine. Now here we have a supporting text. Now this is maybe correct or incorrect. So you might want to add things here like as seen on so-and-so website, as seen on something else. But adding the features again here at the bottom might be incorrect. It really depends on what you add. I would personally make sure that you add something like as seen on something, but you don't want to talk about your features all over again at the bottom of the page because that really wouldn't make sense. And here we have a call to action. Now, this call to action is also a little bit incorrect because the way it's structured, you'd probably want to add something in like a middle call to action and then close it, right? You wouldn't want to add in a image on the bottom of your website because people might not even scroll to the bottom of the website. So you'd want to make like a bar right here. So overall, this structure of the website, it's a little incorrect. You know, there are some things that we can do to sort of improve this with these sections on the right side. So right away, what I would have done right here is I would have taken this section and I would have dragged it right there. Notice that makes it look a lot cleaner, right? So now the buttons, they're not all stacked on the left side, and it's like, you know, I am all about consistency, but that just looks very repetitive when you have all the buttons on the left side, and it might not look correct. And then now we have this section. Now this makes sense, right? Now that we added this section, see how one small section just influences the entire website? It's really crazy how that works. So now that we have these sections, we can kind of drag these in, right? So I would go ahead and also drag in this section like that. So notice here how we have this call to action, yet now we have this different section where they can book appointments. So it's not so cluttered, because before it was all the way up there. It just didn't really look correct. I didn't really like it. So now that we added it down here, now this looks much nicer and clean. And notice here how we have this color that introduces the next section. So now we have this other call to action, and now this is correct, right? Now we can have a call to action on the left side because we don't have all the buttons stacked up on the left side, right? Let's keep going here. Let's see what we can do to improve this. So next we have this section right here, and this section's okay, right? It's not a bad section to add, but we need to distinct it from this section. So the fact that these color schemes are the same, as a user, I am inclined to believe this is the same category. So we need to add some sort of background color to take it away from that previous section. So for example, I'll take this section right here and I'll drag it over. Now notice here how we added this different color scheme. Let me go ahead and step back here a bit. There we go. There we go. Wait, that's weird. Hold on, there we go. Like that. So notice here how we added in this color scheme. Now it's different from the previous section. So we want to reinforce the user saying, this is a different section and we're going to be talking about a different topic, right? So that makes a little bit more sense. Now, if we take that away and just leave it like as a white section, like, oops, sorry about that. Like this right here, it sort of becomes confusing because I don't know if this is the same section or not. So this is an example of good practices where you'd want to distinct the section from each other, right? And below that, we have a call to action. And this right here makes sense, right? Because we have created a brand new section. We have the blog articles. Also right here again, we're using the same color scheme. So it's too white. So you notice here how the entire page is white and there's no real different shades to represent new sections. You want to create very subtle sections and colors like this just to let the user know that it's a new section. All right, so let me give you an example here. I'll go ahead and just take this section right here and we'll just slap it down there. Notice how this just makes such a big significant impact on the website. Like now we can see here at the bottom of the page that this is a brand new section and it looks much cleaner, it looks much structured just because we added a simple background color. Now this section right here, I would get rid of it. Now the main problem is I probably would want to not showcase a large image on the bottom of the page. In fact, I might even want to move the button somewhere else, right? So let's go ahead and drag this over here. So see here how this call to action is on the right side, but if we take it away right here, you'll see that it just kind of looks, we don't need to add in that image at the bottom of the screen. So this right here is correct web design practices. And this right here, you really want to make an inviting call to action at the bottom of the page, but you would want to make a call to action that's somewhat inviting, yet also it's closing at the same time. So this right here is too strong to be at the bottom of the page. But here we have a more subtle call to action near the bottom of the page, and that's fine. All right, so let me give you guys the correct web design practice now in a nutshell, right? So this is our wireframe. Does this look similar? Well, it should be because I showed you this website earlier, and I'll show you that website in just a little bit. But here we go. You know, we have the hero title. We have the call to action on the left side. We have another reinforcing call to action. we have the section title. Now we have this section right here, and this reinforces again this section right here. And this section right here also, this would just reinforce the user saying, yeah, check out this website, it's cool, whatever. And then below that, after they read this reinforcing text, they might want to take action, right? So we want to give them that call to action below these icons right here. And then below that, if they're still not sure, we'll show them some blog articles, try to create some sort of friendly tone where they might want to visit parts of our websites. Below that, we can add in some sort of as seen on, or we can add in something right here that would reinforce the user to take action. At the bottom of the page, we can make something a very subtle call to action and then add our logo here at the bottom. So this right here is an example of a correct web design practice. And do you guys know where you saw this wireframe at? No? Well, let me show you. And here it is. So this is the same wireframe that we used for the new life template that we created. So let's just take a look here how it's used in real life. So we actually have the message right here, the call to action in the middle, right? We have the call to action, the book now on the right side. We added this on the left side, right? Next, we have the team of psychologists, and then we have the reinforcing section to reinforce the previous section. And then here we have some general little upsells, saying what we're about. Again, we have a call to action in case they read this right here, and then they want to take action on the very next section. Here we have some latest articles and news. We have some other little gadgets and widgets that might want to encourage people to engage on the websites. We have a button right here where it tells people to take action. And then we have the footer at the bottom of the website. So you guys can see how the wireframe and the website go hand in hand. So that's the importance of creating wireframes and how you can implement it on your website. Did you guys like the design of this website? If you did, let me know in the comments below. What do you guys think about it? If you guys didn't like it or disagree, I'm always interested to hear what people have to say. No problem. If you guys think it sucks, just tell me. Let me know. I'm always interested. All right, so last week I asked my subscribers if they have websites and if I can use those websites and show them on this video and also revamp them. So let me give you guys examples of some amateur websites and how we have created a remastered version of it, and you guys can let me know what you guys think, because you guys can participate here. At this point, you guys know the design process pretty well. So this is a subscriber's website. They watched one of my videos and they made this website. So the first thing right here is this message is a little confusing, right? Because the call to actions over here on the left side, and it should be maybe centered. Also, this section right here, I'm not really sure why it's on the left side. And also this header is very, very large. So this should be a very thin header. So this right here is just a lot of white padding, a lot of space, and we want to reduce that as much as possible, right? So let's go here and keep critiquing this website. So we have this candle. Okay, so I guess they're selling candles, right? But I would probably put this call to action somewhere else. I do like the actual hover though, that's pretty nice. They've actually kept this consistent, right? Black and pink, which looks nice. This section right here, I would go ahead and adjust the padding, right? So the problem with this is the padding's too high, and also these lines right here, they're touching the top. So it's kind of confusing, right? It kind of looks a little cluttered. It looks a little messy. So I would go ahead and rearrange this section as well. Debut EP collection. Now this design right here, I haven't really seen it anywhere else on the website, right? So this is just like a random design, and it would make sense if this was on the home page, right? Because then they can carry that throughout the website. But since this is right here, so I just don't know really why it's there. Also, I would have added more padding right here. So this is a little bit too close to this section right here. So I would adjust the padding here. I would push this section down a little bit more. Keep going here. And then we have this call to action, or this, I guess this is a, I'm sorry, this is a footer with this section here at the bottom. Now this section here, I would go ahead and rearrange this. The footer also is a little strangely structured. We have a lot of space right here, and I think we should reduce this as much as possible. Now I went ahead and I revamped this website, so let's take a look. Ready? Ba-boom. This is what me and my designer did right here. We decided to kind of rearrange the whole website. We wanted to make it look a little different. Let's go ahead over here and zoom in, right? Instead of this section, what was going on right here, we decided to put it here at the bottom, and we've actually combined this section to kind of mix with the landing page. So if we take a look at it zoomed out, this looks a lot cleaner, right? We have this call to action, and we also have these blurbs right here to reinforce people to take action. So right under the get it here, we have free shipping, eco-friendly, and hand poured. So we're trying to encourage people to push on the button and buy the product. So that's why we implemented it like that. Also right here, we added in these images, of the actual product. I feel like this right here just makes a little bit more sense because they can see the products. We have the button to buy, and then we have the text to reinforce the purchase. So it's nicely put together, and we added enough padding and it makes sense. And we also added in the little pink bar like the person wanted to add right here. We just put it below the actual, below the image. And then the next section, we have the images right here. Now, I believe this looks a little bit more, I guess you want to say cleaner, right, and friendlier. So the thing is with a lot of these products, I don't like the products with the sharp edges at the end. I feel like that is a little aggressive sometimes. But when you add this little soft little, it's called border radius. When you add the border radius to the ends of the actual box, it creates a more friendly tone. And it's more welcoming, it's more inviting. So that's why we did that. And yeah, so we added that section in there. And then on the footer right here, we just added everything in one little quick bar, right? Because this is very quick, it's very brief, yet it's also effective. We have our Instagram, we have our TikTok, we have the Spotify, and it's in a very nicely clean and organized little section. And over here, their footer, it's just a little bit all over the place. So they just needed to kind of combine it, make it a little bit more compact and nice. That is the revamp of the websites that the subscriber gave us. Voila. All right, we have Max Kainon developer community. Right away, there's a lot of padding issues going on, right? So this is way too close to the top of the website. And also this text width is way too far. They should have probably made this a little bit more closer, made it look more compact. And also we have this little design. Now this is fine if they added it on the rest of the websites, but they didn't, right? So it's just right here. And also these buttons are very small and their colors are a little random, right? So the brand is kind of getting lost right here. We have one color, two colors, the blue colors, three colors. We have this gray, 4 colors. So there are a lot of colors on this page and it can be somewhat confusing, right? Next section. So we have some blurbs. This is fine. This is just fine. I obviously would have added some more padding right here. These right here are just a little bit too close. We probably could have cleaned this up a little bit, make it look a little bit more not so compact, not so cluttered. This section right here is also very confusing. I don't know if this is 2 sections or 1 section because here we have this, we have these blurbs and then we have the button right below that. And we have this price. It's just, everything's too close to each other and I'm not really sure what to make of it, right? Now we have this section right here. So we added in this new color and that's fine, but we should have added this on the home page. So now we're breaking down into this teal section, right? So we have this teal section and teal color, and we have this little bar, and I would have made this a little bit more larger, right? So the text is kind of scrunched up into this bar. I would have given it more space. And we have this little design right here with the new brown color. So I'm not really sure, maybe this brown, maybe they're trying to incorporate that brown onto this button, but you see how easily it can get lost? Like how now we don't really know where this color is coming from. So to me, this is just a random color because if I didn't hover over this button right here, I would not have seen that color on the actual homepage. So I would have probably changed this color, right? And this design, this little arc right here, I would have got rid of it, all right? This is all right, this little animation, they want to be creative, that's all right, But also right here, we have a padding issue. So you can see here how this Google AdSense, it's just too close to the edge of the section. We need to give it more space, right? We need to give it some place to breathe. Here we have this email section. Now, there's really not enough text here to have the user take action, right? So we have this subscribe, but you're not saying anything, like sign up to our mail list, get a free something, get a free template, get a free evaluation. You want people to sign up for a reason, right? You can't just leave a box right there and just not say anything. Like, no one's gonna do it. But if right here you said get a free quote, hey, I might sign up because I saw the free quote. And then here we have the footer here at the bottom. This is actually a pretty clean footer. I'll give you an A on that. We have a clean footer right here. Maybe a little bit too many icons, but a clean footer, not bad at all. So now let's take a look at the revamped website we have made for Max Kainon. You guys ready? Let's take a look. All right, so this is the actual new website. I wish I can zoom in just a little bit more there, but that's all we can do. So notice here we have just kind of rearranged the sections. So here we have the Max Kainon developer community, hire us and find out more. So right away, we're just creating a little button right here to kind of spark some sort of call to action. Up here, this call to action, it's just not welcoming. You know, there's no real reason why I'd want to click this button. You know, it's just not inviting. You know, it's kind of cluttered, it's at the top, and it just doesn't really make sense. But here you can see we have a very strong text, Max Kainon, hire us. You know, it's like, all right, cool. You know, and we have this image right here that kind of reinforces the brand of the website. Now this next section, you can see right here how we just cleaned all this up, right? So we made it look very user-friendly, and we just, you know, put 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if they want to see all of our services, they can click on the all services here at the bottom. This section here, you can see that it's just a little cluttered. You know, we just got to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we did right here. We just fixed it up. We made it look a little bit nicer and also more user-friendly. All right. And the next section, so you guys can see it from the outside, the inside. We've added a lot of nice padding right here. We added a quick little image of the products, and we have more details. So what we're doing here is we're talking about the product. We are inviting them to click on the product, and then we are showing them the product. Over here, we have, we have just this section, but it's very easy for your message to get lost because now we have this text up here, and we have this image on the left side. The button here, it's a little bit too low. You know, it's down there and it's not inviting us to click. So just kind of rearrange stuff and make it look a little bit more structured. All right. And then below that, we did the same thing. So just like he kind of switched it around, we did the same thing, but we just want it to be a little bit more inviting, right? So here we added in a more inviting section, right? Where we also kept it consistent. And we also did get rid of the brown. The brown was just a color that we just didn't need on the website. You know, there was just no real reason to have the brown there. It's very easy to get lost with the brown, so we got rid of it. And then here we have the call to action. See, here we're telling people, if you sign up to our newsletter, you will get a discount. So this is very encouraging for people to actually want to subscribe. And then here we have the footer, but we kept the same footer. So we get an A for the footer. So don't feel too bad if you're watching this and this was your website. You just needed to add some padding. You just needed to add a message for your call to action, but the footer was great. So this is an example of how we revamped the website. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about the new revamps. Did you guys like it or not like it? Let me know in the comments below. So party people, now that I showed you guys all about the design, I'm now gonna hand this video over to Daniel Scott, where he's gonna show you guys how to use Figma. So earlier, like I showed you guys with those wireframes and mockups and how we use it for the new life templates, Daniel Scott is gonna show you how to use a UI tool that can help you create your own wireframes and mockups. So here he is.
Hello, thank you for the introduction, Darrel. Dan Scott, Figma designer, UX designer. Today, what we're going to be building is this. We're going to create this really simple website just to give you an overview of what Figma does and what its role is in web design. So my goal here is kind of just a brief overview of Figma and what it's for. And you know, if you do want to go further, I do have a Figma Essentials course. There'll be a link in the description for that. But what I want to do is get you to the end of this section and for you to understand Figma's role in web design, but also maybe be a little excited about using Figma and going a little bit further with it. So yeah, that is my goal here today. Let's get started. First up, let's go through the what, why, and who it's for Figma. This might be the very first time you've ever heard the word Figma, okay? Or you've heard it and you might not think it's for you. We're not sure where it fits in the process. So let's talk about the what first. The what is, it is a bit of software that you download and install, and it is for rapid prototyping your website. So you'd prototype your website before you'd start building it in, you know, WordPress or Elementor or code or whatever you do. So that is the what it is. Bit of software to help do the design before you make the website. The next is why. Why would you use them? Why not just build it in, Elementor or WordPress or whatever the technology you're going to build it in? Because it kind of feels like double handling. It is speed. It's about rapid prototyping and kind of iterative changes. So let's say my process, when I am, as a UX designer, take the brief, and what I'll do is I'll get back to the client very quickly with a mock-up out of Figma. It looks and feels like a website. It can be kind of tested in terms of the functionality and the flow and how it might work. And I can get that process and get feedback from either the client or potential users super quickly, make changes and get them back to them like ultra fast. Okay, so that's why we use it. It's super fast. You can get it looking very close. Like you can get it looking exactly like the website you want to build later on. And you can use a lot of the images and fonts and all that sort of stuff you've done in Figma. Okay, some of the code, more of the styling. Okay, so it's not wasted time. Okay, but it's more about, Figma is about going fast, getting changes done, getting it back to either the client or the user super quickly, make more changes back. And that process is where Figma really shines and why you should use it.
All right, in this part of the video, I'm gonna give you guys a quick overview about Figma and explain what it is and how to sign up. Now, essentially what Figma does is allow you to create some really nice mockups, wireframes, and prototypes for your client. It's essentially a Photoshop for web designers. So let me go ahead and show you guys how to sign up with Figma. It's completely free. It does not cost you guys anything at all. So this is figma.com. You guys can go to figma.com. I will also leave a link to Figma in the description of this video. Once you guys are here, just click on Try Figma for free. All right, so first we'll go ahead and create a free account with Figma. So I'll go ahead and put in an email and then also go ahead and put in a password for your Figma account. Once you put in your email and your password, you'll then go ahead and click on Create Account. Next, you'll go ahead and put in your name. So I'll put in my name right here. And they want to know why I'm using Figma. So I'll just say I'm using this for design. And I'm gonna use this for work. And then I'll click on Create Account. All right, cool. Once this is done, you'll go ahead and verify your email address. They will send you a link, and all you have to do is go click that link and then go ahead and log back in with Figma. All right, so here is the email they sent me. I'll go ahead and click on Verify Email. All right, cool. So now you'll be prompted to the backend dashboard of your Figma account. Now right here, they're gonna prompt you to enter in a bunch of information. However, you can just go ahead and click on Do This Later. We don't need to fill all this out as of right now. So right here, just click on Do This Later. Now they're gonna ask us what kind of plan we want to select. We're gonna use the starter plan. So the starter plan is completely free. It does not cost you guys anything whatsoever. So right here, click on Start for Free. So next they're gonna ask us which one we want to use. However, just go ahead and click on I'll explore by myself, and Daniel will actually help you guys with Figma in this very next section. So go ahead and click on I'll explore by myself. All right, cool. So there's one more thing I wanna show you all before I hand this video over to Daniel. If you guys do wanna use the desktop version, this is the actual desktop version of Figma. However, if you guys do want to download the free application for Figma, on the right side right here, you'll click on Get Desktop Application, and then you guys will see that you guys can then install Figma as an application onto your computer if you guys decide to go that route. Daniel will actually show you the difference between the application version versus the browser version to see which one's best for you. All right, so I'll go ahead and excuse myself and hand this video over back to Daniel.
All right, we're gonna start making stuff in Figma. In this first section, we're going to describe, well, we're going to create our first document and look at something here. It's this little grid pattern here. It's called a frame, basically pages. We're going to make it and add little columns to get us started. All right, let's get going. Okay, so you have got Figma. You can either use the desktop version, which I'm going to use in this tutorial, or you can use the web version. I'm just kind of toggling between the two. You can see they look very similar. I'll point out the differences, but in this tutorial, it doesn't matter. Web version. Oh, that's the desktop version. You can kind of tell it says Figma on top. And in this one, I'm using Chrome. You can use it exactly the same way. It's pretty cool. So whichever version you've got, I want you to go to Drafts, okay, and hit this little plus button. And we're going to start with a design file. Okay, that's normally where you start. It's like a new document. And it's very blank. Okay, so in this document here, I'm going to, well, it's design file. The first thing we need to learn is something called a frame. A frame does a few things. The best way to think of a frame is a page. Okay, so there's a frame tool up here. Okay, I can hit this little drop down. There's a frame and a slice. I want this top one called frame. Okay, and I can draw out a frame. Okay, or a page of my website or a mobile app. okay? But it's better to use the default. So I'm hitting undo, okay? So edit, undo. There it is there. Command Z on a Mac, Control Z on a PC. Okay, so I'm going back here. I'm going to go to my frame tool, but instead of dragging something out on the page over here, can you see under design, you've got a bunch of presets. We're going to work with desktop to start with. And we're just going to use this generic desktop size, okay? 1440 wide, 1024 high. So I'm going to click on it once. There we go. Got a big giant page. Now we won't go through too many shortcuts in this course because this is an overview. There's going to a few that you're going to need. So if you hold down the Command key on a Mac, Control key on a PC and hit minus, okay, you'll zoom out. Plus zooms in, minus zooms out. Okay, so that's what that does. So I want to be able to see a bit more because what I want to do is actually add another frame. Okay, and when you're designing here, we're going to design the desktop, but this is where you could go through and say, I'm going to design what it looks like on, a tablet as well. So I'm going to pick, I don't know, the iPad Pro, the one I've got. Okay, and I might go back to the frame tool and we'll do a phone version as well. Okay, so I'm going to use my, I don't know, whatever size is popular at the time. Okay, and you can be designing across all three of these what your website looks across, rather than getting, it can be tricky working in kind of responsive media query stuff, whereas in this it's quite easy just to kind of see all three of them all together. I'm going to put those down there. So if you grab the name, see this, the name of the top there? Okay, you click, hold, and drag it, and you can kind of drag it around. We're going to work on desktop though. Now, with the name of it selected at the top here, desktop 1, I'm going to turn on columns just because we're going to do a bit of, you saw at the beginning, there was kind of like 3 boxes down the bottom and gives us some kind of grids to work in. Okay, they're not essential, but it gives us some consistency, especially when we are going to break it down for tablet and mobile later on. So, name of the frame selected, okay, and we're going to go over here and we're going to say layout grid. Okay, we're going to hit the little plus button. So we want a grid. Actually, I don't want a grid. I want to change it to columns. And it's very common to work in 12 columns. Okay. For experienced web designers, you'd be like, yeah, of course, 12 columns. If you're new, yeah, 12 columns is the default for lots of frameworks. Okay. And it'll become more apparent later on. So we're going to use a count of 12 and a margin because I don't want my website going all the way to the edge. Okay, you notice at the beginning there, I had a kind of a bit of padding either side. So I'm going to use, doesn't really matter, I'm going to use 200. Okay, so I've still got my 12 columns, but I've got a bit of space either side. So my logo is going to start about there. Okay, and you can turn these grids on and off by clicking the little eyeball. They will disappear. If you click off in the background, you're like, well, where did it go? You got to click on the name of your frame. Okay, and then you can get back into here. All right, that is a frame, aka a page. And we also added some columns just to give us a little bit of consistency, and it's going to allow us to do a bit of responsive design later on. But yes, let's move on to the next section. Okay, so this is what we're going to do in this next section. We are going to look at typography. We'll put in a kind of a basic logo, some navigation, and a big kind of powerful, amazing marketing message. So yeah, let's get started. Okay, first up, we need to get our company name and the project we're working on. So if you're playing along, you can play along. This is a site that I made called randomprojectgenerator.com. Okay, and it generates a project. Okay, so click on this UX UI option over here, enter your name. I'm putting my last name. Put in friend's name, pet's name, anything you like. Current location. Okay, I'm going to put in, I live in Croke in Limerick and Ireland. Okay, and put it in generate project. And it's going to give you something to actually design here. I'm going to be Scott Bikes, probably plural, okay? And it gives you a bit of a brief to work to. We don't really need this for this tutorial, but in the larger Figma course, this is what we use. But for the moment, okay, this is going to be the brand name, okay? If you hit retry, you can't do it more than twice, okay? So go get your company name and the thing that you are designing for, okay? And come back into Figma. So back in Figma, okay, we're going to put in some type. I'm using my zoom tricks. Remember, Command minus and plus on a Mac, Control minus and plus on a PC. Grab the type tool, click once. We're going to put in our little logo up here. I'm going to paste my text in. Mine's going to be Scott Bikes. Okay. Actually, I'll pop up my socials here. Okay. If you are following along, I'd love to see what you make. I love these little tutorials and see what people end up making, what actual object they got and the designs they make. Anyway, the thing to think about when you are doing fonts and using typography in Figma is that this font here was just the last one I was using. Okay, the trouble with using something like this one here is that, especially on the desktop version of Figma, it goes through and allows you to pick any old font, okay, from my computer that I've got installed. It might not be one that we can use online. Okay, I'm not sure how much you know about fonts and online font stuff, okay, but there are just some fonts that you can use on a desktop, okay, on my computer here that just can't work on a website. Okay, so a good place to start, you probably already know, something like Google, fonts.google.com. Okay, this is a great place to grab fonts for because you know, you can use it and know that it's going to be actually usable on your website, and it's free. Okay, you can filter. This is what I spent probably about half an hour doing before I started this tutorial, is going, oh, I want something kind of thin and I want the thickness to be up a little bit. And you spend ages scrolling and downloading. And so you do that on your own time. Okay, we're busy. And what I ended up doing was I ended up using this work sans, okay, because I want to do some, yeah, I liked it. Okay, so pick a font. And what I'm going to do in terms of, you might already have a logo or want to design a logo. I'm just going to do something like this. It's like a black version and a light version that's a bit light. There we go. Not, I like that. Okay, so in terms of size, select it all. I'm not going to go through how to change fonts sizes and stuff. That's pretty basic, right? Okay, so I'm just going to pick something bigger. And moving it around is this tool here. So this is your move tool, okay? And I'm going to click off and just kind of drag it around, click it in the middle and drag it around. How big does it need to be? And when you are deciding on things like font sizes and image sizes and layout and stuff, it's handy to be at 100%. Okay, so up the top here, I was at 200%, which is fine when you're doing delicate work or zoomed in work. 100% is better because that's the way it's going to appear on the website. Okay, so in my case, it's a little small. So I'm going to click in here and I use my up arrows. Can you see there? If you click in that little panel there and just hit up and down, I don't know, I do that. You don't have to, you can use the little drop down. So I've got my font, okay, and I've got the text here. I'm going to put in some other font bits. Okay, so I'm going to put in some navigation over here. So I'm going to type it in. Okay, I'm going to type in, what do we got? We got home. I'm going to do mine in caps for no good reason. Now, you might be, well, you can put in space, 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 about us. You can just, do that, space, 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 contact us, something like that. But it is better in Figma to actually have these in separate type boxes. So I'm going to get rid of all of that. Okay, I'm going to have home, and then I'm going to create a second box. Now, you could grab the type, at the moment, if I keep typing, keeps typing forever. Okay, what I want to do is create a new text box. You can grab my selection tool, just click off on the background. Okay, click off, so I've got nothing selected, grab the type tool, click again, and do about us. Actually, I'm going to do our store. Store. Oh, microphone's in front of the keyboard when I'm typing here. So you could do that, or it's handy just to copy and paste it. So just your regular copy and paste like you normally do. So I've selected with the selection arrow or the move tool, copy paste, and there's two of them. I don't like it. It ends up being right on top of itself, so it doesn't look like you've pasted it. But drag it off. It has. Okay, and this one's going to be a contact us. Okay, what we can do is we can select more than one thing. So back to it always defaults to our move tool, so you don't have to go back. So I'm going to select all of these, just drag a random box around them all. And over here, I'm going to go to my kind of regular. I'm going to make an appropriate font size. 16 is like the default size for stuff that is accessible to users. People that find it hard to see things can see it. Okay, it's just a really good default size. And you will notice that some of the perks, or one of the really good perks for Figma is, what I could do is I could select them all. And there's options up here to do the whole, let's look at this one here. I want to align them all vertically. Okay, and then there's an option in here that says distribute centers. Okay, and it kind of distributes them out. I'll undo that. Remember, Command Z on a Mac, Control Z on a PC. Watch this. If I go, I want that there. Okay, watch this. It just lines up nicely. Okay, and watch this. When I put the third one in, can you see it goes, oh, can you see? Oh, did you mean this 31? I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of getting it close, and it goes, ooh, do you mean line up? And do you mean also 31 pixels away? And you're like, yeah, that's awesome. So there's a lot of this sort of intuitive stuff for design, okay? And we know if we're doing this with CSS and padding and stuff, we're playing with eames sometimes and some tricky stuff, whereas obviously dragging this stuff around in Figma is super quick and easy. All right, so up until now, we're using the type tool just to click once and it types forever. Okay, you don't always want that. So I'm going to delete that. You can drag out a type box. Okay, and what it does is it gives you a fixed width because I want it to be kind of, I don't know, that wideish. I don't know how wide I want it to be. But if you drag out a box, what ends up happening, eventually, can you see it breaks? So it's good for body copy. So click and drag for body copy, click once for the never-ending text box. Okay, and I'm just gonna type in here, I'll speed this up. Okay, so if you've got a better product and you can think of a good strapline for it, okay, your marketing message, put it in here. I couldn't think of anything great here. So I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go the font size up. And I'm just kind of making sure 100, moving my head back and kind of going, yeah, that's it. Ooh, there we go, that's nice. And I'm gonna go to bold. All right, that's what I want to do. You can resize it afterwards using your move tool. Okay, so click off, kind of click back on it, and you've got these edges here. You can start messing around with it. Here we go. That's what I want to do for the moment. And all this work you do here, kind of like foreshadowing for the end of the course is, or the end of this little Figma section is, if I click on this, you can go to inspect, and can you start to see the things that web designers like to see? Okay, so we've got kind of iOS code, we've got CSS code that we can kind of just grab. We don't want positioning, but you can see font family and style and bold and size. Stuff that you can just copy and paste out. Okay, so you can do this work, get it right, and then go and edit your CSS later on. Anyway, let's not get into the inspect panel just yet. Okay, that's later on. Let's keep designing. All right, so that is the quick run around with typography. Let's get on to the next section. Hi there. In this section, we're going to look at making buttons. Basically, buttons are just rectangles, okay? But we can add swishy little rounded corners to them. And then we'll use that rectangle skills just to make these cards down the bottom here. Plus throw in some other interesting Figma related bits, but buttons are the focus. So let's get going. Okay, a couple of things I want to throw in before we get too much further is we'll name it. Up the top here it says untitled. Just double click it and we're going to call ours. Mine's going to be Scott Bikes website. Okay, mine's going to be V1. Okay, up to you. Just double click it up here and give it a name. The other thing is there's going to be people using the web version and the desktop version. Okay, so the desktop version the big difference is that along the top here, you've got Figma. I can select this and say, actually, let's go to text and here's my underline. Okay, so I can find lots of stuff along the top. The difference with the web version, okay, you're using a browser. So this is the same document, okay. I've actually got it open in both of them. You can kind of see them there. You can see me. This is kind of cool because you can collaborate, right? So if I point my little pointer there on the U and I switch back to the desktop version, look, there's the other version of Daniel. There's two of me working on the same document. So yeah, you can work on more than one person can be working on a document, collaborating. Okay, but I got sidetracked there. The reason I showed you this is that the desktop version, okay, doesn't have the file along the top. Can you see Figma, text, underline? Here, there is none. I've got the Chrome stuff, but I haven't got Figma. So they just hide it in a different place. So if you're using the web-based version, over here it says this, like, that's the Figma F. Click that little drop down and here's all the menus. So there's text and there's underline. So you just have to go to a slightly different place. So I'm going to try and avoid that in this particular short course. But yeah, there'll be times where you're like, hey, why can't I see arrange center back? It's because on the website version, it's there. Object, arrange, center back. There it is. Okay, so those are the other differences. Everything else is basically the same. All right, back into here. So we've named it, we've saved it. And the other weird thing about Figma is that it doesn't save it onto your desktop. It's saved in the cloud as part of this. Okay, so there's no way to you can download it and save it. You can go File, Save As. And if you really want a thing on your desktop, you can. But it's really uncommon to do that because it's just magic and it's always there. Works offline as well. It's a pretty amazing connection. But you came for buttons. Buttons are just rectangles. So let's grab our rectangle. Okay, let's draw out our button. Okay, and I'm going to grab the type tool and slap some type in it. I'm probably going to just click over here once and I'll line them up in a second. So this button is going to be my Shop Now button. Shop Now. Okay, and let's grab the font size, get it down to, remember 16 is a good kind of default smallest size. Man, that's probably gonna be good for me. Grab my move tool, get them in there, and you'll see that, can you see that? Oh, it just wanted to be in the middle. Okay, you can remember select both of them and go align center, align center. Okay, but it should do it by default. Okay, and although it looks like a button, it doesn't do much button stuff now. We'll do that in a second. Okay, we'll add the magic, but for now, we need to see the other magic, rounded corners. Buttons have to have rounded corners. They don't, obviously, but the rounded corner option is, you can do it manually over here. Where is it? So I've got my rectangle selected. There's an option over here that says rounded corners. It's that one there. Okay, I can click, hold, and drag that little icon. You can see the little rounded corners appearing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, or you can just type it in there, say 5 pixels, and you've got rounded 5 pixels. What I tend to do though is if you've zoomed in enough, so Command plus or Control plus, you'll see these dots. If you're far enough away, can you see these dots that disappear if you zoomed out? Zoom in, you can just grab them and drag them, kind of get them where you want to. Okay, and I don't know, this is not important. This is meant to be like a brief overview, but why is he showing us this? Because check this out. If I click on this option here, independent corners, and click on this little dotted line here, this is, I love, like iOS, okay, the Apple operating system. Look at the rounded corners, watch them magically become more magical. Look at that. Without it, with it. Without it, with it. You can't see the difference, can you? Let's do 2 of them. You, without the magical iOS rounded corners. Let's add full maximum ones here. Can you see they just look more, do they look better? I think they look better. They're more friendly, inviting. Okay. Ignore that bit. And so we've got rounded corners, we've got a button. If we need to make a second button now, instead of like trying to duplicate both of them, okay, and bring both bits over, what we're gonna do is select them both. Okay, so remember just move tool, drag a box around them. Oh, just around this thing. Right click it, and we're gonna say group that selection, just so that when I click off, move it across, it's kind of like a nice little unit. So that's grouping. You can ungroup it by right clicking, okay, and say ungroup. There you go. Everything can be found under that little Figma option as well. Okay, so you can, you will find all of these things, object, ungroup, if you can't right click because you're on a Mac. I'm on a Mac, but I'm using a mouse that has a right click. So you can find everything in here. I'm just gonna give you one way in this tutorial. Okay, the next thing I want to do is I want to add our little cards that you saw at the beginning there. Okay, these down here. So this, I'm going to create a card. So just using rectangles again. So I'm going to have like an image along the top. Now this is where columns are really handy because you might decide you want a card that is say 4 columns across. And that's why 12 is a handy number because it's easily divisible. Okay, so I've got this first one here. I'm going to copy and paste it. Okay, and I'm going to second one. I'm going to paste it again. Okay, and I've got 3 of them. So you can see how the spacing works nicely. And when I get down to say the phone version, okay, I can decide that these get restacked like this. Okay, so that's handy. If you want, 12 columns is great for like 3 columns as well. So I got this, delete you, delete you. Okay, if you decide you want 4 options, you can go across 3 columns. Okay, oh, I did a little shortcut, a little sneaky one. So when you're dragging, if before you drag, hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, it will kind of drag out an option. I do that mostly rather than copy and pasting. So that's Option on a Mac, Alt on a PC, before you start clicking and dragging. See, 12 columns, awesome. So I've got 4 now. It's up to you. I'm gonna do 3, so I'm gonna undo Command Z until I had them all kind of working. There we go. And you can, do I fast forward this? I don't know. I'm going to do this bit, and probably now that I've, columns are useful for getting the kind of structure in, and then they're annoying because they're like messing with this. So why, remember over here, and you're like, oh, why can't I change the columns? You remember, how do I get it over here? Do you remember? It's a test. You remember. Oh, how did he move around like that? Let's do a couple of things. Let's turn the columns off. So let's click the word desktop, and let's turn the eyeball off. There you go, on, off. The other thing is, how did he move around when he was zoomed in? Okay, that is the spacebar key. You can use the hand, just use the hand. The hand's easy. Go back to the selection tool. I don't do that, I just hold the spacebar down. So watch this, I'm on my move tool, hold spacebar, it turns into the hand. Look at that, transforms. Okay, so I'm going to select all of you. I'm going to use my Option/Alt trick to duplicate it. I'm going to pick a random color for these. So I've got them all selected. The fills over here, I'm just gonna randomly pick. Now the color picker here, you pick the hue that you want. Okay, I'm picking green for no good reason. Just wanted a green. Okay, and then you'll still see it's gray. Can you see this little dot there? That's because it's in the green zone, but it's totally desaturated. You can drag that way, or fully into the corner in the top right is gonna be super saturated. Okay, down here, you can get to full black. Full white's over there. I'm clicking, holding, and just dragging it around. So I'm gonna put it somewhere there, and then drag this up and down until I get something that I kinda like. Actually, I don't care. I just wanna show you the colors. So we've got that. I'm gonna add some more type. Now what I might do is, you end up kind of just borrowing stuff. You're like, you, okay, I'm dragging this down here. I'm gonna put it there. I'm using my Alt trick. Okay, holding down Alt on a PC, Option on a Mac, and you're like, there he is. But if I drag it there, I can kind of see it. Where is it? Okay, it's the layer order. Okay, because this was made earlier on in the document, it's actually underneath this because we made this last. So there he is. Hello. So what we can do is select the top green box. Okay, I might do it for all of these. I'm holding Shift and clicking them all. Okay, or we do it one at a time. Then right click, I'm going to say send to the back, please. So send to back. Here we go. And now I'm going to kind of just lay this out. I'm going to do this fast 40 mode because this is not anything you haven't learned already. Okay, you're back. This is not doing the break that I want. You can actually transform them. Remember how last time we drew a box, okay, having a width, and it kind of broke down onto 2 lines. This one's not, because I duplicated this thing. Okay, so what you can do is with it selected, okay, over here, here's the different options. If you click once, you get this thing called auto width. The one I want is auto height. Okay, nothing's really changed except when I go to off, click off on the background, click back on it. If I resize it now, here you go. That's kind of what I wanted. So I'm going to copy and paste that twice, just to fill a text. I'm going to duplicate this and get back into my speedy mode. You wait there? Actually, no, we're back from speedy mode. Now this was grouped. So if I want the rectangle in the background, I kind of can't because it's kind of grouped. I changed too many things at once. So if I want just this, I can have 2 options. I can right click, ungroup it, change the color, of the font in the background and then group it again. Or watch this. If I have it selected once and I double click it, I kind of go inside of that group. You can kind of see on my layers panel over here. If you're not on layers, go to layers. You see there's my group. That's my button. There's inside of this group is shop now and rectangle. So you can either click on it over here or watch this. If I click on it once, I've got the whole group selected. If I double click on the gray bit, it's selected just the rectangle. There you go. So that's kind of what I want here. It's very intuitive. All right, so that's kind of what I want. Duplicate those guys. I'm going to turn my upwards back on, or my columns. You remember how to do it. You click the name, click on. There is shortcuts. Like if you are doing this on and off, you can find the shortcuts for it all. Layout grid, what is it? I can't remember. Professional. How do you figure it out? This is what I do now. I'd actually pause the video and do this. I pretend like I'm a rock star Figma user and just know all the shortcuts, but hey. Click on the little question mark, keyword shortcuts. Okay, and this is where you find those things. So I don't know where it is. Let's have a look. Tools, nope, view, pixel grid. There it is, layout grids. Okay, so this one is Control G on my Mac. Whatever yours is on a PC, it's bound to be probably Control. Okay, so you can find those stuff out. Things that you're doing often, either hover above them, like this move tool here is V, you see? Type tool is T, V, so you can toggle between those quite well. And now we know Control G turns the grids off. A little toggle. I'm gonna turn it back on. What I wanna do is grab all of you and move it across. Oh, nice. Okay, Control G to turn it back off. Let's have a little look at what we got. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of do a little bit of rearranging. This is kind of where I wanna start anyway. So what we need to do now is, at the moment, it's just a design tool. Okay, and you could be doing this in Photoshop or Canva or something else. PowerPoint, there's no problem with that. Okay, where Figma gets quite useful is for the next step, which is prototyping. So yeah, let's end this section about buttons. We did buttons plus other stuff. But let's get on to some prototyping. All right, in this next section, we're going to prototype. We are going to get things like this button, when it's clicked, to go to this page. Okay, let me show you the little preview. Look, click the button, jumps to our shop page. So we're going to create a second page, and I'm going to show you how to connect the two up in Figma. All right, before we prototype, one other little interesting tidbit between the two different versions, okay, desktop version versus the website version, is that, here you can go between home and your file that you're working on. But on the web version is that there is no home. So you have to go to you and go to files, okay? And then go back into your document. That's ours there, okay? And then back into files. So that's how to toggle between those two kind of spaces. So anyway, carry on. Okay, so to prototype, let me show you the first thing is you can preview what you've made. Okay, go to this little present option up here. Okay, and it will show you your website, and this is where you can interact with it. We don't have any interactions yet, but this is where we kind of get started because I've got a button, but it's got nowhere to go. So let's connect it up. So I'm going to close down this little preview, okay, and have this back to our kind of like working document. So we need 2 pages. I'm going to zoom out a bit. You can go to your frame tool and just make a new desktop version and just start designing the second page. What I'm going to do is actually just duplicate this desktop that I've got. Actually, let's rename it. Double click the word desktop and call this one homepage. Like down here with the rectangles, I can hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, and just click, hold, and drag a duplicate. You can do the same with the page. Watch this. Click on the name, hold down the Option key on my Mac here, and I can just drag out another one. This one here is going to be called the shop. And you wait there. I'm going to design a shop real quick. All right, so that is my shop. Very exciting. The way to connect them up is we're going to switch. We've looked at design view. That's what we've been in this whole course so far. We kind of snuck in here to the inspect option. We're going to go to this prototype option. And what that does is it allows us to select things like our button. Okay, and then click, hold, and drag this to there. Look at that. Okay, so when this is clicked, on click, navigate to the shop using an animation of instant. Let's give it a go. So let's click on the word homepage because whichever page you have selected will be the one that gets previewed first. So I want to preview the homepage. Okay, so click on the little present button. There we go. And watch this. When I click the shop now, hey, we've got it kind of prototyped. Super quick, super easy. We've got no way back now, so we might have to go to you and say, actually, when I can go back to home. So I can click on the word home and just drag it out. That's why we separated them out earlier, is so that we can add these different options, okay, for dragging. So you just have to be in prototype mode, click on stuff and say, actually, I want the logo. Oh, the logo, when it is clicked, to go back to the home page as well. Look at that. Let's add an animation just for giggles. So I'm going to click on the little line and say, actually, instead of using instant, let's use push, just because. It's more of a mobile phone option, that one, but hey, we like it. Let's go, click on homepage. Let's go to present. And let's say shop now. Look at that. Let's go up to that little drop down along the top there. It's kind of covering my button. It's a bit of a pain. So I'm going to go to options and say, turn off this show Figma UI, just so it's kind of got rid of that. You can turn it back on. Can you see the shortcut down there? Command \. Okay, you'll probably control \/ on a PC. But now I can reach my buttons. I can say, go back to home. Click on this, and this one should have my sweet animation. Ooh, nice. Okay, so I don't know. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to kind of quickly mock something up using kind of simple design tools, rectangles and text, and add a little bit of interactivity using the prototyping function. Now you don't have to close the preview down. I quite often just leave it open and just toggle between these two. Okay, so I'm going to stay in here. But yeah, that is our prototyping. Let's get on to the next section. All right, this video we're going to look at adding some color. We'll learn how to use the eyedropper tool. Down here, you'll see we added some drop shadows. I'll show you how to use your corporate color if you've already got one. And I'll show you how to get inspired with color, a couple of places that I use, and how to get it into Figma. All right, up until now, we just kind of picked colors from this random selection over here. So, oh, good point. Where did my colors go for this rectangle? Okay, if we're on prototype, we can only do prototypey stuff like dragging that to there. Okay, what I really want though is to do designs and colors. So go to design. Okay, so now with this selected, you can see over here, I can have a fill. I can add a stroke around the outside. Okay, I can make it nice and thick. It's not what I want to do. but we just randomly pick colors. Okay, so actually let's look at color inspiration first. So there are lots of places to get inspired by color. This is my favorite, color.adobe.com. Okay, you don't need a paid license to use it. You can sign in, you don't have to. It's just a really good site for, especially this explore option here. You just end up like finding, like I find it sometimes really hard to bust out of my kind of regular old colors that I use quite often. So let's say I'm doing bikes. Okay, you might find in here just kind of colors that might get you out of your kind of normal color choices. Okay, so bikes is not very exciting. Like if I want cafe, okay, you'll find like really strong kind of already mixed kind of 5 color swatches for a cafe. You know, if you're doing work for a bank, I don't know, banks have become cooler, but yeah, banking kind of colors. Some of them are pulled from images. It's just a really handy place to get started with color. So I'm gonna go back to bikes and then I'm gonna pick something. Now you can't tell because the editor cut all that out, but I've been staring at the screen for a couple of minutes. Got into zone mode. All right, Dane, just pick anything. Oh, you pick anything so hard. It's hard without a brief because we don't have a brief here, or at least I skipped through that step very quickly. It's very hard to pick colors because we don't know who the client really is. So Dan's the client, so I'm gonna pick this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on it, and what we can do is just click on this copy. Okay, and just copies the hexadecimal code, and in Figma I can say you are, and just paste it in there, hash and all, hit enter, there we go. Okay, it's the same if you've got a corporate font. If you already know what that, you know, RGB or the hexadecimal number is, okay, you can just copy and paste it into here. So go into here, paste it. Okay, if you've got an RGB number that you have to use, because it's kind of predefined by the logo, you can click in here, or click on the actual color option and switch it from hex to RGB. Okay, and you can type them in there if you want to. I'm kind of happy with that 3-way split. That thing here is probably going to have to be white, but that's okay. So those are going to be my starting colors anyway. If you do want to kind of steal colors from different parts, okay, because you don't want to be remembering them or copy and pasting them all the time, you can say, I want to grab the button. Remember, I double click to go inside. So I've got the gray box selected. I can grab my eyedropper tool, which is I for eyedropper tool. And you can say, actually, I want to use this one here. There you go. So we've done colors. Let's say we've done colors. So color inspiration, I really like color.adobe.com. There's some other things to explore in here. I'm not going to go into them in this class. Okay, but for right now, I want to show you just one little effect. Okay, so I'm going to pick kind of a off-white. So white, just down a little bit, just a little off-white. I'm going to pick maybe my eye for eyedropper tool for that color. No, I'm going to use the eyedropper tool for that color. Oh, I don't know if I can use that color. Anyway, let's look at the thing I wanted to show you is drop shadows. So with the outside box selected, this thing, okay, I want to go to effects. I want a drop shadow, perfect. And to adjust the drop shadow, you click on this little icon here, and it gives you like the X and Y coordinates. I want mine kind of a little to the right and a little down, and the blur, I want it down. This is the kind of my default one for most things. Okay, 2. Okay, just. And I might lower the actual opacity of it. So with it selected, remember this is grouped, so I'm going to double click it to get inside. I'm going to say you are going to be maybe down to maybe 15. Anyway, so that's going to be my button. I don't have any pages for these to go to at the moment, so I guess I'm just showing you some of the effects. Look how nicely they line up. You definitely can't use that. There's not enough difference in contrast for that color to be used, but I've done it now, so there you go. So, picking colors, getting inspired by colors, and drop shadows. You get a bonus. And the eyedropper tool, more bonuses. But now we've got a little bit of color going on. We've got some text. You know what we need next? Images. Let's go do that. Actually, I couldn't leave the colors right, so I've changed it to gray. There you go. Got it out of my system. Also, fun fact, did you know that rounded corners are rounded corners, but if you add that kind of special rounded corners like I showed you, okay, this thing here, corner smoothing, it's actually called a squircle. I kid you not, that's what it's called, squircle. Anyway, now that's the end. Hi everyone, in this video, we're gonna look at images. Okay, we're gonna show you where to get some, how to bring them in, how to crop them, and how to make them dark in the background. I'll also share with you some of the sweet tricks that makes Figma, something like Smart Selection. So all right, let's jump in and get going. All right, first up, let's get some images. You probably already know, great place to get free commercial use images. If you don't, Unsplash. Another one is Pexels. Pexels is another really good one. Okay, but we're going to use Unsplash in this case, and I'm going to just type in bikes. So type in whatever you got earlier on in the random project generator. With it though, they're trying to sell these options. Okay, so this is iStock. They have bought Unsplash. Did they buy them? Can't remember. But these are the premium ones. So I'm going to go underneath these and I'm going to get these ones. So I want bikes, and what I'm going to do is just kind of work my way through. I'm going to click on them and I'm going to say download. I probably don't need the giant version. I'm just going to pick the, in my case, just the maybe medium or small. Original size is massive. Depends what you need them for. I'm going to go through and download a few of these to my hard drive, and I will be back in a second. Okay, first up, bringing in an image is easy. I've got nothing selected, so I've kind of got my move tool and just click off in this gray area in the background. And in here, we've got rectangles, which we've used. Okay, there's one here that says place image. Okay, and I downloaded some of these. I downloaded a bunch of images. So if you want to bring in an image, okay, click open. It's going to just place it. Now you've got two options. You can click once and it'll bring it in at full size, way big. Okay, I'm going to undo that. So I'm going to do the same thing again. You. And I'm going to click and drag to get a kind of a more appropriately sized image. Okay, those are the two options of getting it in there. Okay, and you can move it around, you can resize it. Now when you are resizing it, okay, if you want to hold shift while you're dragging the corner, it will lock the height and width so it won't kind of distort it. It's up to you how you want to do it. So that's one way of doing it. Often when I'm working, I'll kind of do a real simple prototype first. Okay, no colors, just real basic to give to the client. And then afterwards, I'll fill these images. So what we can do is kind of get here. I'm going to click off. Let's go to the same thing before, place image. I'm going to bring in that BMX. Okay, and watch this. Instead of clicking randomly, I can click inside this box and it will just fill the existing box. So I'm going to do that for all three of them. You end up learning the shortcut. That's Shift Command K, the hieroglyphics there. Okay, on PC it is Control Shift K. Okay, and I'm going to say, got these ones. Okay, so I've got some images in the box. Now with images, these are kind of already cropped, right? We knew that was square kind of when we came in. And if you look at this one, if I double click it, you can kind of see over here, it's actually quite a tall image. Okay, so how do we readjust it? Because I want to move them up a little bit. So by default, it wants to use something called the fill function. If you know a little bit about web design, there's kind of a fill. So it will try and fill the div that it's in. Okay, so that's what it's trying to do. There is other options. So all I need to do is double click it, double click this one, and go from fill to crop. Okay, and this is, watch this, I can drag it. So there you go. So it's kind of weird. You can now do two things. You can adjust the frame that it's in. Okay, so I can decide to do that. It's not what I want, I'm gonna undo. Or I can decide to adjust the image itself. And watch this, you just need to kind of like, well, be told by a handsome UX designer that, watch this, if you just wander over there, it'll resize it. There's just like, there's no indication that you can do anything up here, but if you just move your mouse, it'll just adjust. And if you hold down shift, it will adjust it proportionally. Otherwise, you can stretch them. Don't stretch them. Okay, so holding shift, I can make it a little bit bigger and kind of get it how I want. Awesome. The nice thing about fill though by default is, watch this. If I adjust this, okay, the default one, fill, okay, if I double click it, fill will just kind of try and be as fit inside the box as good as it can. Okay, so I'm going to undo, get back there. So that's the basics of images. I want to do that big dark background version here. Getting a little advanced here for our intro class, but hey ho. So I'm going to bring in an image. Let's bring it in. Actually, I'm going to do it the other way around. I'm going to grab my rectangle tool, which is the R key on your keyboard. Just go straight to rectangle. I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to throw my image in first. So remember, Command Shift K or Control Shift K on a PC. There's an image that I found that looked quite cool for the background, that one there. Thank you, Unsplash. I'm gonna click inside of it. And what I wanna do is move it to the back, right click, send to back. There we go. And I need to darken it up. So what I wanna do is actually, I want to select text. I'm just randomly clicking and getting lucky. All the black text is now going to be white text. Okay, I just clicked hold and drag that up to the top left corner. Okay, and what I want to do though is, actually this one works fine without having to darken it, but that never happens. So let's darken it up, because you end up like this and the text becomes very hard to see. So I'm going to darken this up. And what you can do is in Figma, remember we're getting advanced here. So if you're like, oh man, there's too much, Dan, don't worry, ignore this next bit. You can actually have more than one fill. We've got a fill of image, which is weird, but even weirder, you can have a fill of both image and color. In this case, it's added, click on it, it's added black. Okay, so I can move it down to black, and the opacity, see that? I can turn it down to wherever I need. There you go, just to add a bit of contrast to the background, and so that it's a background graphic that's not as, I don't know, overtakey or powerful or interrupting my text. Now, one last thing before we move back into the, I don't know, the easier stuff, I want to show you, it's not hard, I guess, but it's one of the, I don't know, it's the reasons that I love using Figma and why a lot of people do. I guess I want to share with you some of those things, because at the moment we're just kind of using it like a little, quite a simple layout tool. But let's say that I got feedback from the client. I'm going to group these cards. Okay, so I'm just dragging a box over them and hitting Command G on a Mac, Control G on a PC, and we get some feedback, right? And first of all, I'm going to select them all. And rather than feedback, I just know that these are badly spaced. With them selected, you've got this kind of like tidy up option, which just kind of tidies up stuff, which is nice. Okay, the other thing I want to do is if you've selected something, automatically it's smart selected. Okay, it's a fancy word, but what it does is, can you see these little pink dots that appear? Okay, we've got these gaps, okay, which is awesome. Okay, so we can adjust the spacing all together. But what it's really awesome for is, watch this, is I can click this one and say, actually, the client wants this one first. Oh, look at it. Okay, so little simple things like that really make my day as a designer, and just kind of making amends really easy for this prototype rather than trying to kind of shuffle things around. Okay, so yeah, those are some of the small little touches I want to throw into this demo just to kind of show you why people love Figma and why I do and why you might. But that's it. We've got some images in. We learned a little bit more about Figma. Let's get on to the next section. Okay, so we're happy with our design. Ourselves or our client has said, yep, love it, love the way it works. Let's go build it. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to pull out parts that you can then use, some of the code, some of the images ready for your web design project or sending to your developer or kind of putting into WordPress or Elementor. Yeah, let's jump in and check it out. All right, so first thing is let's get some images out of our mockup. Okay, so let's say that, this is the cropped image we want to get out. Because I grouped it earlier, remember? It's kind of one unit. I can either ungroup it or I can just double click to go inside. I've got the image selected and it's pretty easy. You just click over here. Okay, and you say I want to export this image as what? And you can decide. In this case, I want a JPEG. Okay, and then I hit export. It's called Rectangle 2, which isn't very good. We can adjust this on the fly, but let's actually just do this. Okay, so let's click export. I'm going to put it onto my desktop, messy desktop. Where is it? So Figma images. Okay, and there it is there. You can name it on the fly. We might call this one BMX Bike 01. Okay, and just work your way through. Okay, and export the images that you need for either yourself, for your project, or for your developer if they're helping you. You can actually make it a little easier because every time I'm going to export this thing again, it's going to be Rectangle 2. What you can do is you can say over here, it pulls the name from your layers. So you can say in here, this is actually called BMX Bike 02. Okay, just to save some time. So now I can go through and say, double click, you export. You get the idea. Okay, so yeah, that's how you export images. SVGs, this logo here, let's say, okay, it's a logo. We can do the same thing and just use that scalable vector graphics so that it's scalable. Or if you're not sure about SVGs yet, definitely go look at them. But if you're not, you can go do a good old PNG so you can get the transparency. If you want to export the whole thing as a PDF, okay, you can click on the actual frame name and then go to export and just export either the JPEG if you're just going to email it to someone, or a PDF. Okay, so yeah, that's exporting images. And that's for you, like you've designed this thing and you're exporting it. What you can do is you can hand over the responsibility. If you are designing this and you're not actually going to do the development, half my jobs I end up making myself, and half the jobs I end up getting somebody who's way better at coding to do the work. So let's look at doing that part. So we've got our developer, she's ready to take the project on and start building it. Okay, so we need to send it to our fictional developer named Karen. So Karen we need to share it with her. Okay, and she doesn't need a paid account. All you need to do is put in her email address. You can just send her a link. Okay, just copy and paste it into an email or send her a proper email one in the top here. And you can decide whether she wants to edit or view. Edit's going to be probably too freaky for Karen unless she's used Figma before. Okay, edit basically gives her like exactly what you see in Figma, which is probably a bit much. You might freak and scare Karen out. So we need to just go to view. Okay, send the invite and I will show you what happens when Karen gets it. So let's pretend that I am Karen. It was kind of tricky getting into this dress and this wig is a bit scratchy, but I'm here to do what it takes to help you learn Figma. Okay, so you kind of need to help her a little bit, okay, as in if she's never used Figma before, okay, the inspect one is the main thing she wants. Inspect and export. Let's look at export because we're doing images a second ago. Let's click on export. What she can do is she can click on these. You can see I can click on this image, okay, and she can go to export and say export rectangle 7. You should name it better for her. Okay, but she gets the same sort of controls as you do. It's just if it's view only, it's just a bit more limited. Okay, so, and that's probably good, more limited, just the kind of simple stuff they need. So she can go through, export a JPEG just like you did a second ago. Okay, so you might have to there's a little bit of education there working with a developer. You might just be sending them a Dropbox link with all the images exported for you. They might just not want to be part of this whole experience. So that works for Karen. Now the next bit is the inspect. Okay, so you can do this either by yourself. Okay, let's go back. Karen has got what she needs. Okay, we're back to being Dan, the web developer, or want to be web developer, web designer, let's say. Okay, I'm now going to build this in something. Okay, and I need some of the code. Okay, so Figma doesn't, you can't go print website. Okay, you've got to go and build this now in something else. Okay, but there's parts that you can, like if you spend ages picking the fonts with the client, okay, the sizes of the buttons, the colors, that's stuff that I can pull out now and copy and paste. So I've got the text selected. Okay, that's this last option in here. We kind of hinted at inspect later on. Okay, so I'm going to go and build it, and in here, it's going to give me the stuff I need, okay, in terms of the colors, okay, in terms of the font, okay, and this sort of stuff I can use to build my CSS. I can go further, let's say down here, depending on your coding skills, okay, you might decide that, like, here it is here, okay, there's font family work sans, okay, that's what I need, okay, or I can grab all of this, okay, I probably don't want position and any of that sort of stuff, but here's some of the CSS. Okay, you can view it different kinds of ways depending on how copy and pasty you want to be. Same with like this button here. Okay, I'm probably not going to use a whole lot other than depending on how you're creating it. Okay, width and height. You might be converting it to eames, whatever you're doing, but at least it gives you kind of parts to start with. So again, Figma isn't like the finished website. It's just kind of the starting part. Things like padding. Okay, if I double click this, watch this, I can hover and I don't really need to go to the CSS. I know it's 25 pixels along and 57 from the top. And things like this, say drop shadow that we spent a bit of time doing. You can see in here, if I click on my button, double click on the rectangle, you can see that's actually something I just copy and paste because trying to figure it out, I'll probably grab all of that. Actually, that's all super useful. Trying to work out the border radius and the box shadow and the background, all that sort of stuff, I can just go and copy and paste in my CSS. Super handy. Same thing with Karen. Karen can pull that same data. Okay, so I can send a link to Karen. I'm back to being Karen. Okay, and she can do the same thing. She can hover above stuff to get all the padding and spacing that she will need. Okay, to line things up. Zoom in, come on, Dan. Okay, space between cards, how big things are, how far away from the margins they are. But also she can select on things, go to inspect, and start pulling the drop shadows and stuff off as well. All right, that is it for grabbing some of the code and getting out images. Thank you for your support, Karen. And thank you, Daniel. That's me. And thank you for watching the video and staying this long. It's a long one, huh? But good stuff, I hope. All right, let's get out from this screencast and get out to that big camera. All right, that is going to be it. Thank you, Darrel, for having me. And yeah, it's a pleasure to introduce you all to Figma. I hope you enjoyed it. Remember, just an overview. If you do want to go further and you're excited to learn Figma, check out my Figma Essentials course. This stuff on the screen here are the things that we create in that course. I also have an Adobe XD Essentials course as well, if that's your preferred flavor. A link for all of that is in the description. Okay, that's it for me. I'm Dan Scott. Check out my YouTube channel as well. It's called Bring Your Own Laptop, and all my social medias if you do want to follow me. But for now, hang around. Darrel's got more web design goodness to share with you. But for me, hi-da. Darrel, what do you think? Oh, best Figma tutorial you think you've ever seen. That's lovely of you.
All right, party people, welcome to section 5 of this video where we will talk all about marketing. Now, marketing should be the second most important aspect of your business. Number 1 is the business itself, but number 2 is the marketing. Without any marketing, you're not gonna get any business. I think one of the biggest mistakes I've seen from web designers is they always turn to paid marketing, right? They get burnt out, they spend money, they get frustrated, and then they quit. And this is like one of the most common things I've seen. You know, web design is like a tree, right? You have to grow it slowly. So you have to make content for it, you have to make social profiles for it. And if you're consistent, people will find you and business will come to you. And I'll also tell you guys, what is the number 1 most popular way to get more clients? I'll talk all about that in this section of the video. So let's get started. Now let's be honest here, starting the web design business is the easy part, right? But finding clients can be challenging. So we've created key ways and great strategies on how to find clients for your web design business. Now, for every marketing technique I show you guys, I'm gonna give you guys real life examples and websites where other web design companies are already marketing their web design business. So this will really help give you that boost to get more exposure and to get more clients. All right, so I've created a bunch of slides here and we're gonna go through each one and explain how they work. Now, the first one, obviously, just tell your family and friends. This is the most basic one of them all, but it really does help because you never know, this can give you one client and then that one client can refer you to others. Now, the number 1 way to get more clients in this industry is by referrals. I'm telling you guys right now, it beats SEO, it beats Facebook, it beats everything. Referrals are the number 1 way to get more clients. So start with your family and friends, just say, hey guys, I got a web design business. If someone asks, send them my way. And that's all you have to do. And maybe down the road, your brother or your sister or your gaming buddies, whoever, they'll say, oh yeah, my friend does that, and there you go. You just got a client just because you briefly mentioned it to one of your family or friends. So number 1, tell your family or friends. Number 2, SEO for brand name. Now make sure your company can be found. Let me give you guys an example. All right, here we go. So for example, if I type in Darrel Wilson, you're gonna see that my website is at the top of the search. Now, other keywords like WordPress tutorials, web design tutorials, that's very competitive, right? So you just wanna make sure that people can actively find your business if someone starts to talk about it. Here's an example right here. I typed in this one website from Las Vegas, 702 Pros, and you can see right here how they are at the top of the list. Now, if we type in something like web design marketing, they're not gonna show up as number 1, right? It's a very competitive keyword, but I will give you alternatives to be found if someone types that in a little bit later, so make sure to keep watching. But when you are starting your web design business, you just wanna make sure that your company name is found. That is the most important part, right? Now, you might be asking yourself, well, how do I get started with all this? Who do I go to, right? Well, there's various companies and places you guys can go to. First one is something like Upwork, right? You guys can, reach out to an SEO company on Upwork and just tell them saying, hey, I want to be able to get found on Google. How can we do this? And they'll probably charge you around maybe $200 to $400 a month, just depending on how aggressive you want to get, for SEO. But just tell them, start off small. Just say, $200 to $300 a month, and I just want to make sure my company is found. I also do want to compete for other keywords like, web design in Las Vegas or good web design companies in Reno or whatever, but the main focus is for your company to be found. Another really good SEO company that I found was SEO Reseller. SEO Reseller, they actually offer some pretty good packages, and you can actually use this also to white label for your clients. So let's say down the road you guys use SEO Reseller, and then you want to outsource it to your other clients. This website specializes in that, so this kind of gives you another way to make recurring revenue. And it gives you a lot of really good analytics like traffic sources, the backlinks, do you have any malware, how fast is your website, a lot of crucial information that you need for SEO. And over here, they do have a few plans, right? So they have the starter, the agency, and the enterprise. Now, if you guys are just getting started out with web design, I would go with something like agency, right? Just spend like maybe $100 to $200 a month on SEO. These companies, they'll try to rank you for specific keywords like best web design or web designer in so-and-so, and also your name of the company, which is the most important. You guys can go ahead and look on your own, but SEO Reseller, they really do have some good reviews, and they're actually pretty cheap, and you can also outsource it for your clients as well. So you can be a customer, and then you can also market it to other users as well. If you guys do need more help, they do actually have a salesperson you guys can talk to, and just tell them what I'm telling you. Just say, hey, I'm starting a web design business. I want to be found on Google. How do I get started with all this? But just don't let them oversell you, okay? You don't need to spend $500 extra a month. That can be a little bit expensive, and there's other ways to spend your money, in my opinion. So yeah, make sure to start your SEO campaign. All right, so now that we talked about SEO, let's talk about content marketing. Now, content marketing is the best free alternative for marketing your web design business. So content marketing, start creating blog posts and content for business owners, like how to form an LLC or how to start your business. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are we gonna write about forming an LLC, Darrel? We're a web design company. Like, what are you talking about? You stupid? No, the reason why we're talking about these topics is because we are targeting business owners, right? We're not targeting other web designers. So if someone's starting a business, will need a new website, right? But they will also need a, how to form an LLC. They might need to create a logo, right? Let me give you guys an example of another web design company that's creating blog posts sort of to what we're talking about here. So here we go. We have the top logo design trends for 2022. And as you guys can see, this company has, they've created content about the history of logos and negative spacing and funky fonts and all sorts of different subjects that relate to logos. Now, I do like this because they're helping the business owner get inspiration and ideas. And as a business owner, if I find this website helpful and saying, hey, this blog post really helped me, what does this website do? And then, oh, wow, they're a web design company. Okay, sure, I'll just go ahead and buy one of their services, which is what this company is aiming for, and what people really do. If you trust someone or you like the way the website offers their service, you're more inclined to go with that company. So when you are making content for websites, for your website, just make sure that you appeal to new business owners. All right, so we went ahead and we talked about SEO, telling your friends, and content marketing. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide here. All right, Google My Business. This helps when people search for web design business in your area, like web designers near me. Now, this, I believe, is the #1 best hack for SEO, no matter what. Let me explain why. So here we go. I just typed in web designers near me, right? And right here we have this advertisement where this person probably paid like, I don't know, $5, right? This guy probably paid $4. This guy paid, maybe $3 or $5. And then here we have lists of these other companies. But before we talk about these companies, let me scroll down right here. Now, these companies right here probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on SEO. They probably spent big bucks on SEO. They're probably corporate companies with very massive budgets that you cannot compete with. Sorry, guys, you guys can't compete with the big guys. These guys have massive budgets, and that's just the industry. However, if you submitted your website on Google My Business, guess what happens? You're given that extra chance. You're given that boost. So now you'll see that you have all these small timers, right? These are small time web designer companies, and you can see that they're boosted before these other companies with massive SEO budgets. So for example, if I live next to this guy, I'll say, you know what, cool, this guy is right next to me. Let me go ahead and click on his website and I'll see what he has to offer. So by adding your website to Google My Business, it boosts you to the top of the search, and it also shows people in your area that you're like a web designer. So I do like this approach, and I think that if you are in the business of web design, you must add your website to Google My Places, because this right here is like maximum exposure. It really helps you get local clients. And then remember, those local clients can tell other people about your service if they liked your service. So make sure to do a good job. All right, so now we went through Google My Business. Now let's talk about Yelp Business. This helps you get more exposure, backlinks, and shows reviews about your business. Ooh, this one's great. Let me show you guys a little bit about Yelp. This is Yelp.com, and here I just typed in something like best web designers in Las Vegas, right? Something very generic. Now, instead of actually going to SEO and competing for this keyword, which can be very competitive and very expensive, why not just join the Yelp directory where if someone types this in, you'll be listed for free, right? That makes a lot more sense than trying to compete with Yelp itself, right? So here we go. We have some companies with some reviews. It shows the location. It even shows response time. Ooh, so think about that. The faster you are to respond to people, you get the little green little check mark or the green little 50 minutes, and you can request a consultation, request a quote. I really do like this. And this is a great way on how to get more exposure for your web design business because people can see the location of your business, yet they can also see what other people are talking about and reviewing about your business. Now, in case you guys think, well, Yelp probably gets no views and no visits, Darrell, that's old school. No. It's not old school. Let me show you guys. This is Yelp.com. Yelp.com gets around 120 million visits a month, right? So in November, they had 118 million. December, they had 128 million, and in January, they had 126 million visits. So these directory websites are far from dead. I've seen blogs argue that, but I'm just like, what are you, stupid? Look at these numbers. Like, how would you argue with these numbers, So I recommend putting your website on these websites. And earlier we did talk about SEO, and I feel like trying to get keywords like best web design services can be very competitive, but if you don't have the budget for it, no problem. You guys can submit your website to Yelp, where if someone types that in, you'll be found. So make sure to submit your websites to Yelp and other directory websites. Now, one tip of advice as well, when you are submitting your information to these websites, please fill out everything possible. I know you guys are going to stumble across like 20, go to 20 directory websites and you're just going to try to fill it up as fast as you can. Take your time, okay? So put in your logo, right? Give some great description about your business. Put in photos. Put in as many photos as you can. I don't care. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, and it's just opportunity for you to get more clients. Fill out all the services offered. Make sure to verify it, right? Go through the description. Talk about the business. Here, anything where they ask you to put information, put it in as much as possible, because the more you put it in, Yelp will actually boost you up in the search because they're finding that your content is more relevant and has more information to help users. So make sure that you put in everything possible. And once you guys do that, you guys will be on your way. So make sure to add your websites to Yelp Business. All right, so we talked about Yelp Business, right? Now let's go to directory websites. So this helps you get found by more visitors and establishes your brand and business. Let me go ahead and give you guys some examples and explain how these affect social signals. This is a directory website. It's called clutch.co. And this website is like a directory of web design companies in specific regions. And you guys can see that they have the price, we know what they charge, the staff. They have like their focus. So are they good for design? Are they good for coding? Whatever. And then they also have some general description. We have a profile, and you can contact and also visit the website. Now, adding your website on as many directory websites is very helpful because what this does is that this sends social signals to Google. This basically adds backlinks to all these different websites, and it tells Google that your website's up and coming and that you're participating with all these websites. So if you add a bunch of backlinks on these directory websites, your own website will start to get higher and boost up in the search engine. So that's another reason on why you'd want to use these directory websites. Now, again, when you guys are using these directory websites, fill out as much information as possible. The more information, the better, because these directory websites, just like Yelp, if you add in a bunch of information, they believe that it's very helpful, and this will help boost your website up in these directory websites. Now, this is just one, right? And I actually have this other article here from Search Engine Journal, and they do also have, Amelia Wilson wrote it. We have the same last name. How cool is that? So they also have 21 different websites where you guys can list your website on these directory websites. And I know many people haven't really heard of these websites, but these do get like hundreds of thousands of visits, maybe even millions, and people really do use these websites on a regular basis. So I'll go ahead and leave this article in the description below. They do have quite a bit of businesses here where, Bing Places, Yahoo Places, Yelp, they have Hot Frog, Foursquare. Like I said, just put your website on all these websites. It will take a lot of time, guys. It's a very tedious task, but once it's done, it's done, right? You're going to get the traffic, people will start calling you, and business will start to come. Another tip on to find directory websites in your area is just by going to Google and typing in something like top 10 best web designers or top 10 best web design companies. When you do this, a majority of the time, you're going to find a lot of directory websites. For example, I just typed that in, right? And I scroll down. Here we have Clutch.co. We also have DesignRush.com. We have Creative Block. We also have a bunch of directory websites, and you guys can reach out to these companies, sign up, and then saying, hey, we see that you guys have this list. We're going to go ahead and add ourselves on your directory, and that helps them, and it also helps you. So if you guys are, having trouble finding directory websites, this right here is a great strategy. All right, cool. So we've finished number 6. Now, before I go on any further, make sure to like this video and let me know in the comments if you guys have actually tried any of these strategies, and just let me know how it went. Did you guys get a $1 million client? Who knows? You never know what's going to happen. Just do it. Just do it. Like Nike says, just do it. All right, here we go. All right. Neighborhood councils and chambers of commerce. Many people don't even know this stuff exists. It's crazy. Let me read this through you guys. Ask these organizations for referrals and networks with small business owners. This helps get the word out about your business. Many people don't mind helping out people in the community. So let me go ahead and give you guys an example. This is Santa Clarita Chamber of Commerce. This is where I used to live, and I will, probably move back there in the future. I love Santa Clarita. I grew up there. It's like my home. I love this place. But people don't know that every city that you live in, they do have their own special chamber of commerce. And these businesses are designed strictly to help out the community, right? So let's say, for example, you live in Santa Clarita, right? All right, so you live in Santa Clarita and you're starting a web design business, right? How can this city help you? Well, let's find out. Over here, we have a directory. All right, so this is the Chamber of Commerce website for Santa Clarita. And look at this. They have listed a bunch of businesses, right? So we have all these different businesses, HR consulting, advanced auto parts, AA companies. We have up to 45 pages. And someone in the community probably wants to work with people also in the community. I know you might see this and saying, well, I wouldn't use this. I wouldn't search for, companies, but a lot of people do. If I lived in a city, I kind of want to work with people in my city, right? So we can help out the community and, keep the economy going in our town, But no matter what city that you guys go to, make sure to look up a Chamber of Commerce. I believe these are also do follow backlinks. So this will also help you guys with some SEO, right? Because once Google finds out that a major, gov website is linking back to your site, then, that could help with domain authority. So make sure to go ahead and go to the Chamber of Commerce in your city. I'm sure if you just do a quick Google search, you'll find your city and also the Chamber of Commerce for your city. All right, next, number 8, attend meetups and camps that relates to owning a business and web design. All right, so here we go. So we have some business meetups, and you can go ahead and attend these meetings and then just, ask someone, oh, do you need a new website? And then you'd be so surprised. A lot of these people, they own businesses and their websites are like terrible. Like it's a shame, and a lot of them, they're just like, yeah, man, I work with this designer and he screwed me over. You're gonna come across that a lot where these other guys, web designers, they abandon the project. That happens quite a bit. But you can go ahead and attend these meetups and gain new clients for your web design business. All right, so we went ahead and talked about number 8. Let's go to number 9 and 10. So number 9, add all social networking profiles to your websites. I should have put that in there, to your website. So create a Facebook page, create a Twitter, LinkedIn. I don't know if TikTok applies to web design. I'm like, that's debatable. I don't think it does, but I can't deny it because it's the number one app in America. I don't use TikTok. I know these kids do, but I don't use it. So if you guys do use TikTok and you feel like it might help your business, yeah, sure. Make a web design TikTok profile. Also Dribble, Behance, and stuff like that. Now, when you are managing your Facebook page or your Twitter, make sure to post regularly. And you might be thinking, well, no one's liking it or no one's commenting. It doesn't matter. The reason why you want to establish these profiles is to show that you're in business and that you have some sort of a life, that oh, this company's active, right? Because if you go to a Facebook page and no one's posting nothing for 2 years, you're going to think they're out of business. So you won't even go to their website. But if you see a Facebook page or a Twitter or LinkedIn that's posting regularly once a week, you're going to say, oh, they are in business. Okay, let me go ahead and check them out. Now, let me give you guys an example of a Facebook page that I made. All right, so here is my web design company, and you can see that we have this banner at the top. We have this image. Now make sure, again, like I talked about earlier, fill in as much information as possible. Okay, so add in your banner, your title, add in your description, your about us, your phone number, anything that allows you to put in more information about your company, put it in, right? So right here we have, a post, right? And this is actually an advertisement. Now, right now I'm actually experimenting with Facebook ads specifically for web designers, and right now A/B split testing stuff. So I'll follow this video up with a Facebook ads tutorial for web designers only, and I'll walk you guys through on which one works the best and which one they don't work. But here you guys can see that I am running campaigns, and people are clicking my ads. A lot of people they're engaging in my posts. In fact, let me go ahead and just view the results here and just show you guys really quick. So this one reached around 11,000 people. We got 100 website clicks. I actually did get some emails from users who were asking me about my business, and they found my website because I linked darrelwilson.com. And they're like, wait a minute, you're a YouTuber and a web designer in Las Vegas? Like, who are you? Can you build me a website? And that's kind of how these people found me. And over here, I do have insights on the campaigns that I ran. So you guys can see that my campaigns are reaching a lot of people. And this is kind of spreading the word, right? Right now, they might not buy my service because maybe right now they don't need my service. However, if they see my website in the long term, they're going to say, you know what, there's that one company I saw. Let me go ahead and give them a try. And you guys can see that I am getting a lot of new Facebook page visits. And here you'll see that these are just passive searches. So people are just visiting my page just out of random now, just because I advertised. And we do have a lot of impressions. A lot of people are finding our company, and the word is getting out about our company. So I'll be making another video on Facebook ads a little bit later. But I just want to let you guys know that creating a page and establishing that live presence and that social proof is very important to get new clients for your web design business. All right, now let's go to number 10. Ask for referrals. Guys, don't be shy. Don't be scared. No one likes a person who's shy and scared and I can't talk, just ask them. Don't be scared. Ask your current client if they know anyone that needs a website. People are 80% more likely to buy a website from someone that they know, trust, or versus someone that they do not. So what does that mean? That means if I just ask some random stranger on the streets saying, hey, do you have a web designer? And they recommend one to me, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. However, if it was my sister or my cousin or my brother and I asked them and they recommended a company to me, I would be 80% more likely to go with that person versus a stranger. Feel free to ask for referrals. Just say, hey, we're getting started out. We're a good web design company and we're trying to get the name out and we're building momentum and we really need your help. And we offered you guys a great service and I really hope you're happy. And if you guys can you guys please, refer us to someone else who needs a website? It would really help us out. Or what you guys can do is put the website at the bottom of the footer of the website you created. So if you guys do build a website, just ask them saying, hey, can we put our website at the bottom? So if someone likes your website, they find our website, they'll click on it and then they'll go to our page and then maybe we can do business with them. Just ask them. It never hurts to ask. I find a lot of web designers are too chicken to ask clients for this, which doesn't make any sense to me. Just do it. Like Nike said, just do it. Here we go. Now we got these other ways. Tutorials, Placeit, and Google My Maps. So I get a lot of people asking me to build websites for them. Why are they asking me to build websites for them? Because they found my tutorials on YouTube. If people find your tutorials very helpful, they gain your trust. And I have a lot of people's trust because they watch my tutorials and they say, hey, this quality's, the content's great. Can you build a website for me? Unfortunately, I have a full-time job here on YouTube and I can't do that. But if you are, just getting started out, just create some small tutorials. Let me go ahead and give you guys an example really quick. So here we have a Weber, right? And a Weber created this little video on how to create a custom thank you page. You can make other videos, how to do this, how to do that, and try to gear it for business owners or people who are looking for a website. This always helps gain that trust from visitors who are looking for a web design business. All right, and next we have Placeit. And what is Placeit? Let me show you guys what Placeit is. So Placeit is a new website created by Envato, and I feel like this is like the all-in-one solution. These guys make logos, they make mock-ups, they make videos, they make everything that you can possibly need for marketing material for your web design business. And they have some really cool stuff, besides the templates and their advertisements and their logo makers, they also do have like these videos where You can actually put your company on these like coffee cups or sweatshirts or whatever. So you see here how we kind of hover over it and it turns into the company. Let's see here. Wait, come on. Okay, that's not working. But this girl does. See how it says hi right there? There we go. So maybe they got to fix that. Who knows? And then also here we have like these two girls and, you know, they're wearing logos from other companies. I really do like that. And what that does, that creates like social proof. If you have a bunch of like people wearing your shirts saying, oh, like this is so cool, this company's great, people are going to go, oh man, like if they're liking that company, you know, I'll probably like it. And here we go. We have this, this looks like an advertisement, 40% off all orders. I do like this. This looks like a Instagram ad or something like that, right? I don't know. Here we have two hoodies. All right, and we got this gamer. Yeah, look at that, man. You know, so the sky's the limit. You know, you guys can have like a lot of different marketing material. So they have mock-ups, prints, print on demand, digital stuff, apparel. We have designs, right? They have business cards, book covers, gaming, you name it. You know, they also have music as well. And if you guys do need a free logo, this company has amazing free logo makers. I highly recommend check it out. They also do have videos. They have this new Express video maker. Now, I can't go through everything on this website because this video can easily get another 20, 30 minutes long. So I just recommend to go to this website and check it out. I'll leave a link below to check it out. I don't have a coupon code for it yet. It is a paid website, unfortunately. It is like a $12 a month. But for what they give you, I mean, it's really hard to beat it. Yeah, it's really hard to beat it. And they also do have free templates. Oh, look at that. I just found that. Go to the bottom and get the free stuff. All right. So make sure to check out placeit.net. All right. So we're back on our slides here. Now, the next one, add location on Google Maps and Apple Maps. Now, the reason why you do this is this helps users find your business on their phones in case they want directions or want to find web design businesses near them. So where's my phone? Do I have my phone? All right. Yeah. So here's my phone, right? And sometimes when you are using your phone, you might go to Google Maps, right? Or Google My Places or Apple Maps or whatever. And sometimes you're searching for something, right? If you want to be found on your mobile, I would highly recommend to add your websites to Apple Maps and also Google Maps as well. And yeah, I mean, that will just really help you guys get more exposure. It also shows your location next to other businesses. So let's say like someone's at a pizza shop and then they click on the pizza shop and your website company is next to the pizza shop, your business will display next to it. So it just shows you on the map, just so you're visible and stuff like that. So I highly recommend to add your websites to Google My Business and Apple Maps. Let me go ahead and give you guys one more example here, just over here, just to give you guys an example. If you guys do add it, you'll appear like something like this, right? You'll appear like on the map. So you're visible and people can find you. And this is just another way to make more money. All right, so we are cruising here. So you guys are now like kind of understanding different marketing techniques and you're finding out different strategies. So let's keep digging. The next one, answer questions on Quora. If you see questions asking about good web design services, answer them. Feel free to ask your own questions about your own web design business to start the conversation. So let's say, for example, we go to Quora, and here we go. There's a lot of questions about web design, right? What is web design? Who are the best web designers under 25? How can I learn web design? Whatever. You guys can go ahead and go to these questions and you can answer them with your own company and give a backlink to your company. So for example, I'll just go to this one, best web designers under 25. I mean, people are asking these questions, right? And here you can go ahead and answer this question, and then you can kind of give them a link back to your web design business. Now, a lot of companies do this. I have seen many people ask questions about their own business, like, oh, what can we do to improve our service? Or what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? It just starts the conversation so people can answer it and helps people find your website. All right, next we have create accounts on Yellow Pages, Upcity, Thumbtack, and other directory websites. Like we talked about earlier, this is just, again, going back to directory websites. Just link your websites to other various directory websites. Go to all these websites, put in as much information as you can. There's like hundreds of directory websites. I left you guys that article where it shows you guys a few directory websites. So remember that article is in the description. Just take the time and go through the process of filling out all the information. I know it can be time consuming and you don't have to do it in one day, okay? You don't have to do it all in one day. Just make sure it looks good and that you have a lot of information on those profiles. Let's go ahead and keep going here. Keep pushing. Forums and Facebook groups. This is a good one. I get a lot of these guys in my group, and let me explain to you how not to get banned, okay? But first, feel free to answer questions and ask questions about your business. Don't go into groups and start spamming about your company. I have banned guys that, hey guys, check out my Fiverr gig, $5 website, or hey guys, go to my Upwork profile. You're gonna get banned if you do that. However, if someone asks a question about web design or they need help, then you can say, yeah, blah, 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 blah. We're going to help you here, blah, 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 blah. Here's also my website if you want to check it out. A lot of people in my Facebook group, they actually do ask for help with their websites. I'm not saying to go in my group and spam. I'm just saying that other Facebook groups, they do ask questions like, hey, do you know this good designer? Blah, 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 blah. Also, what I've noticed too is that you do have web design companies who are new and they're really not good at design, and they ask people, is this a good page? And someone might say, no, this is my website. And then that person might see that other designer and say, you know what? Can we work together? Can we have a referral system here? Because you're obviously a better designer than me. And yeah, so just asking questions, or if people do ask for help, you can help them, but do not go into groups and start spamming your company. You're going to get banned. It's just going to happen. All right. So just don't do it. Just don't do it. Also, forums. Forums are still a big thing. There are forums, but if you do find forums, answer questions, but do not spam. Okay. You do that, you're going to get banned. Trust me. And the moderators, they know what you're doing. Okay. Like me, I'm not stupid. Okay. When I see people are like, oh, this company is great. Does anyone else know? It's like, okay, I know you're working for this company. You're going to get banned, dude. You're out of here, So just be mindful. That's all I'm saying. Cold calling script. Now, if you just cannot find business, or you're impatient and you want to get the business, we can start cold calling. No problem. I cold call for a few times, and I do have a script that can help you guys out. I have created a cold calling script for users who wants to cold call. Maybe you're just one of those social speakers who have that gift of gab, kind of like myself, where we have that gift of gab, right? I actually have created a cold calling script for all of you. Now, before I go ahead and talk about this script, I just want to let you guys know that I do have another video that goes through this entire script verbatim. I explain what to say, if they say something, what to say back. And yeah, this video covers all of that. Right here, we have the ultimate cold calling script for web designers. So I do kind of go through this and I say, look, this is what you say. If they say something like, depending on their response, we would give a different response back. So right here, you'll see if the owner says no, if the owner says yes, if the owner says no, I have not seen the website, or if the business owner says I'm busy, this is what you should say. We have the response for no, the response for yes, the response for I'm busy, and so on and so forth. How do I know this? How did I make this? Well, because I used to cold call. I used to work for an SEO company in Malibu. No, not Malibu. No, Calabasas. I worked for an SEO company in Calabasas, and I was a full-time telemarketer. And I would call businesses and try to get them to sign up for very overpriced SEO plans. And then we would just outsource it all to India and charge these guys like $10,000 a month. And then we would just charge these guys in India like $1,000. So that was what I was doing, and I did it for a few years. So I kind of understand what to say when people just say like, no, I don't want it. It's like, wait, let's talk about this. Like let me push a little bit here. So yeah, you guys can go ahead and go through this script. Also, you guys can go ahead and check out this video. All right, so we talked about cold calling script. Let's go on to the next. We are almost done. Showcase your work on Behance and Dribbble. This helps users see how good your work is. This is your time to shine. Many users search these websites to see the skills of specific web designers, and it's also indexed by Google Images for more exposure back to your website. So how do these people know that you're a good designer, right? You can just be some crap designer. We don't know that. But if you add that proof, saying, look at this beautiful website, like, doesn't this look amazing? The customer is gonna say, yeah, this looks pretty good. Like, you did this? All right, make my website, done, sold, right? That is one way on how to get more business. The second way is Google Images. So first we have these websites at Dribbble, right? And you can see that we typed in web design, and there are a lot of different mockups and websites that showcase their web design skills. So this is pretty cool. Now also you can do the same thing for Behance, right? You guys can go ahead and check out a lot of these other websites that people have made. And yeah, this gives you like opportunity to shine. However, these images are also picked up by Google Images. So let's say someone down the road just says, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and Google some, web design portfolio examples. and they see something and they go like, oh, what's this? Oh, I like this. And then they click on it. This can lead back to Dribbble or your Behance profile. So it helps you in two ways, right? It helps you, helps you showcase your work, where people can look at your work and decide to hire you or not. And they do have a lot of views. I mean, look at this, 107,000 views. And you know what? Come on, I can make a better website that looks like this. I mean, this is not that great. Let's take a look here. You know, I'm a little competitive with design here. It's all right. It's all right. Definitely not that great. You know, I can make something better. All right. I should email this guy saying, hey, you want to have a design battle, buddy? You know, but no, it's not a bad site at all. But yeah, also remember that it does get picked up by Google Images. So that is the second way. So it helps you in two ways. So just make sure to submit your work to Dribbble and Behance for more exposure. All right, so now we have classified ads, right? So Craigslist and classified ads. These websites often have posts by users who want websites, or they need help with websites, or they even need help with WordPress. Sometimes these people who post on these websites, they are familiar with WordPress, but maybe they don't know how to use like the Docon plugin, or they don't know how to use the Booknetic plugin, and they just need that little help, right? Maybe later you can just take over the whole project, which does happen a lot. But always check these websites and feel free to post your services here. Remember, you need referrals, testimonials, so grind hard. When you're first getting started out, guys, you really gotta grind, because remember, once you build that small clientele, you can get referrals. And as I said in the beginning of the video, referrals are the #1 way to get more clients. So let me go ahead and give you guys some examples of classified ad websites and also some Craigslist jobs. All right, here we go. So we're on Craigslist, right? And I went to web designers in Los Angeles. It's actually very funny. I actually posted a job here and I got like inquiries from people all around the world. So it was very funny. But here we go. We'll type in WordPress, right? WordPress, and let's see what we get here. All right, cool. We got some jobs for February, which, you know, that's the current month that I'm in. Front-end developer. We have a person that needs help with Shopify. Web developer, e-commerce specialist, and also a web designer. Wait, what is this? Part-time administrative and web designer? Okay, let's see what this guy says. I think this guy's saying you have to answer phone calls and use Photoshop and Illustrator and know WordPress. Huh. Very interesting. I don't know about that job. Maybe they're asking a little bit too much and a little bit not enough pay. So, but this is one place where you guys can go. You guys can also go to like Oodle, right? This is another, you know, web place where you can post, you know, classified ads and get jobs. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Darrel, these websites, they don't look like much, you know, and they look old and they look like I wouldn't use it. Who uses these websites the most? I'll answer that question. Older people, old people, grandmas, grandpas, they like these websites. Who has money? Grandpas, grandmas, all right? So never underestimate your customers. I feel a lot of people that are older tend to use these websites, but older people do have big budgets and you can help them by making them a great looking websites and filling their need, because a lot of these older people, what I've seen is they go to these like corporate websites, they spend big money on these terrible templates. It's like a disaster. I have had a few clients who went to like web.com or GoDaddy.com's web design services, and they just uploaded some WordPress theme template and charged them like $4,000. And I'm like, yeah, you got screwed, you know, like you got screwed. I don't know what to say. So you can help them, you know, we got to help the other community. And also, if you guys do need help with finding more classified ad websites, I will go ahead and leave this article right here in the description. This is from the Web Hospitality, some websites, and they've like pretty much listed like all of the classified ad websites where you guys can go ahead and submit your listing. So yeah, I'll go ahead and submit this in the description so you guys can go ahead and check it out. And yeah, make sure just to post regularly. And also, if you feel like that's too much work, you guys can hire someone part-time to post on these websites every single day. So just make sure that's an option for you. Facebook ads and send emails to businesses with websites. So first, Facebook ads. Advertise on Facebook is a good way to start, right? Advertise in your city and start with $5 a day and see how it goes. Don't spend hundreds of dollars, guys. Facebook is not like the golden ticket, okay? It's just another way on how to get more traffic. And also we have send emails to businesses with websites. Let me go ahead and read this to you guys. You can hire someone to ask them about their websites. Scan the website through GTmetrix, scan their website through GTmetrix and show them the results and let them know you can help them improve their services. Now, this is my personal strategy. I made up this strategy. This is what I did when I ran a business, all right? I don't know about anyone else, but this is something that worked for me and it probably worked for you. This is CaesarsPalace.com. This is one of the most predominant casinos in Las Vegas, right? And you guys have probably heard of Caesar's Palace. Many people watching this video probably gambled at a lot of these casinos, including myself, right? And you don't really know, but when you look at this website, it's pretty slow. You know, they need some work, right? Now, maybe this company has been looking for a new web designer, but they just haven't found one yet, right? So what I've done is I went ahead and I went to GTmetrix and I ran Caesar's Palace through GTmetrix. Here's what I found. F's, 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 fail, 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 right? Now, I can go ahead and take this report and I can email it to a client saying, hey, you know, we ran this through GTmetrix and guess what? Your site got an F. Your FFF. Your site's slow, it's bad, it's terrible. Just send them an email, you know, and just show them this report. You can download the PDF right here. You guys have to create an account, obviously. But what I used to do was I would go to local businesses. I would run all their sites through GTmetrix. I already knew their site was going to be terrible, right? Because they don't know what they're doing. They probably got their site from Wix or something. And they got an F, right? So I would take this report. I would send them an email and saying, you know, this is your website. It got an F on our audits. It's poorly optimized. You might have a lot of security problems down the road. You might lose customers. Bad. I would kind of pressure them into to responding to me, and they did half the time. And once that happened, I would say, you know what, we can go ahead and fix this for you. You know, we can go ahead and make you a brand new website, and we'll make sure that your score gets an A, and we'll show it to you and we'll prove it to you. You know, and when you have that kind of confidence, the customer is very inclined to say, wow, like you can give me the A? Cool. And remember, these guys are not in the business of web design. They don't really care about their website too much. But if they hear that they can go from an F to an A, hey, that's a marketing gimmick. You know, we can use GTmetrix to make more money, right? So I would highly recommend, looking at local businesses, running their website through GTmetrix, and then emailing them and just tell them that this is one way we can help you. What do you think? All right, party people, thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope it brought a lot of value. You know, I know it can be very challenging and very frustrating when you don't get clients. And, you know, even me, like when I started web design, I saw these websites that were designed by these designers and they look terrible. And I'm like, how come I'm not getting this work? Like, I'm better than them, you know? It can be very frustrating. You know, I have totally been there. I've licked the pot clean. I totally understand. But practice these methods. And remember, this is a long-term strategy, okay? You probably won't get customers on your first month, okay? I'll just say that if, you know, you won't. If you do, congrats, you got it lucky, all right? You got lucky. But remember, this is a long-term goal. So if you keep these practices up for a year, you're gonna get found. You will get found, and if your work is good, you know, it can work out for you. Also, if you guys do need help, you guys can go to my website. So this is my website, darrelwilson.com, and if you guys do need help with design or you want free templates, don't use like those Elementor ones or don't use those generic ones you found. Me and my designer, you know, we spend thousands of dollars for each of these templates, and these are custom made, right? So you guys can use any of these templates, and you don't have to use like the same exact templates. You guys can swap the images. You guys can change the color scheme. Here's an example of one right here, right? This is for therapists, all right? But you can make this about like corporate business. You just change the pictures and the colors and bam, it's a corporate business, right? But I like this one, it's really well structured, right? So we have the introduction, right? We have a sign up form. You know, we have this we've got the little flowers, the cute little trees, you know, and we scroll down, it kind of goes back and forth. But overall, these templates on these websites, they have like 15 pages and they're all for free. You don't got to pay nothing for them. However, some of these do require Elementor Pro, and that's kind of like how we monetize it, how we make money. That we hope you guys use our link and upgrade to the Pro, where you guys can go ahead and use the full package. However, you guys can use the free page builder Elementor and use a majority of these templates as well. So if you guys do need help with design, go ahead and check out these other templates, and you guys can use these all for free. So I hope this video was very helpful. You guys have any questions for me, feel free to let me know in the comments below. Make sure to like this video, and again, I wish you guys the best. You know, it's a journey from here, and good luck. All right, party people, congratulations on making it to the end of the video. Not a lot of people make it this far. It's like less than like 2% or something. It's a very small amount. If you guys do have any questions for me, feel free to let me know in the comments below. If you guys have any questions for Daniel as well, you guys can let him know in the comments. Also, feel free to go to his channel and subscribe. I'll leave a link below to his channel where you guys can go like his videos and subscribe, and you guys can talk about design. Let us know who the better designer is. Let's have a little competition here. We should have a design competition. But one thing I do want to say to all you guys is be consistent with your business. It's very easy to get tired and burn out and just quit. Don't do it. Just be consistent with your business. Keep at it. And as long as you're consistent, I promise you guys will get clients. Even on YouTube, I was on YouTube for about 1 year, and back in like 2014 and 15, it was a lot harder to get views compared to today's standards. But I kept posting videos every month, every week, and eventually I got one video that got traction. I got subscribers, and then it all succeeded from there. So I urge you guys to be consistent as much as you can. Don't give up, and I promise you, you guys will have a full-on successful web design business. So congrats, and I'll see all of you party people in the next video, guys. Take care.
Can we get some firm handshakes in the chat from good old Darrel Wilson?